Story 67. I Run Shrek Academy Part 1. Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The cart smelled like hay and river mud, and Wei Liang's back hurt. He had been traveling for 3 days on roads that apparently nobody had bothered to grade since the previous dynasty, sharing the cart with 2 merchants who argued about fish prices without pause, and a goat that regarded him with the focused hostility of someone who had a very specific grudge. He did not speak the local dialect well enough to join the fish debate, and the goat made its position clear each time he shifted position. None of this was how he had imagined arriving at Shrek Academy. He was 22 years old, newly transmigrated, and had been a second-year pedagogy student at a normal university in a world where cultivation was something you did to vegetables. He had woken up 3 weeks ago in a body that was, technically, his own. Same face, same long-fingered hands that had spent years taking lecture notes. But in a world where people could call fire from their bones, and the rank of your soul determined whether you ate well or starved. His predecessor had been a wandering scholar with 2 spirit rings, a decent enough record in basic cultivation theory, and no obvious enemies. A modest inheritance and a recommendation letter from a minor academy in the north had gotten Wei Liang's application to Shrek considered. The fact that anyone at Shrek had considered it at all remained puzzling. The academy gates came into view around a bend in the road, and Wei Liang straightened despite his back. The walls were old stone, worn smooth, and the gate arch was carved with a single line of text he had to squint to read. Only the strong are left behind. He had read the phrase wrong twice before the meaning settled. It was a school motto about resilience, not a warning about the weak. He hoped. He climbed off the cart, paid the merchant an amount that seemed fair based on the exchange rate he had been memorizing, and stood in front of the gate with a bag over one shoulder, a letter in his hand, and absolutely no idea what happened in the next 20 minutes. A guard checked his letter, led him through a courtyard that smelled of chalk and spirit energy, that particular sharp mineral smell Wei Liang had learned to recognize over the past 3 weeks. Down a corridor, into an office where a man with a hat like a mushroom and the eyes of someone who had long since run out of patience for newcomers looked him over. Wei Liang. The man read the name off the letter. Pedagogy theorist. 2 rings. Rank 21. He set the letter down. We have the greatest student prodigies on the continent in that classroom. What precisely do you intend to teach them? How to learn, Wei Liang said. The man, Dean Flinder, as the nameplate on the desk informed him, stared. Every teacher says something clever when they walk in. It rarely translates. I know. Wei Liang adjusted his bag strap. May I meet the students first? Flinder considered him for 3 seconds that felt like a full week. Then he stood, gestured toward the corridor, and said, Follow me. And don't say anything about their cultivation ranks until I introduce them properly. They have very specific feelings about that. The classroom was a large stone room with high windows that let in a stripe of late afternoon light. 7 students sat at a long table. Wei Liang scanned them the way his pedagogy training had taught him to scan a room. Not just faces but posture, attention, the subtle signals of who was alert, who was bored, who was waiting for someone to prove something. One boy with deep-set eyes and an expression of complete assessment sat perfectly still, hands on the table, watching the door with the patience of someone who expected to be disappointed. Tang San, Wei Liang catalogued mentally. His file had been thin, parents unknown, exceptional potential, but the file had not captured the quality of stillness in him. A girl with bright eyes and hair in rabbit ear shapes that he initially thought were decorative pins sat beside him, leaning slightly, as if she might spring up at any moment. Xiaowu, Dai Mubai had the build of someone who had been training since he could walk, and the set of his jaw belonged to someone who had never lost a fight he cared about. He was not looking at Wei Liang. He was looking at the window. Zhu Zhuqing, by contrast, was looking directly at him, and her expression gave back nothing whatsoever. Oscar had a sausage in his hand. He was eating it with the comfortable ease of someone who believed lunch was a fundamental right regardless of circumstances. Ning Rongrong's clothes cost more than the cart Wei Liang had arrived in, possibly more than the horse as well. She looked at him the way someone looks at a new piece of furniture in a room that already has excellent furniture. Ma Hongjun was vibrating slightly with what Wei Liang recognized as contained energy, the kind that needed an outlet or it would find one on its own. Dean Flinder made introductions. Wei Liang bowed to the group. Nobody bowed back. This was fine. He had not expected them to. I'll leave you to it, Flinder said, with an expression that suggested he was mildly curious whether Wei Liang would still be standing in 10 minutes. The door closed. Wei Liang set his bag on the desk, and looked at the 7 students looking at him. The late afternoon light moved across the stone floor. Someone outside was practicing a technique that produced a sound like a bell struck underwater, distant and clean. "I won't test your cultivation ranks today," he said. "I won't ask you to demonstrate your spirits or perform any technique. I have one question, and I'd like honest answers." Oscar swallowed his last bite of sausage. Dai Mubai finally looked away from the window. "What is the thing you're worst at?" Wei Liang asked. "Not the thing you struggle with. The thing you are genuinely, measurably weakest at. Think carefully." The silence lasted long enough that he thought he might have miscalculated. Then, from his seat at the far end of the table, Tang Sen said, "An honest evaluation of my own blind spots." And in that moment, deep in the structure of the world, in some layer of reality that Wei Liang could not quite perceive directly, the way you can feel heat from fire even with your eyes closed, something shifted. A small frame appeared at the edge of his vision, glowing a soft green. "Mentor system, active, *, welcome, Mentor. Your first student has engaged. Observation mode initiated. * Wei Liang did not blink. He nodded at Tang San. "Good. Who's next?" The question of what exactly had just activated in the back of his mind was a problem he would address tonight. Right now, he had 7 students who were watching him for any sign that he might be worth their time, and he had no intention of wasting the opening. The system notification pulsed once more, then settled into a quiet background hum. It would wait. For now, so could he, but not for long, and not without cost. Chapter 2 The breathing exercise took 12 minutes. Wei Liang had designed it 3 days ago on the card, drawing on everything he remembered from his Earth Life sports science lectures and the cultivation theory he had been absorbing at speed since transmigrating. The principle was simple. Most cultivation training focused on output, how forcefully a student could project spirit power, how cleanly they could execute a technique. Almost nobody systematically trained intake. The way spirit energy moved from the environment into the body during rest cycles, during sleep, during the passive accumulation hours between active practice. He explained this to the class in 4 sentences. Then he demonstrated the breathing pattern himself, which was a gamble since his own cultivation was not impressive enough to make the demonstration visually compelling. Tang San watched without expression. Dai Mubai folded his arms. "This is foundation-level material," Dai Mubai said. "We covered respiratory circulation patterns 2 years ago. What was the pattern they taught you?" Wei Liang asked. Dai Mubai recited it. It was a standard 4-count inhale, 6-count hold, 4-count exhale. Widely used, broadly effective, essentially unchanged from its original formulation. "Try mine," Wei Liang said. 5 counts in, 3 hold, 7 out. The asymmetry matters. Why? Because your body's absorption channels have different cycle speeds on the intake and output ends, and a symmetric breathing pattern forces them to synchronize at an average rather than optimizing each. Think of it like, if your left hand and right hand have different natural speeds, making them move at the same pace means both are working below peak. Dai Mubai stared at him. That's not how cultivation theory describes meridian function. The cultivation theory you've read was written by practitioners documenting their own subjective experience of the process, Wei Liang said. The functional mechanics of the absorption cycle are observable from outside, which is a different angle. He paused. "Just try it." Silence. Oscar, who had apparently been listening more carefully than his earlier sausage consumption implied, closed his eyes and tried the breathing pattern. Wei Liang watched the subtle indicators, the slight shift in muscle tension across the shoulders, the change in the rhythm of the chest, and noted it. 40 seconds passed. Oscar opened his eyes. His face was the face of someone who has just bumped against a fact he did not know was there and cannot unknow. "Huh. What did you feel?" Wei Liang asked. "Like the energy coming in was less sticky," Oscar said, then seemed embarrassed by the word choice. "That is approximately correct," Wei Liang said. "The absorption channel isn't having to compensate for the output rate anymore. It runs cleaner." He looked at the rest of the class. "Anyone else want to tell me this is foundation-level material, or do you want to run the exercise and see what you find?" Xiao Wu tried it next. Then Ning Rongrong. Then, with the careful reluctance of someone who maintains their position to the last possible moment, Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing followed without being asked. Ma Hongjun went last, and his version of the exercise involved considerably more internal fire energy than Wei Liang had intended to incorporate, but the core effect was visible. Dai Mubai tried it in the middle, when he thought Wei Liang was looking at someone else. Wei Liang was not looking at someone else. He said nothing. At the end of the exercise, he collected a brief written observation from each student. What they had noticed, what they had not expected. He was not going to grade these. He was building a baseline. The mentor system notification pulsed softly as Oscar wrote. * Asterisk student Oscar, spirit power absorption rate, plus 8% above prior baseline. Minor breakthrough catalyst detected. Asterisk he absorbed the data without expression and kept reading the observation sheets. He would look at the system interface properly tonight. Right now, he had 6 other students' notes to read, and the afternoon session had another 40 minutes. Tomorrow morning, he told the class as he gathered the sheets. We try this with active spirit energy running. That's when the real data shows up. He looked at each student once before turning to go. Sleep well, and eat a full breakfast. Not you, Oscar. You always eat a full breakfast. The rest of you. He heard Ning Rongrong say, under her breath as he left, he's different. He didn't know if she meant it as a compliment. He didn't need to yet. What mattered was that the mentor system had logged its first real entry, and whatever it was building toward, the foundation had been laid in the simplest possible way, by teaching something that actually worked, but the parameters he had not yet read might change everything. Chapter 3 Elder Zhao Wuji arrived the next morning like a weather event. He was a large man. Not tall, exactly, but wide in the way that suggested the width was structural rather than incidental, as if his body had been built to a different specification than most. His spirit was a vigorous Vajra bear, which Wei Liang had looked up the night before, and which explained the structural quality of the width. He walked into Wei Liang's morning session without knocking, stood at the back of the room with his arms folded, and said nothing. Wei Liang acknowledged him with a nod and continued teaching. The lesson was on visualization techniques for spirit power concentration, a topic that fit neatly into the morning's continuation of the breathing work from the day before. Wei Liang had structured it as a sequence. You improve the intake, you improve the processing, and then you improve the direction. 3 lessons, 3 days, a coherent unit. He was explaining the difference between diffuse concentration and focal concentration when Zhao Wuji spoke. Your credentials list 2 spirit rings and rank 21. You have no formal combat record. You have never participated in a spirit hall tournament. You graduated from an institution most people here have not heard of. He let the list settle. Why should these students listen to you about anything that matters? Wei Liang turned from the board. He had been writing a diagram of the concentration sequence, something he had found helped visual learners anchor the abstract description. Elder Zhao, you know who I am. I read the faculty files before arriving. It seemed basic preparation. Wei Liang set down the chalk. Your question is reasonable. Would you like the short answer or the thorough one? Zhao Wuji's expression suggested he found this question itself suspicious. Short. These students are already better at combat than I am. They don't need me for combat. They need someone who thinks about how learning works, which is different from how cultivation works, and who can design a system around what they specifically need rather than what a general curriculum provides. He held Zhao's gaze. If I'm wrong, the results won't support the approach and you'll have grounds to remove me. I'm not asking for faith. I'm asking for evaluation time. 30 days, Zhao said. I'll be watching every session. Please do. Wei Liang turned back to the board. Your observations will improve my calibration. I mean that. Zhao Wuji made a sound that was not agreement and not dismissal, and settled against the back wall to watch. Wei Liang returned to the lesson. The students had been following this exchange with varying degrees of visible fascination. Tangsen had not moved at all. Oscar was clearly trying to decide whether this was more or less interesting than breakfast. Dai Mubai was looking between Wei Liang and Zhao Wuji with the focused attention of someone watching. A fight he expected to have an opinion about. The rest of the visualization lesson proceeded without interruption. Wei Liang walked each student through the focal concentration exercise individually, noting where the technique clicked for each one and where it needed adjustment. Ning Rongrong's support-type spirit responded better to diffuse concentration, which was logical, since her spirit's function was broad-field application rather than targeted projection. He adjusted her version of the exercise on the spot, explaining the reasoning while he did it. Ning Rongrong turned to face him with an expression he could not immediately categorize. You changed the exercise for me specifically? Your spirit type has different optimization targets. Using the same exercise as an assault type would be like asking a map reader and a sprinter to train with the same drills. He moved on to Ma Hongjun. Behind him, he heard Ning Rongrong say quietly to Xiao Wu, Has anyone done that before? Xiao Wu said, Not to me. At the back of the room, Zhao Wuji wrote something in a small notebook he produced from his sleeve. His expression had not changed, but he was writing. Wei Liang finished the session, assigned 20 minutes of self-practice, and collected the observation sheets. The mentor system had been quiet all morning until the last student finished. Then it pulsed once, logging 3 entries. He would read them tonight. He had, more pressingly, noticed that Zhao Wuji had positioned himself near the door at an angle that would let him intercept Wei Liang in the corridor. Some conversations could not be postponed. He gathered his materials and walked toward the door, toward the conversation that would determine whether he had 30 days or 30 minutes, and he still had no idea which way it would go. Chapter 4, Walk With Me, Zhao Wuji said in the corridor, and it was the kind of request that was not a request. Wei Liang walked. The corridor outside the teaching rooms ran along the western face of the main building, and the windows looked out over a practice field where 2 older students were running cultivation forms in the morning light. Zhao walked slowly, which Wei Liang suspected was deliberate, the pace of someone who was measuring how long the conversation would need to be. You deflected my challenge well, Zhao said, after a suitable silence. I answered it honestly. Same thing sometimes. Zhao glanced at him sideways. Your point about needing evaluation time rather than faith, that was practical. I respect practical, but it means I will be watching with real standards, not polite patience. I understand. Do you? Zhao stopped at a window and looked out at the practice field. These are not ordinary students, Wei Liang. They are exceptional in ways that will define this continent for the next generation. I have been teaching here for 14 years, and I have never seen a group like this. Whatever you are doing with your breathing exercises and your visualization sequences, it cannot get in the way of what they are supposed to become. What are they supposed to become? Zhao looked at him. The best. The best at what? Wei Liang let the question sit without inflection. Combat power? Team coordination? Survival in a specific type of conflict? The best at what is determined by what you optimize for, and optimization requires specifying the target. Zhao Wuji considered this. You argue like an academic. I was trained as one. This is not an academic environment. No, it's a production environment, which is precisely why it needs pedagogical clarity rather than assumption. Wei Liang turned to look at the same practice field. The 2 students out there are running the standard morning forms. Same sequence, same speed, same alignment. They look identical from here. He paused. But one of them has a structural issue in their left shoulder that's going to limit their projection range within 2 years if it isn't corrected. Zhao turned to look properly. Which one? Far side. The lean in the follow-through. Wei Liang didn't gesture. I noticed it when I walked past yesterday. A pause. I'll check their records, Zhao said. You won't find it in the records. It's not a cultivation issue, it's a training pattern issue. 2 years of habit has become a default movement choice. Cultivation training doesn't typically catch those because the metrics don't measure it. Wei Liang picked up his bag again. That's what I mean about needing a different angle. He left Zhao at the window and went to find the mentor system interface that had been waiting patiently for his attention since the previous evening. In his room, a small faculty quarters that smelled of old wood and the mineral undertone of years of cultivation work done in the building above. He sat down at the desk, closed his eyes, and focused on the system interface. It resolved like a lens clearing. Mentor system, interface, teaching tier, novice mentor points, 47 active students, 7 mentor shop. Available, he opened the shop. The items listed were straightforward in description and significant in implication. He read through each one carefully, cross-referencing against what he knew of the Doadelu world's cultivation mechanics and what he was learning in real time about his students' needs. Bloodline insight. 40 MP asterisk reveals a target student's hidden potential ceiling and suppressed lineage traits. One time read per student. Asterisk he bought it without hesitation. He spent 7 of his remaining points on a minor upgrade to his breathing exercise framework, a system tool that would help him track subtle changes in spirit power circulation patterns across multiple students in real time. He had 47 points and had spent 47. 0 balance. But he had what he needed for tomorrow morning. 7 students. 7 potential ceilings to read. 7 maps of what was actually possible, which was a kind of knowledge that changed everything about how you planned. He closed the interface, opened his teaching notes, and began writing the next 3 days' lesson plans. He worked until the building was quiet and the practice field had gone dark, and the only sound was the distant wash of the river and the occasional deep bell from somewhere in the academy's older section. He was going to need more mentor points. That meant more breakthroughs, which meant the breathing exercises needed to work faster. And the question was whether they would, or whether the mentor system's 0 balance was the first sign that the cost would outrun the reward before he understood its terms. Chapter 5. He used Bloodline Insight on all 7 students in a single morning session. The exercise he designed for it was not labeled as an assessment. He called it a cultivation resonance calibration, a long passive breathing exercise combined with a simple spirit projection task that gave each student something to focus on while he observed. The Bloodline Insight tool, once activated on a student, worked quietly. Wei Liang would look at a student, focus the system's attention, and after approximately 5 seconds a display would render in his peripheral vision. a profile card with potential ranges, lineage markers, and what the system called hidden ceiling. He moved through the room as if checking posture and breathing. Alignment, pausing at each student just long enough. Oscar, rank ceiling, 72, Sol Doloa. Hidden trait, exceptional spirit recovery rate, currently suppressed by irregular sleep habits. Lineage, sausage spirit line, pure. No suppressed alternate abilities. Ning Rong Rong, rank ceiling, 95. Hidden trait, 9 treasure pagoda has a theoretical tint attribute, sealed by a cultivation block at rank 60 that can be addressed with precision support training before that threshold. Lineage, 7 treasure, glazed tile clan, direct. Ma Hongjun, rank ceiling, 88. Hidden trait, asterisk phoenix bloodline is purer than standard assessment suggests. The erratic fire control is a symptom of suppressed bloodline pressure, not a character flaw. Asterisk lineage, fire phoenix line, with 1 generation of dilution that has already begun to reverse. Xiao Wu, rank ceiling, system glitch. The display flickered, showed a number, then replaced it with asterisk lineage, restricted. Details suppressed by system override. Asterisk his breath held for a beat. Whatever Xiao Wu was, the system recognized it as something that required protection. Zhu Zhuqing, rank ceiling, 80. Hidden trait. Asterisk Hellcat Spirit has a variant activation at rank 45 that only manifests under extreme emotional engagement, currently blocked by emotional containment trained habits. Will not unlock through normal cultivation alone. Asterisk Dai Mubai, rank ceiling, 89. Hidden trait. White Tiger variant. The right eye spirit power channels are slightly more developed than the left, indicating an imbalanced training history that will create a projection accuracy problem at higher ranks unless corrected. Tang San. The display loaded slowly, more slowly than any of the others. Then it resolved, and Wei Liang stood very still. Asterisk rank ceiling, beyond system measurement. Hidden trait, dual spirit. Secondary spirit detected, hammer type, dormant. Lineage, restricted, rank above system authorization required to view. Additional notation, this student's cultivation potential is classified as a continental event. Proceed with maximum care. Asterisk Wei Liang completed his lap of the room, made a note on his clipboard that said circulation patterns, baseline logged, and sat back at his desk. He did not share the numbers. Not with the students, not with anyone. But now he had a map. Tang Sen would exceed anything the original story predicted if given the right environment. Ning Rong Rong had a 10th treasure that could be unlocked early with proper preparation. Ma Hongjuan's fire control issue was a medical-adjacent problem, not a training habit problem, and required a completely different solution. Zhu Zhuqing needed emotional engagement that her current habits actively avoided. And Xiao Wu was something the system would not fully tell him, which meant the careful route was to prepare her for everything without building a plan that depended on knowing her ceiling. He began rewriting his lesson plans from scratch. The breathing exercises were the foundation, but foundations were only useful if you were building toward the right structure. He worked until dinner, ate quickly in the faculty hall, exchanging a polite nod with Zhao Wuji, who ate alone and seemed to prefer it, and went back to his room to finish the revised curriculum. By midnight, he had 7 individualized training pathways mapped on paper, each one connected to the others. The team was a system, and individual optimization had to feed into collective coherence. But each was also specific enough that no student was following someone else's plan. He folded the papers, put them in his bag, and looked at the ceiling for a moment. 7 ceilings. 7 possible futures. Now he just had to figure out how to build the stairs, and hope that when Tang San's true ceiling revealed itself, the structure around him would be strong enough not to collapse under it. Chapter 6. The new training schedule was met with the range of reactions Wei Liang had anticipated. He posted it on the door of the classroom the morning after he had written it. 5 columns, Monday through Friday. 3 blocks per day. Meditation and intake work, 6:30 to 8 o'clock. Combat application and technique refinement, 9 to 12 o'clock. Theory and analysis, 2 to 4 o'clock. Oscar read it twice, nodded, and went to find breakfast. Ning Rong Rong read it once, and the expression on her face was the polished version of someone who is deciding whether to object. She did not object, but she did rearrange her personal schedule with visible deliberation. Ma Hongjun said, 3 sessions a day? As if the concept had personally wronged him. Xiao Wu said, when do we eat? Wei Liang pointed to the breaks built into the schedule. She nodded, satisfied. Zhu Zhuqing read it, put it back on the door, and went to find Tang San. Tang San read it in 40 seconds, his expression giving nothing away. Wei Liang watched him trace the structure with his eyes, reading it the way someone reads a chess position rather than a list. He was looking for the logic of it. Dai Mubai read it and said, "This is more structured than our previous schedule." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Our previous schedule worked fine. Your previous schedule produced the results it was designed to produce. I want to produce different results." Wei Liang handed Dai Mubai a single sheet, his individual training notes. "Read that before the 9 o'clock session. It'll explain why the combat application block is structured the way it is for your spirit type." Dai Mubai looked at the sheet, then at Wei Liang. He did not say thank you. He did take the sheet. The 6:30 meditation session was the first real test of whether the schedule would hold. 6 of the 7 students arrived on time. Ma Hongjun arrived at 6:47, hair not fully arranged, carrying his breakfast bowl, and clearly having made calculations about what was worth the social cost. Wei Liang said nothing about the arrival time. He simply handed Ma Hongjun his individual notes and began the session. The breathing work from the first 2 lessons combined with a new element, guided cultivation circulation, where Wei Liang walked through each student's current spirit power movement pattern verbally while they held the breathing exercise. It was a form of active feedback that was less common in cultivation training and extremely common in athletic coaching from his homeworld. Zhu Zhuqing was the revelation. She had been the most contained student in class, the one who contributed least to discussion, volunteered for nothing, and performed everything assigned with a precision that gave no angle for feedback. This morning, 3 minutes into the cultivation circulation guidance, her spirit power output shifted. Something in the breathing work had moved past her usual controls. Wei Liang noticed and said, quietly, "Don't redirect it. Let it run the full cycle." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes found him with what was, for her, the barest edge of surprise. "Your control habit is catching the overflow before it processes. That's efficient in combat and inefficient in cultivation. They're different goals." He kept his voice low, just for her. "Run the full cycle. The practice field is contained. Nothing will break." A pause. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and released her hold on the overflow. The mentor system registered the change 20 seconds later. Asterisk student Zhu Zhuqing, spirit power circulation, full cycle achieved. Rank advancement rate recalculated, plus 40% over prior projection. Current rank, 27.5 progression toward 28 active. Asterisk he logged it in his notes. Said nothing to the class. At the end of the morning session, Dai Mubai was walking back to the main building when he passed Wei Liang's desk and saw the stack of individual notes. Not his own, the whole stack. Each student's name visible on the top sheet. He stopped. "You wrote separate notes for everyone?" "Everyone has different requirements," Wei Liang said, stacking them together. "Would you want your training plan to be the same as Ma Hongjuan's?" Dai Mubai looked at the stack for a moment. "No," he said. He was quiet for another moment. "Then, what does mine say?" "That you have an imbalanced development pattern in your projection channels that's going to matter a lot at rank 45 and above, and that the combat application sessions this week are going to address it." Wei Liang handed him the sheet properly this time. "Read it tonight. We'll discuss it in the morning." Dai Mubai took the sheet, looked at it, and left without another word. Wei Liang watched him go and noted, Dai Mubai, beginning to engage with the process rather than the authority, progress. But across the room, Zhu Zhuqing had not left. She stood by the door, not looking at him, looking inward at the thing he had done to her training, the habit he had moved past without quite asking, and the question behind her eyes was one he could not answer yet. Had she permitted it, or had it been done to her without her knowing it was happening? Chapter 7. The visiting inspector arrived on a Thursday. Wei Liang was mid-session, the theory block, which he had structured that day as a debate exercise. He had divided the students into 2 groups and given them opposing positions on a single question. Is coordination or individual peak power more decisive in high-rank combat? He had assigned the positions deliberately opposite to each student's natural instinct. Tang San, who believed in coordination, was arguing for individual peak power. Dai Mubai, who believed in individual strength, was arguing for coordination. The debate was proceeding with considerably more heat than the standard theory session, which was the point. The door opened, and a woman walked in. She was 24, Wei Liang estimated, though there was a quality of precision about her that made age feel like an imprecise measure. Her robes were the pale blue of Spirit Hall's affiliated academic division, the trim edged in silver that indicated instructor rank. Her hair was contained and professional. She carried a notebook that she was already writing in. She scanned the room once, made a mark, and stood near the back wall. She did not introduce herself. Wei Liang finished the sentence he had been speaking, about formation theory in high-rank team combat, and then looked at her directly. "We have a visitor," he said to the class. "Continue. You're at a good point in the argument, and I want to hear where it lands." He walked to where the woman had positioned herself. She did not lower the notebook. Wei Liang, he said. Lu Yan, she said, without looking up from whatever she was writing. Inspector, EC Academy Pedagogy Evaluation Division. I was sent to assess the irregular methods being applied to Shrek's current exceptional cohort. Wei Liang finished, keeping his voice low enough that the students could not hear over the debate, which had reached a productive volume. I assumed someone would come eventually. Would you like a full observation today, or would you prefer to schedule a formal session? She looked up from the notebook at that. You were expecting an inspector? I was expecting eventual attention. Spirit Hall doesn't leave unusual outcomes unexamined. He held her gaze. I have nothing to hide from a proper evaluation. So today or schedule. Lu Yin looked at him for a moment that had a quality of assessment to it. She was reading him the same way he had read the students on his first day, he realized. Today, she said. I'll observe for the remainder of this session and the next. Fine. Is there anything about your evaluation criteria that would be useful for me to know, so I can ensure you're seeing accurate information rather than me inadvertently structuring the session around what I think you're looking for? The notebook paused. She had been writing, and the pen stopped. That, she said, is an unusual question for someone whose methods are under review. The goal of a review is accurate information. If I understand the criteria, I can make sure you see the real picture rather than a filtered one. He kept his tone matter of fact. What's the framework? A beat. Cultivation progress relative to Spirit Hall's standardized projections, she said. Methodology alignment with certified teaching practices. Student welfare indicators. I'll prepare the rank progress records for your review. The methodology will be visible in the session itself. He nodded toward the class, where the debate had shifted decisively toward Tang San's side. And regarding student welfare, you can ask them directly. I'll step out if it would help. Lu Yin looked at him again. Then she looked at the class, where Tang San was making a point about the mechanics of group formation that had clearly surprised Dai Mubai into reconsidering his position. She opened her notebook again and wrote something more substantial this time. Wei Liang returned to the front of the room in the debate. Behind him, the pen kept moving, and what it was writing, whether condemnation or something else entirely, he could not yet tell. Chapter 8. He let the debate run another 15 minutes, then stopped it and asked both sides to argue for the position they had originally held. The switch was immediate and revealing. Tang San moved back to coordination theory with a fluency that showed his natural conviction, but the 15 minutes of arguing the opposite had clearly given him structural elements he hadn't had before. Dai Mubai argued for individual peak power with less certainty than he had started the morning with, which was the goal. Both positions are true, Wei Liang said, when the second round had run its course. That's not a compromise. It's the answer. Coordination determines the ceiling of the group. Individual peak power determines whether the group can reach the ceiling. They're sequential, not competitive. He let that settle, then moved to the second part of the session, a live demonstration of support calibration using Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He had designed this particular exercise the previous night, after reviewing his bloodline insight notes on Ning Rongrong's 10th treasure potential. The standard support calibration that Spirit Hall certified instructors used was a broad field test. How much of the group's power could the support user boost simultaneously? It measured range and magnitude. Wei Liang's version measured precision. Ning Rongrong, he said, apply your support to one student at a time, cycling through all 7, and change the type of boost you apply for each. Don't use the standard sequence. Use what you think each student needs right now based on what you know about their current state. Ning Rongrong looked startled. We don't normally. Spirit Hall calibration doesn't work that way. I know. Do it anyway. She hesitated, then activated her spirit. The pagoda rose above her, each level glowing softly. She moved her attention through the group, and as she did, Wei Liang watched her read each student's condition with a sensitivity he had not seen from her before. She was good at this, genuinely, precisely good, and the standard calibration format had been hiding it by constraining her attention to the broadest possible application. Oscar received a recovery boost. Tang San received a spirit power acceleration boost. Dai Mubai received an attack enhancement. She worked through all 7 in 70 seconds. Then she lowered her spirit, and she looked. He could only describe it as tired in the satisfying way, the way you feel when you have lifted something heavy correctly. Lu Yin, from the back of the room, had stopped writing. Wei Liang looked at the observer's position and found Lu Yin looking at Ning Rongrong. Her notebook pen had stopped entirely. The look on her face was not the look of someone writing a report. It was the look of someone who has just seen a door where she thought there was only a wall. He said, to the class, that's the session. Individual practice for the remaining time. Work on anything the morning's exercises raised for you. As students dispersed, he walked to the back of the room. That exercise is not in Spirit Hall's certified teaching frameworks, Lu Yin said. Her tone was careful. No, it's a precision calibration approach that I designed based on Ning Rongrong's specific spirit type and current training state. He kept his voice level. It produced better data about her actual capabilities than the standard framework would have. That's exactly the problem, Lu Yin said. Results that exceed standard benchmarks are not automatically positive outcomes. They indicate deviation from projected developmental paths, which creates uncertainty. In who? Wei Liang said. She stopped. Uncertainty for the student is a problem. Uncertainty for the institution's projection models is an administrative concern. He held her gaze. Those are different problems. I'm addressing the first. The second is your department's to manage. Lu Yin looked at him. The debate, she said. The switch positions. The precision calibration. She looked toward the room where the students were working. You're not teaching them cultivation. You're teaching them to think about cultivation. Those should be the same thing, Wei Liang said. I think the fact that they're not is part of what needs fixing. She closed the notebook for the first time since she had arrived. She looked at it, then at him, then across the room where Ning Rongrong was quietly practicing the individual attention rotation she had just learned. Whatever Lu Yin had come here to confirm, Wei Liang suspected she was no longer sure it was what she was seeing, and that uncertainty, unresolved, was more dangerous to Spirit Hall's position than any result she could have reported. Chapter 9. The Phoenix incident happened on a Friday, during the combat application block. Wei Liang had structured the Friday sessions as high intensity, the week's theoretical and technical work applied under real pressure. He had the students spar in rotating pairs, with himself and occasionally Zhao Wuji observing. Zhao had taken to arriving for Friday sessions without being asked, which Wei Liang logged as a positive sign. Ma Hongjuan's sparring match with Oscar started normally and ended with a fire flare that nobody had planned. Oscar had deployed a support sausage that temporarily boosted his own evasion, a product of his spirit he used frequently, and the enhanced speed had allowed him to land 3 consecutive hits on Ma Hongjun in a sequence that should not have been possible at their relative ranks. The hits were not damaging, but for Ma Hongjun, who was competitive in the specific way that people with uncertain self-worth tend to be competitive, the sequence had produced something that looked like a tactical reversal, but functioned more like a wound to his sense of himself. The Phoenix fire came up hard and fast, the way it did when emotion was driving rather than technique. Oscar scrambled back. Xiao Wu, who had been standing near the edge of the sparring area watching, had to jump sideways. Wei Liang was already moving. Not running. Not shouting. He walked at a deliberate pace into the edge of the fire's heat radius, activated his scholar's lantern spirit. 2 rings, both standard, but the spirit's particular function was common focus generation, and turned it directly on Ma Hongjun. The scholar's lantern produced a light that did something specific to the nervous system of anyone it touched. It didn't suppress emotion. It created enough space between the emotion and the reaction for a person to choose. The light fell across Ma Hongjuan's face, and the Phoenix fire's output lurched, wavered, and then, not immediately, but within 8 seconds, reduced. Wei Liang kept walking. He stopped 2 meters from Ma Hongjun, standing in the diminished ring of heat, and said, "Breathe. For count in. 3 hold. 7 out." Ma Hongjun breathed. The fire came down further. After 3 cycles, it was contained enough for everyone to breathe normally. Wei Liang held the scholar's lantern active for another 30 seconds, then let it settle. Ma Hongjuan's face held the particular compound Wei Liang had learned to read as shame plus relief, the compound that comes when you have just demonstrated exactly the thing you most dislike about yourself in front of everyone you care about impressing. This, Wei Liang said to him, not to the class, is the problem we've been working around. You knew it and I knew it. So now we address it directly. Ma Hongjun said, through his teeth. I lost control. You lost it for about 7 seconds, and then got it back with assistance. That's the beginning of the cycle, not the failure mode. He spoke without urgency. The problem isn't the fire getting strong when you're angry. The problem is that your training treats the fire and the anger as separate when they're connected at the root. Oscar, from a safe distance, said, he's been like this since he was 12. I'm still here, Ma Hongjun said. I know, Oscar said. I'm explaining it helpfully. Wei Liang made a note on his clipboard. Asterisk Ma Hongjun. Emotional regulation and fire control are the same training target. Redesign the entire approach. Asterisk, then he looked at the class. We're done with sparring for today. Individual cultivation work. Everyone except Ma Hongjun. Meet me by the south wall in 10 minutes. He spent those 10 minutes talking privately with Ma Hongjun about what had happened, not as a disciplinary matter, but as a design problem. Ma Hongjun had a fire spirit that was stronger than his current control architecture could reliably manage under emotional load. The solution was not to suppress the emotional response. It was to build a control architecture that incorporated the emotional state rather than fighting it. Ma Hongjun listened with an attention he had not shown to any previous lesson. When Wei Liang left for the south wall, Ma Hongjun sat down in the middle of the now-cooled training ground and began the breathing exercise without being told. That was good, but the redesigned training Wei Liang had in mind would push his Phoenix bloodline harder than any standard curriculum had dared, and the risk of another flare, worse than this one, was something Wei Liang had not yet found an answer for. Chapter 10, the first group sparring session, was scheduled for 10 days into the term. Wei Liang spent the 3 days before it doing nothing but observation. He sat at the edge of every session and watched, took notes, and intervened only when he saw a safety issue. He wanted data on how the 7 students fought together when they were not being directed. The answer was, individually. Not badly. They were exceptional individuals, and the quality of their solo work was striking. But they fought next to each other rather than with each other. Tang San moved as if his blue silver grass were a personal tool, which it was, without considering how it might interface with what Dai Mubai's white tiger was doing 3 meters to his left. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had a natural partnership that showed in the way they tracked each other's positions, but it was instinct rather than architecture. Ning Rongrong's support went to whoever seemed most at risk rather than to whoever would produce the greatest team advantage in the next 5 seconds. Oscar made sausages. They were good sausages. They were applied somewhat haphazardly. At the end of the 3rd observation day, Wei Liang wrote annotations for each student, not on their individual performance, but on their team impact, what each one's actions had done to the collective outcome. He left the annotations on the classroom table with a note. Read these tonight. He came back the next morning to find Dai Mubai in the empty classroom, reading his annotation sheet for the 2nd time. The sheet laid flat on the table with his hands on either side of it, as if it were a map. Wei Liang set down his bag. Find anything interesting? You wrote that my rank 35 white tiger pressure actually reduced the team's effective area control because the others had to compensate for the impact radius. Dai Mubai did not look up. You're saying I'm fighting too hard. I'm saying you're fighting without accounting for what the impact does to the formation. Those are different diagnoses. Wei Liang sat down across from him. Your power is an asset. Right now it's an asset that the rest of the team has to work around rather than with. That's a calibration problem, not a strength problem. Dai Mubai looked up. His face was not defensive. It was something more careful than defensive. The look of someone who has recognized a valid criticism and is in the process of choosing how to carry it. You wrote individual notes for all of us, Dai Mubai said. Yes. Not the same notes. Different observations for each person. Yes. How long did that take? About 2 hours. Wei Liang pulled out his own copy of the notes. I've been doing it every day since I started. You don't normally see them. These are the first ones I've shared. Dai Mubai sat back. He let the silence run for a moment, and in it Wei Liang could see him processing not just the content of the notes, but the fact of them, that someone had been watching carefully enough to produce this quality of analysis about each person and had been doing it daily. Tang San and I are the senior students here, Dai Mubai said. In cultivation rank and in tenure at Shrek. I know. I don't normally take direction easily. I've noticed. He held the same unhurried register. I'm not asking you to take direction. I'm asking you to look at the data and make your own conclusions. The annotation doesn't tell you what to do. It tells you what happened. A long pause. Dai Mubai stood, took the annotation sheet, and tucked it inside his jacket. I'll read the rest tonight, he said. The team wants. Good. He left without further comment. Wei Liang wrote in his notes. Asterisk Dai Mubai. Engagement with analytical feedback. First full acceptance of external assessment. Asterisk the sparring session the next morning would be different, but whether that difference would help or expose new fractures in what he had built, he could not yet say. Chapter 11 The Formation Framework came from a conversation Wei Liang had with Tang San on the 5th day of the 2nd week. Tang San had come to him after the morning session with a question that was technically about blue-silver grass application range, but was structurally about something else. He wanted to know whether his spirit's utility function, its capacity to extend reach, bind enemies, control territory, was correctly prioritized in the current training framework. Wei Liang asked him to describe how he thought about his role in a team context. Tang San said, Control. I can fix the battlefield and let the others work. Can you? Wei Liang said. It was not a question. What do you mean? Right now, when you deploy blue-silver grass, you're deploying it to constrain enemy movement and to create space for Dai Mubai's offensive range. Wei Liang drew a quick diagram on the board, a rough top-down view of the sparring area with position markers. What happens to Zhu Zhuqing's movement corridor when you run a full net deployment? Tang Xin looked at the diagram. He studied it. It closes her approach angle on the left flank, he said, after a moment. And what does she do when her left flank approach is closed? She adjusts to the right. And when she adjusts to the right, she moves into the fire range if Ma Hongjun is running a forward pressure technique. Tang Xin was quiet. You're not a control node, Wei Liang said. Or rather, you're not only a control node, and treating yourself as one produces the situation we have now. Excellent individual execution that generates systemic friction at the team level. He erased the diagram and drew a new one. What I'm proposing is 4 roles. Assault, Dai Mubai, with Ma Hongjun in extended range. Control, you and Zhu Zhuqing, where your roles are differentiated. You own territory control, she owns mobility disruption. Support, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. And one more role. What role? Anchor. Wei Liang circled Xiao Wu's position in the diagram. The person whose job is to hold the team's emotional and tactical coherence when the formation takes pressure. Not fighting hardest. The one everyone can track. Tang Xin looked at the diagram. Xiao Wu is not the strongest fighter. That's not what the role requires. Wei Liang put down the chalk. The strongest fighter in a formation usually shouldn't be the anchor. The anchor needs to be the person who maintains function under the most pressure. Those are different qualities. He could see Tang Xin thinking through the implications, what it meant for his own role, what it meant for each person he trained alongside daily. Present this to the group yourself, Wei Liang said. Not as my idea. As your analysis of what you've observed over the past 2 weeks. Tang Xin looked at him. You want me to run the theory session? I want you to lead your team through the framework, because the framework will mean more to them coming from you than coming from me. That's not false modesty. It's practical communication theory. They trust your combat analysis. They're still evaluating mine. The session where Tang San presented the formation framework to the group lasted 90 minutes. Wei Liang sat at the back and said 3 words during the entire discussion. The 3 words were, good observation, Tang San. Delivered once, when Tang San answered Dai Mubai's most challenging objection with an analysis that Wei Liang would not have delivered better himself. But when the session ended and the others left, Wei Liang noticed that Tang San had paused at the door, looking back at the spot on the diagram where Xiao Wu's anchor position was marked, before leaving without asking the question that was clearly sitting at the back of his throat. That unasked question would not stay there forever. Chapter 12. The official inquiry arrived on a Wednesday, 11 days after Wei Liang had first walked through the academy gate. He found out about it from Dean Flinders at breakfast. Flinders had been quiet at the faculty table, the specific quiet of someone who is building towards saying something and finding each moment not quite right. Wei Liang waited. Eventually Flinders set down his chopsticks and said, Spirit Hall has sent an inquiry letter about your appointment. I expected something like this eventually, Wei Liang said. It is specifically from Director Chen Xin, Regional Branch. He is asking, formally, in writing, why an instructor with a rank 21 combat level and no Spirit Hall certification has been assigned to Shrek's highest priority student cohort. Flinders looked at him carefully. He is also asking for your cultivation history documentation, your teaching certification from your previous academy, and your family and lineage record. Wei Liang set down his own chopsticks. He thought for a moment. How much of that documentation is in your files already? What we received with your application packet? Which would be my teaching certification and my cultivation history? The family and lineage record was not part of the application. No. Wei Liang picked his chopsticks back up. Then send him what's in the files and note that the additional request falls outside the standard review framework for a temporary instructor appointment. Politely, Wei Liang. Flinders leaned forward slightly. Chen Xin is the regional director. He has the authority to request whatever he chooses to request, and the Academy's annual subvention from Spirit Hall is not. It is not something we can afford to lose. I understand. Wei Liang set his chopsticks down and looked at the table. Has he mentioned what he plans to do with the information? He has not. The letter is formal and procedural, but the subtext is not subtle. No. Wei Liang thought about the students in his 6:30 session, which would start in 45 minutes. He thought about Tang San presenting the formation theory to the group, about Zhu Zhuqing running the full cultivation cycle, about Ning Rongrong reading her individual team annotation 3 times. How long do we have before a response is required? The letter requests a response within 15 days. Then I have 15 days to produce results that make the response less important than the outcome. He stood and picked up his tray. I'll have the progress documentation for the first 2 weeks ready for you by end of day. Rank charts, session logs, the methodology notes. If Chun Xin reviews the numbers, the strongest argument in our favor is already there. Flinder looked at him with a quality that was neither reassurance nor despair, a deliberate withholding, a judgment held in suspension until the evidence was in. 15 days, Flinder said again. I'll be ready, Wei Liang said, and went to prepare his 6:30 session. He did not mention to Flinder that the family and lineage records Chen Xian was requesting did not exist in any form that would satisfy a spirit hall inquiry. His predecessor body had been a wandering scholar with no notable lineage, but his transmigrated self had no origin Wei Liang could document, and fabricating one would be a mistake he could not unravel later. He walked the corridor with this problem folded neatly in the back of his mind, alongside everything else that would eventually need answering. 15 days was not enough time to fix it, but it was enough time to ensure the question of his teaching results made Chun Xian's lineage question look secondary by comparison. He had to make the numbers undeniable before the paperwork caught up with him, and he had no guarantee it would not arrive first. Chapter 13. The 30-day trial was formalized in a brief, uncomfortable meeting. Dean Flinder called it an interim performance evaluation structure, which was the administrative language for prove your worth or leave. Wei Liang sat in the office chair that was slightly too low for the desk, looked at the document Flinder had prepared, and read it with the attention he gave everything, carefully, without reaction, noting what was said and what was implied. The metrics were measurable rank advancement for at least 4 of the 7 students within 30 days, no complaints from students or parents regarding teaching methods, full documentation submitted to Spirit Hall's inquiry by day 15, no further requests for exemptions from certified curriculum requirements. He signed it. You understand, Flinder said, as Wei Liang capped the pen, that the standard rank advancement rate at this stage is 1 rank roughly every 2 months. I understand. Achieving advancement in 4 students within 30 days would require approximately double the standard rate, Wei Liang said. I know. That's achievable. He stood and handed the document back. I'll need the rank measurement stone for an official baseline reading this afternoon, so the 30-day progress has a documented starting point. Flinder stared at him. You think you can double their advancement rate? For some of them, I already have. Wei Liang headed for the door. That's why I want the baseline documented. So the 30-day number is unambiguous. From the corner of the room, Zhao Wuji, who had been standing near the window without speaking, a consistent habit of his informal meetings, said, That's either very confident or very foolish. Wei Liang paused at the door. I noticed the structural issue with the student on the practice field. Left shoulder. You checked, didn't you? A silence. Yes, Zhao Wuji said. What did you find? Another silence. A projection alignment problem that wasn't in the records. I'll need your help with the 30-day evaluation, Wei Liang said. Your combat assessment metrics are more credible than mine for measuring practical progress. Your name on the evaluation strengthens the documentation considerably. Zhao Wuji looked at him. That is not a flattery, Wei Liang added. It is a practical assessment of how institutional credibility works. Zhao Wuji made the sound again, not agreement, not dismissal, and said, I will be at the afternoon session. Wei Liang went to prepare for it. The baseline reading that afternoon put the students' current ranks on official record. When he saw the numbers aligned with his bloodline insight data, he felt the internal shift of confirmation. The plan was calibrated correctly. What the formal record showed as a plateau was in fact a compression point. Students whose absorption efficiency had improved significantly in the past 10 days, but whose rank advancement measurement would not catch up for another week. When it did catch up, the results would be clear. He just had to hold the position until then. The problem was that Zhao Wuji had seen the baseline numbers. He had watched every session. He was not a fool. He had 14 years of watching students develop at standard rates. And when the 30-day chart showed what Wei Liang knew it was going to show, the first person to recognize that the improvement exceeded anything a teaching adjustment could explain would not be Chen Xian. It would be Zhao Wuji, sitting in this same faculty office with his small notebook, asking a question that Wei Liang did not have a safe answer to. He needed Zhao's cooperation, but he could not be sure, once the results were undeniable, which way Zhao's loyalty would point. Chapter 14. Tang Sen came to the practice garden at night. Wei Liang had developed the habit of doing his own cultivation work in the late evening, when the main academy buildings were quiet and the garden's old stone wall held the temperature of the day's sun. His own cultivation was not impressive. He was aware of this without being troubled by it. The scholar's lantern spirit was built for something other than personal combat power, and his rank 21 was what it was. He was running the breathing exercise himself, eyes closed, when the first blue-silver grass tendril moved at the edge of the garden. He did not open his eyes. He continued breathing. a second tendril, then a third, moving along the garden wall. Testing something. Wei Liang maintained his breathing pattern and said, without raising his voice, "You're dragging the north tendrils. If you're trying to minimize sound, trail them parallel to the wall and keep the tension in the core strands rather than the tips." The tendrils stopped. A pause. Tang Xin stepped into the garden properly, blue-silver grass dissolving. His expression was entirely unreadable, which Wei Liang had come to recognize as Tang San's equivalent of a very full range of emotion under tight management. "You noticed immediately," Tang Xin said. "The garden has a particular resonance from the stone. Anything moving through it creates a change." Wei Liang opened his eyes. "Sit down if you'd like. I'm not going to ask why you're here." Tang Xin sat on the low wall at the garden's edge. He was quiet for long enough that Wei Liang completed another breathing cycle. "I want to know what you see in me," Tang Xin said. Wei Liang considered the response. He said, "Why do you want to know?" "Because you gave individual training notes to everyone. Mine was the shortest." The reason for the short note was that Tang San's individual optimization pathway was not limited by any of the standard bottlenecks the other students had. It was limited by something that required the second spirit to emerge on its own schedule, and there was nothing Wei Liang could do to accelerate that directly. The note had been short because the honest answer was, "You will exceed everything I can currently map, and my job with you is not to accelerate a ceiling, but to ensure the foundation can bear the weight when it comes." He could not say that. "Your note is shorter because your development doesn't have the same bottlenecks I'm working on for the others," Wei Liang said. "Most of what's going to define your cultivation is already in place. My job with you is different." Tang Xin looked at him. "Different how?" "For the others, I'm building something new into the existing structure. For you, I'm making sure nothing in the existing structure becomes a constraint when the growth arrives." Wei Liang paused. "Does that make sense?" A long moment. "Then, you're saying you don't know what to do with me." "I'm saying I know precisely what to do with you, and it doesn't require the same interventions the others need." Wei Liang met his gaze. "You're going to be exceptional. The only variable is whether the support structure around you is strong enough to let that happen without damage." Tang San let the answer rest. He looked at the garden, the old stone, the late sky above the wall. "I don't trust easily," he said. It was not an explanation. It was information. "I know," Wei Liang said. "You don't need to trust me to benefit from the training. Trust is useful. It's not a prerequisite." Tang Xin stood. He looked at Wei Liang in a way that was neither the full assessment of their first meeting nor the blank professional regard he used in class. It was something that did not have a settled label yet. He left the garden without another word. Wei Liang sat in the late evening quiet and noted, Tang San, individual conversation. He is building a category for me. The category does not have a name yet. But whatever category Tang San was building, it would determine whether trust was possible between them, or whether the scrutiny would come instead. Chapter 15. Xiao Wu asked to talk on a Tuesday afternoon, and she asked it in a way that was clearly an effort. She was not the kind of person who asked easily for things that required vulnerability. After session, she said, catching Wei Liang in the corridor between the theory block and the free practice period. Somewhere quiet, they found a bench in the east garden, sheltered from the main path by a cluster of old trees whose roots had pushed up the flagstones in the friendly way of trees that have been there long enough to own the territory. Xiao Wu sat with her hands in her lap and looked at a point on the path for a moment before speaking. "I'm falling behind," she said. "Everyone else has had their individual sessions. You've adjusted everyone's program. Mine hasn't changed." "It has changed," Wei Liang said. "Less visibly than the others. I've been watching." Tang San's note was short but specific. Zhu Zhuqing's program includes the full cycle work. Ma Hongjuan's emotional integration sessions are completely new. Mine still looks the same as week 1. She was observant. He had known this, but the precision of her tracking was notable. "There's a reason," he said. He had been deciding how to approach this conversation since the bloodline insight reading, and he had not found a way to be fully honest without saying things that were not his to say. "Your situation is more complex than the others." "Complex how?" Not a question. A statement that expected an answer. He looked at her directly. "The bloodline insight I used on the first day showed me something unusual. Not a problem, something that requires a different kind of preparation. I've been working on it, but I haven't redesigned your visible training framework yet because I'm not ready to finalize it." Xiao Wu was very still. "What did it show you?" "That your potential is substantial and that it connects to your lineage in a way I don't fully understand yet. I don't have complete data." He kept his voice honest. "What I can tell you is that the standard cultivation framework is adequate for you right now. You're not losing anything by staying with it while I work out the right adjustment. You're not falling behind. You're actually running ahead of projection." A pause. She looked at him. "You don't know what I am," she said quietly. Not completely. Does it frighten you? Wei Liang thought about this. He said, no. It makes me careful. She sat with that for another moment. Then something in her face, the tight, held quality of it, shifted, not releasing fully, but loosening. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with Tang San, she said. Not in cultivation rank. He's going to go so much further than anyone can follow. That's true, Wei Liang said. He is. But following isn't the only way to stay together. She looked at him. He said, your value to the team isn't in matching his rank. It's in being what you are, which is someone who functions at full capacity under conditions that would compromise most people. That's rare. That's anchor-level rare. He paused. That's what your training plan is building toward. Not power. Functional resilience. Xiao Wu let the words settle for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was slightly different, the edges of it smoothed. That's what the anchor role is. Yes. She stood up, smoothed her skirt, and looked at the path. I cried a little. You're not going to mention it. I didn't notice anything, Wei Liang said. She walked back toward the main building, and Wei Liang sat on the bench for another few minutes, thinking about what it meant to know a person's ceiling without being able to tell them what it was, and what it cost to carry that knowledge, and whether the cost would eventually be more than he could bear alone. Chapter 16, the synchronized formation drill, happened on day 17. It was not the grand, performed version Wei Liang had been working toward. It was a practice drill that ran to completion for the first time without a breakdown, and the only people who witnessed it were Wei Liang, the 7 students themselves, and Zhao Wuji, who had arrived at the edge of the field as the drill began and did not leave until it ended. The formation, Tang San in control position, blue-silver grass deployed as a territorial grid 30 meters in radius. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in assault positions, with Ma Hongjun's fire range calibrated to avoid the inner formation corridor where Zhu Zhuqing operated. Zhu Zhuqing in mobility disruption, moving within Tang San's grid structure rather than against it. Ning Rongrong in broad support coverage, cycling through the team with the precision attention she had developed from Wei Liang's calibration work. Oscar in targeted support, responding to Ning Rongrong's readings to fill specific gaps. Xiao Wu in anchor position, which in this drill meant running the center of the formation, tracking everyone's condition, and twice intervening to redirect the formation response when the simulated pressure on the flanks threatened to pull people out of position. The drill ran for 7 minutes. At the end, the formation had not fractured. The students stood in the settling aftermath of the exercise, breathing and recalibrating. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Oscar said, "We did it." "You did," Wei Liang said, from the edge of the field. Tang San looked at the formation map he had been running in his head, and then at Wei Liang with an expression that was the closest he had come to showing something unguarded. "The anchor position," Dai Mubai said, and he was looking at Xiao Wu. "That was the part one didn't believe in. It worked. It worked because she made it work," Wei Liang said. Xiao Wu was standing in the center position, where she had run the drill, and her face held a quality Wei Liang had been watching develop over the past 2 weeks, the particular settled quality of someone who has found the shape of what they are good at and is no longer afraid of it. At the edge of the field, Zhao Wuji had not moved. His arms were folded and his face was doing what Zhao Wuji's face always did, giving back very little in the way of readable surface, but he was still there. Wei Liang walked over to him. "Coordinated formation work at this level," Wei Liang said, "is usually not achieved until rank 35 average across the group." "I know," Zhao Wuji said. "Current average is rank 28.7. Zhao Wuji said nothing for a moment. Then, "The anchor role is unusual. It's missing from standard formation theory. Standard theory distributes the anchor function across the formation leadership, which means it gets lost when the leadership is under pressure." Wei Liang watched the students debriefing the drill among themselves. Having a designated person whose job is maintaining coherence means the function survives even when the formation is fragmenting. Zhao Wuji was quiet. He did not leave for another 10 minutes. He watched the students running through the drill breakdown analysis, listened to Tang San's debrief without intervening, and wrote in his small notebook. When he finally left, he did not speak to Wei Liang, but he came back the next morning for the 6:30 session without being asked, notebook in hand, pen uncapped, and the particular expression of a man who has reached no conclusion yet and intends to reach one. Chapter 17. Lu Yan's second visit was more direct. She arrived on a Wednesday, during the theory session, and this time she knocked before entering. This was notable. Wei Liang noted it. The session that day was on energy conservation in extended combat, how to manage spirit power across a long engagement rather than optimizing for a short one. It was relevant to all 7 students, and it was territory where Wei Liang's pedagogical background gave him genuine advantages. He had spent 3 years on Earth studying performance fatigue in athletes, which translated surprisingly directly to cultivation energy management. Lu Yin sat at the back, opened her notebook, and observed. 40 minutes in, she stopped writing. Wei Liang was walking Ning Rongrong through a calculation of support energy cost over time at different deployment densities, using a simple mathematical model he had drawn on the board. The model itself was not cultivation theory, it was resource management theory, dressed in the vocabulary of spirit power. But it worked. Ning Rongrong was running the numbers herself, checking them, and the expression on her face as she arrived at the result was the expression of a person who has understood something they did not understand an hour ago. After the session, Wei Liang collected the worksheets. He had started using written exercises in theory sessions, another practice from his pedagogy training, and found Lu Yin standing near the door. The mathematical model, she said. Resource management framework. Spirit power as a resource with input and output rates and a reserve capacity. Spirit Hall's standard framework treats spirit power as a cultivation characteristic rather than a deployable resource. I know. The standard framework is useful for assessing rank, but not for training efficient use. He set down the worksheets. What did you want to see today? The progress charts you mentioned, she said. You offered them during my first visit. He had offered them as a transparency gesture. That she was now asking meant the first visit had produced questions that the observation alone had not answered. He unlocked his desk drawer and produced the folder. She took it, stood at the table, and looked through it. The charts showed rank advancement, spirit power circulation efficiency, formation coordination scores, and individual technique accuracy rates, all graphed against the 17 days since Wei Liang's teaching had begun. She took considerable time with the pages. These rates, she said, are accurate. The baseline measurements are on the second to last page, done with the official rank measurement stone and signed by Elder Zhao Wuji. She found the baseline documentation and looked at it, then looked at the current data, then looked at the baseline again. Zhu Zhuqing's progression rate, she said, is approximately twice the standard projection. That is outside the expected range for standard teaching intervention. Yes, he said it plainly. Because the intervention was not standard. Lu Yin closed the folder. Her expression was not agitated or alarmed. It was the expression she had worn at the end of the first visit, when she had put the notebook away. Calculating. What are you actually doing? She asked. Not the description you give the students. What is the actual mechanism? I'm optimizing the training framework for each student's individual learning architecture and cultivation type requirements. The mechanism is observation, calibration, and iteration. He looked at her directly. It's not a cultivation technique. It's teaching. Her gaze held him for a long moment. Then she put the folder down. I am going to need to see more of it, she said. It was not a threat. It was something closer to a commitment. Wei Liang said, You know where the classroom is. She left without another word, but she took the folder with her, which meant she was not done, which meant the question she had asked would stay live until she had an answer that satisfied her. And the answer she was looking for was one he could not give her without revealing the thing he had not yet decided how to reveal to anyone. Chapter 18 The demotion order arrived on a Friday, which felt like a specifically unkind scheduling choice. It came as an official document, stamped with the Spirit Hall Regional Branch seal and Qin Xian's authority mark. The language was procedural and thorough. Wei Liang's position classification was to be changed from instructor to educational aide, effective immediately. This reclassification removed his authority to set curriculum, to assign assessments, or to formally evaluate student progress. He could be present in the classroom as a support resource. He could not teach. Dean Flinder delivered it personally, which Wei Liang had not expected. Flinder sat across from him in his office and looked like a man who had spent the previous night not sleeping and put the document on the desk without ceremony. I am required to inform you, Flinder said, and to implement the change. Wei Liang read the document. He read it once quickly and once slowly. Then he set it down. What are my options? He said. You can appeal, which will take 6 to 8 weeks and which requires a formal hearing at the Spirit Hall Regional Office. During that time, you cannot teach in a formal capacity. Flinder's voice was careful. Or you can accept the reclassification and continue as an aide. Or I can resign and release the students from the arrangement entirely, Wei Liang said. Yes. He sat with the document's weight for a moment. He thought about the trial period he had signed, about Zhao Wuji's notebook and the shifting column of evidence, about the progress charts Lu Yin had reviewed the day before. He thought about Tang San in the garden and Xiao Wu on the bench and Ning Rongrong running her 10th treasure calibration without knowing what she was building toward. I'll continue as an aide, he said. The classroom work continues. Flinder looked at him. You understand that formally you cannot set curriculum, or, I understand. In practice, I'll develop the lesson frameworks informally and present them to whichever certified instructor is willing to formally adopt them. He paused. I'll ask Zhao Wuji. Flender blinked. Elder Zhao has been resistant. He's been evaluating. There's a difference. Wei Liang picked up the document and read it one more time. He's been evaluating, and what he's seen has been shifting his assessment. I'll ask him this afternoon. He signed the acknowledgement portion of the document and returned it to Flender. Walking back to the classroom for the afternoon session, he noticed that he felt a specific kind of steady that he associated with situations where the external pressure was high and the internal logic was clear. The demotion removed formal authority. It did not remove the work. The students were making progress. The work continued. Authority was a mechanism. The mechanism had just changed. He would use the one available. But in the corridor, walking back toward the classroom, he ran through the calculation one more time. Zhao Wuji had not been asked yet. Zhao Wuji was a proud man who valued institutional standing, who had spent 14 years defending Shrek's methods against every outside challenge. Asking him to formally front a curriculum designed by a man who had just been demoted to aide was asking him to take on Wei Liang's target. There was no guarantee he would say yes, and if he declined, the work of 17 days became something done by a person with no official standing, producible in no official record, attributable to nothing. The rank numbers would be undeniable but unanchored. Chen Xian would use that. Wei Liang walked faster, and the question of whether he would reach Zhao Wuji before his last source of institutional standing disappeared entirely was not one he had an answer to yet. Chapter 19. The students found out at dinner. Wei Liang had not planned to tell them himself. The demotion was an administrative matter, and his instinct was to let the work speak for itself and handle the institutional machinery without involving the classroom. But Ning Rongrong had a family contact at Spirit Hall's administrative branch in the city, and the contact had seen the document in transit, and by evening meal Ning Rongrong knew, and by the time the evening meal was half done, everyone knew. Dai Mubai was the first to come to Wei Liang's room. He knocked, which was itself an unusual courtesy from Dai Mubai, and when Wei Liang opened the door, Dai Mubai said without preamble, "Is it true?" "Yes." Dai Mubai looked at him. "What does it mean in practice?" "It means I can't formally set curriculum or evaluate progress. I can still be present, still work with you individually. The sessions can continue under a different formal structure." Wei Liang stepped back from the door. "Come in if you want." Dai Mubai came in. He looked at the papers on the desk, lesson plans, progress notes, the stack of individual student files, with an expression that was processing something. "You're going to ask Elder Zhao to front it," he said. "I'm going to ask him to formally adopt the framework, yes. It would be his curriculum. And if he says no, then I find another option." Wei Liang sat down at the desk. "The situation is not ideal, but it isn't the end of the work unless we let it be." Dai Mubai sat down in the chair near the wall, which meant he was planning to stay for a conversation rather than a check-in. "You could resign," he said. "The demotion is, there's a case that it's beneath your actual contribution. Resigning doesn't serve the students. Continuing does." Wei Liang looked at him. "Is the group concerned?" "Concerned is one word. What's the other word?" Dai Mubai's expression shifted towards something that was not his usual controlled read. "Angry," he said. "Tang San is angry in the specific way he gets angry where he doesn't show it. Xiao Wu is upset. Oscar has opinions about institutional fairness. Ma Hongjun has already said 3 specific sentences that I will not repeat because they were unreasonable but not entirely wrong." A pause. "Ning Rongrong is furious and has been writing letters. Tell her to hold the letters for now." Dai Mubai looked at him. "You're not going to mobilize them." "Not yet. Their energy is better spent on the training. The 30-day evaluation is in 13 days. The rank numbers are the strongest argument available. I need them focused." A long pause. "That," Dai Mubai said slowly, "is an oddly patient response to being demoted." "Patience is a resource allocation decision," Wei Liang said. "Right now patience is the highest return option." Dai Mubai stood. At the door he stopped without turning. "For what it's worth," he said, "I didn't think you'd last the first week. I told Tang Sen I gave you 10 days. Wei Liang said, "What do you give me now?" A pause. "I don't know," Dai Mubai said. "That's the honest answer. And I don't usually not know." He left. Wei Liang turned back to his papers, noted the day's session observations, and began drafting his request to Zhao Wuji, a request that, if refused, would leave 13 days of work invisible and the performance review without a name to stand behind it. Chapter 20. Tang Sen broke through to rank 30 on day 22. It happened in the morning meditation session, during the intake breathing work, with the characteristic lack of drama that defined Tang Sen's cultivation events. No visible surge, no sound, no flash of released spirit energy. One moment, he was at rank 29.8 by the system's running calculation. The next moment, the internal structure had reorganized itself, and the mentor system registered the advancement with a notification that was quieter than Wei Liang expected for a breakthrough of that magnitude. Asterisk student Tang San, rank advancement, 2930. Soul ancestor threshold achieved. Advancement rate, 3.1 ranks beyond standard projection. Mentor points awarded, 87, asterisk 87 points. The largest single award he had received. He held his composure through the remainder of the morning session. When it ended and the students dispersed to their midday break, he sat at his desk and opened the mentor system interface. Total mentor points, 94. He opened the shop. The purchases he had been planning were ready. He reviewed each option one more time with the precision that the decision deserved, then confirmed. The sessions for the next week were already mapped. The 30-day evaluation was 8 days away. With 94 points now banked and spent across upgrades that would compound over the coming sessions, the rank advancement numbers for the evaluation would be what he needed them to be. He closed the interface. The corridor outside his classroom had the late morning quiet of a mid-session break. He walked to the window that looked over the practice field. Lu Yin was in the courtyard below. She was not in the practice field. She was standing on the path that led from the main gate to the administration building, and she had stopped. She was holding a notebook. Not her official evaluation notebook, a smaller personal one, and she was looking at it in the way that Wei Liang could read at this distance as someone standing at the edge of a decision they have not yet crossed into. She had her pen in her hand. She looked at the notebook for another moment. Then she closed it without writing anything and stood on the path, very still, looking toward the classroom building. Wei Liang stepped back from the window. He did not know what she had been writing, what she had decided not to write, or what decision she had made while standing on that path. He did not know if the official report to Spirit Hall had been submitted, modified, or was still pending. He did not know if she would come back tomorrow. What he did know was that the mentor system's 94 points were now invested. Tang San had crossed a threshold that would make the 30-day evaluation numbers undeniable, and something in Lu Yan's stillness on the path below had the quality of a tide that has reached its furthest point and paused before it turns. He went to his desk, opened his lesson plans for the next week, and began to work. The 30 days were not over. The work was never over. But this morning, standing at a classroom window with the system's quiet hum in the back of his mind and 7 students whose futures were becoming, day by day, more than what anyone had projected, Wei Liang allowed himself the specific satisfaction of a problem that was harder than expected and was going in the right direction anyway. It was enough. End of Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Story 67. I Run Shrek Academy Part 1. Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40. Chapter 21, the Jade Clarity Pulse felt different to deploy than the description in the mentor shop had suggested. Wei Liang had read the system's description carefully the night before, twice. A passive field enhancement that increased the sensitivity of spirit power absorption channels within a 5-meter radius, reducing the friction that caused most cultivators to lose 30 to 40% of available ambient spirit energy during accumulation cycles. In theory, a clean explanation with no ambiguity. In practice, watching the field take hold across 7 students simultaneously was something he had not fully anticipated. He had activated it at 6:29 in the morning, 1 minute before the session, letting the field settle into the practice room's ambient energy before the students arrived. He wanted the adjustment in place rather than visibly deployed. When the Shrek 7 walked in and began the breathing routine, the change was apparent within the first 4 minutes. Oscar sat straighter. Not dramatically. The incremental shift of a person whose awareness has sharpened without their choosing it. Tang San paused mid-breath, and his eyes opened. He looked at the room slowly, tracking the edges of it, with the focused attention of someone who has detected a difference in the air and is deciding whether to name it. Dai Mubai said, at the 6-minute mark, "Something is different in here." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "What?" "I've made an adjustment to the practice environment. Continue the exercise." Dai Mubai continued. But the line of his jaw said the answer was insufficient, and he intended to revisit the point later. The mentor system registered changes across all 7 students within 20 minutes. Asterisk Jade Clarity Pulse Field active. Absorption efficiency increase. Oscar plus 14%. Ning Rongrong plus 12%. Xiaowu plus 10%. Ma Hongjun plus 9%. Tang San plus 8%. Zhu Zhuqing plus 11%. Dai Mubai plus 7%. Asterisk the percentages would compound over weeks. 7 people at the combined efficiency gain were producing more cultivation progress per hour than they had been producing per day 6 weeks ago. That was the arithmetic that mattered, and Wei Liang ran it while watching Ning Rongrong's cultivation circulation improve in real time with a quality he had not seen from her since the precision calibration session. After the session ended and the students had dispersed to breakfast, Zhao Wuji appeared in the doorway. He had been absent from the morning meditation session for 2 days, a gap Wei Liang had noted without attaching immediate significance to. But his arrival now, notebook open and pen already uncapped, carried the quality of someone who had been preparing something. "I want an explanation," Zhao Wuji said. Precise, not angry. The voice of a diagnosis being offered. "For what specifically?" Wei Liang began gathering the session notes from each student's space. "The absorption metrics I observed this morning are inconsistent with what this group was producing 6 days ago. I know what standard improvement curves look like. I have measured them for 14 years. What I saw this morning is not a standard improvement curve." Wei Liang set down the notes. He looked at the room, the 7 empty seats, the morning light moving across the stone floor. "I've introduced a practice environment adjustment that improves absorption efficiency. It doesn't alter the students' spirit pathways or force intake beyond what their channels can safely handle. It reduces channel friction so the ambient energy that was already available to them is used more efficiently." Zhao Wuji wrote something. He looked at the page. "That's true, as far as it goes. It's all I can give you right now." He set down the session notes. "Not because I'm hiding the rest. I'm working toward giving you the complete picture when I have enough of it to be worth the telling. That's a different thing from concealment." Zhao Wuji's pen stopped. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that had the quality of a decision being weighed against itself. "I have been teaching here for 14 years, he said. "In that time I have seen 3 instructors dismissed for methodology problems. One of them had genuine results. He was dismissed because his methods couldn't be explained within the framework, and the administration needed a framework." Wei Liang waited. "I am not," Zhao Wuji said, "trying to be the 4th person who makes that mistake." He closed the notebook. "But I am not able to stop watching, and I'm not able to stop asking questions. That is my function here. I know." He looked at the field. "I'm counting on it. And that's not empty politeness." Zhao Wuji left without another word. The decision he had been forming went with him, still forming, and the notebook went with it, half full of observations Wei Liang very much wanted to read. Chapter 22. The second interrogation of the morning came from Zhu Zhuqing, which was both less expected and more substantive. She found him in the corridor between the combat application room and the main building during the midday break, standing in the particular way she stood when she had prepared for a conversation to go in a direction she did not prefer. Weight balanced, hands at rest, no wasted tension anywhere. "What did you do to the room this morning?" she said. "An absorption efficiency adjustment." He kept moving through the corridor. "Same answer I gave Elder Zhao." "Which is true and incomplete," Zhu Zhuqing said without pause. The response was so immediate that it was clearly not a deduction she had made in the corridor. She had been carrying it since the morning session. He let the silence hold for a moment. "Yes. Is it safe?" He had been expecting anger, or skepticism, or the particular interrogative pressure Tang Xin used when he wanted a complete answer. The directness of the safety question was something he had not anticipated, and he registered it. "It doesn't alter your spirit pathways," he said. "It doesn't force intake beyond what your channels can handle. Think of it as cleaning a pipe. The pressure of the water doesn't change, but less is lost to resistance. Your cultivation is doing the same work it was doing before. The environment is less obstructive." Zhu Zhuqing looked at him for a moment that was doing something more than listening. "You told me what you were doing when you adjusted my training in the 6th session," she said. "The full cycle breathing work. You told me before the session, not after. That's what I should have done. It's not what most instructors do." She paused. "I want you to tell me what you're changing before you change it. Going forward." "That's fair." He held the correction without deflecting it. "I should have established that from the beginning. I'll keep to it going forward." She held his gaze for another moment. Then, in the way she made everything that came after sound like a conclusion rather than a sentiment. "Dai Mubai is going to push harder now. He saw Tang Xin cross rank 30. He saw me cross rank 30. He will not accept being 3rd. His advancement isn't limited by effort." Wei Liang set down the session notes. The projection alignment issue in his right side channels is still partially unresolved. Pushing harder without the structural fix will produce diminishing returns above rank 36. I'll address it in next week's sessions. Zhu Zhuqing processed this. He won't accept that explanation from you. He doesn't need to accept it to benefit from it. Wei Liang picked up his notes. He accepted the annotation sheets. He accepted the formation analysis. He has a pattern of receiving accurate information well once it's demonstrated rather than stated. She considered this for a moment. That's a more patient position than most instructors would take. Patient positions tend to produce better outcomes than pressured ones, Wei Liang said. She looked at him one more time. Not the assessment look, not the professional detachment, but something in between that he filed as its own category. Then she returned to the main building, and Wei Liang noted, Zhu Zhuqing, establishing explicit consent framework for training changes. This is not resistance. It is precision. The deeper concern. Zhao Wuji's suspicion approaching the threshold where ambient adjustment stopped being an adequate explanation would arrive on its own schedule regardless of how well Wei Liang managed the immediate conversations. He prepared the afternoon session and let the concern take its proper place in the queue, but the queue was getting longer, and something, eventually, would have to give. Chapter 23. Lu Yan appeared at his door after the evening meal on a Tuesday, carrying the smaller notebook. Not the official Spirit Hall evaluation record, but the personal one he had seen her writing in on the path outside his window 3 weeks ago. She stood in the doorway with a quality that was neither tentative nor fully composed, and said, I have not submitted the condemnation report. Wei Liang stepped back from the door. Come in. She sat in the chair near the wall. He made tea on the small brazier he had claimed from the faculty common room. Making tea during difficult conversations was a habit that had outlasted his original world and appeared to work here as well. He handed her a cup and sat across from her. What stopped you? He asked. The data, she said, holding the cup with both hands. The precision calibration session. The debate structure. The fact that your students defend you not from loyalty to authority, but because of demonstrated results they have personally verified. She paused. None of that was in the report I was sent to write. What report were you sent to write? She said it plainly, without softening it. One that documented methodological irregularities sufficient to justify reclassifying this cohort to a supervised developmental track under direct Spirit Hall instructor oversight. The goal was not to understand your methods. It was to replace them with ones that could be monitored from Chun Xine's office. Wei Liang absorbed this without reaction. How close were you to filing it? 2 weeks ago, after the first session, the report was 80% written. She looked at the tea. After the precision calibration, I rewrote it. After the formation drill, I rewrote it again. After Zhu Zhuqing's rank advancement, I stopped rewriting and started reading it as if I were the person being investigated, looking for the places where the argument was dishonest. What did you find? That every irregularity cited could be more accurately described as an advancement pattern the framework wasn't designed to measure. She met his gaze directly. I have been writing reports like this for 3 years. I know when I'm building a case and when I'm describing a situation. This stopped being a case somewhere in the second week. They drank tea. What would you like to do instead? Wei Liang asked. Understand the method properly. Her voice was careful. Not the explanation you give Zhao Wuji or the framing you use in the classroom. The actual mechanism. I'm a trained assessor, and the improvement rates I've measured cannot be produced by the techniques you've described. He held the cup in both hands and considered what to give her. The full mechanism puts you in a difficult position with Spirit Hall, he said. I'm already in a difficult position, she said. I've been in it since the second session of my first visit. She set the cup down. The choice is between a difficult position with accurate information and a difficult position with incomplete information. I function better with the first. He told her what he had told Zhao Wuji, the ambient adjustment, the environmental modification, and then went a step further. The mechanism is something that came with me, a capacity that is mine specifically, that enhances what is already in the student rather than imposing anything on them. I can't teach it, and it's not replicable. Lu Yan looked at him steadily. You're describing something that exists outside the known frameworks. Yes. And you've been concealing it from a Spirit Hall inspector for 3 weeks. I've been managing how much information reaches Spirit Hall, he said. That's a different action. She looked at him for a long, precise moment. That tells me more than you think it does. I know, and less than I need. For now, he said. That will change. They sat while the evening settled around the building, and somewhere down the corridor a student ran the bell-like technique that Wei Liang had heard on his first day at Shrek. Still distant, still clean, a sound that had become, over weeks, part of what the place sounded like. I'll come back tomorrow, Lu Yan said when she stood to leave. You know where to find me, Wei Liang said. This time, when she left, she did not bother to entirely contain the thing that moved across her face in the last moment before she turned away, and Wei Liang logged it without acting on it, which was its own kind of act, and which told him something he wasn't sure how to use yet. Chapter 24. The joint training session was Lu Yan's proposal, and it was stated in the form of a request so technically precise that Wei Liang recognized it as the format of someone who wants to ensure the agreement is genuinely voluntary before accepting it. I want to experience the field adjustment while monitoring my own cultivation cycle, she said, during the Thursday morning break. I have a calibration method through my spirit that can provide objective data about what the field does at the absorption boundary. Which spirit function specifically? Wei Liang asked. The mirrored lotus can reflect and hold a cultivation pattern in short-term retention. It's typically used for technique copying, but the reflection function works on ambient energy signatures too. She paused. I want to see the field's actual structure, not its effects. He consented. They used the small practice room that afternoon. He activated the Jade Clarity Pulse, then watched Lu Yin settle into her cultivation posture with the precision of someone who had been training rigorously since before she could remember choosing otherwise. The mirrored lotus manifested at shoulder height, silver petals in a spiral arrangement, each one producing at its outer edge a faint mirror surface that caught the room's light and held it without reflection. The mirrors were still, waiting. Then, as Lu Yan's cultivation cycle deepened, the petals slowly rotated. She ran the cycle for 12 minutes in silence. At the end of the 12 minutes, she opened her eyes and said, "That is not ambient air quality." "No," Wei Liang said. "It's a structured field, targeted at the intake boundary of the absorption channel." She looked at the mirrored lotus, which was still slowly rotating. It felt like a guide current, like something that moved with the intake rather than pressuring it. She paused. My mirrored lotus reflected the field's energy signature. It's a cultivation-type energy, not a mechanical one. The source is you. Yes. Your scholar's lantern produces focus and calm as its baseline output. What I felt was significantly more sophisticated than that. She looked at him. This isn't 2 rings at rank 21. The stone measures combat output correctly. He kept his register steady. It doesn't measure a secondary function that operates on a different development track. He kept his voice level. The improvement the students are seeing is real. The mechanism is mine. I'm not weaponizing it against anyone. What it does is make better learning possible. Lu Yin was silent for a length of time. He did not rush. Then she said, the mirrored lotus retained a partial signature of the field. I can use it to calibrate my own cultivation for the next 36 hours. She paused. It won't replicate the full effect. The copy function is limited to technique structure, not the scale of output. But the partial signature will improve my absorption efficiency by 3 to 4%. That's not what I intended, Wei Liang said carefully. I know. I'm telling you because you need to know what my spirit can do, the same way I need to know what yours can. She deactivated the mirrored lotus. The silver petals folded and disappeared. We're both going to be operating with information the other person has. It's more efficient if we do it transparently. He held her gaze for a moment. She was applying the same logic she had used to extract honesty from him to the exchange of technical information. It was clean reasoning, and he respected it. All right, he said. What is your spirit's actual development level? She asked. Sufficient to protect my students, he said. Not sufficient to tell you a number with confidence. She stood. That's enough for now. She picked up her notebook. Tomorrow, show me the session with the adaptive formation protocol. I want to see the full structure, not the edited version. You'll see the full version. He paused. The editing stopped after your first visit. She paused at the door. Since when? Since you. She left without responding, but the pen was already open in her hand when she turned away. Chapter 25 Dai Mubai challenged Wei Liang to a sparring match on a Thursday, in front of everyone, with the formal brevity of someone making a serious request they have been preparing. I want to fight you, he said, during the combat application block. Here. Now. The class arranged itself into the audience configuration that combat challenges produce without instruction, a natural arrangement around the sparring area, with everyone equally visible. Oscar had paused mid-sausage. Tangsen had not moved. Wei Liang set down his clipboard. All right. Dai Mubai was a rank 34 White Tiger Spirit Master. He was fast, his combat instincts had been honed since childhood, and his White Tiger's pressure field was strong enough to affect Soul Masters 2 full ranks below him. He was a significantly better fighter than Wei Liang, by every conventional metric. Wei Liang had known this since day one and had been thinking about what to do with it since the annotation sheets. The purpose of this match was not the outcome. Dai Mubai attacked at 3/4 strength, already above what Wei Liang could fully address. The first exchange took 11 seconds. Wei Liang absorbed a glancing impact to his right shoulder, redirected using the high-speed evasion footwork from the battle memory card he'd been practicing, and created enough distance to breathe. While he moved, he narrated. First exchange, your weight distribution going into the strike was rear-biased. You committed to the follow-through early, which means that any opponent with a control-type partner on your left flank would have a 4-second recovery window where your counter is exposed. He circled left. Again. Dai Mubai came again. Faster, with the White Tiger Vajra transformation active, and Wei Liang could not redirect the power cleanly. The impact caught his left arm. Second exchange. Your White Tiger pressure field activated at the same time as the Vajra transformation. You always do this together. It's been in your combat patterns since rank 28. Any opponent who has seen you fight once knows the pressure field is the tell for a Vajra strike. They can begin reading the attack before it arrives because the pressure field is the announcement. Dai Mubai stopped. He stood 3 meters away with the white tiger's golden aura still active around his forearms. The look on his face was the specific one Wei Liang had been watching for. Not anger, but the focused absorption of a person confronting a flaw they did not know existed and immediately calculating what it will cost to carry it further. I've been doing that since rank 28, he said. It was never flagged because the combination is powerful. The pressure field and the Vajra transformation together are more effective than either alone. But the combined tell is a liability against anyone sophisticated enough to read it, and every title duo worth the rank will read it. The class was very still. Tang San was writing something. Come at me again, Wei Liang said. This time, separate the activations. Dai Mubai came again with the activations separated. The strike was fractionally slower because the combination was unfamiliar in its separated form, but it was genuinely harder to read, and Wei Liang, having used both his defense cards in the previous exchanges, had no reserves. He took the follow-up hit cleanly. He sat down on the training ground. Good, he said. You let me hit you, Dai Mubai said. I ran out of options. You hit me because your technique improved faster than my ability to compensate for it in real time. That is the outcome I was working toward. Wei Liang looked up at him from the flagstones. You identified a 4-year technical signature problem, understood it in 1 exchange, and corrected it in 2 attempts. The bruised shoulder is a reasonable price for that outcome. The class was quiet. Ning Rongrong was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that had something new in it. Oscar set down the sausage entirely. Ma Hongjun, for once, had nothing to say. Dai Mubai stood over him for a moment. Then he offered his hand. Wei Liang took it, stood, and handed him the clipboard with the next session's drill notes. Dai Mubai took the notes without looking at him, which was its own kind of acknowledgement, and neither of them named what came next. Chapter 26. Oscar reached rank 25 on the 14th day of the month. The notification came through the mentor system during the early morning practice, clean and specific. Asterisk student Oscar, rank advancement, 24-25. Mentor points awarded, 31. Advancement rate, 1.8 ranks beyond standard projection. Asterisk then, a second notification that Wei Liang had not seen in this form before. Asterisk milestone bonus. Rank 25 threshold reached. Battle memory card, type, technique, evolved guard, unlocked. Asterisk he waited until the session ended before opening the card privately. The technique was labeled an evolved version of the perfect guard stance. The same guard structure he had been practicing, but with the energy load-bearing points shifted inward, allowing the stance to absorb a single hit from a soul master up to rank 35 rather than the previous ceiling of rank 30. The difference was structural, not mechanical. Understanding it required unpacking the energy distribution framework entirely and rebuilding it around the new load points. He practiced it that evening alone, against the practice posts in the corner of the empty training ground. The first hour was poor. The new distribution pattern was counterintuitive because it felt weaker in the defensive moment despite being stronger at impact. He spent the second hour forcing himself to trust the structure rather than the feeling. By the end of the third hour, he could execute the technique reliably against simulated impacts up to rank 32. The rank 35 ceiling would require another week. Oscar's advancement 3 months ahead of projection was, Wei Liang had decided, the result he was most personally satisfied with. The irregular sleep habits from the bloodline insight reading had been the simplest intervention to address. He had designed a recovery protocol that integrated rest into the training structure rather than treating it as a gap. The rest protocol had improved Oscar's absorption efficiency over a 6-week period in a way that no training modification alone would have, because sleep was where a large portion of cultivation processing occurred, and everyone treated it as a pause rather than an active phase. The sausage maker with the underestimated spirit was advancing at a rate that would put him significantly ahead of projections. The mentor system showed Wei Liang his current balance, 183 points. He opened the shop and looked at the soul resonance field again. 200 MP. He was 17 points short. One more breakthrough. One more student crossing a threshold they hadn't been expected to cross for months. He closed the shop and looked at the training schedule for the next 2 weeks, calculating which of the remaining students was closest to a natural advancement moment and what he could do to ensure the conditions were right, not to force it, but to ensure nothing preventable was in the way. The answer was Ma Hongjuan's emotional regulation work. That was the next threshold, and the cultivation advancement that would follow it was already waiting on the other side of the fire control problem. He wrote the next week's plan around it. The specific design was this. He would increase the intensity of the cultivation sessions by 15% across the board, not by adding time, but by improving the quality of attention in the existing blocks. For Ma Hongjun specifically, the 3-hour sustained exercise would be followed immediately by a combat drill at medium-range fire application, connecting the emotional calibration he was building to the practical output it was supposed to serve. The link between the training and the application was the piece most instructors missed. They built the skill in isolation and then expected it to transfer to pressure situations automatically. Wei Liang had seen, in the inter-squad match, what happened when the transfer was assumed rather than practiced. The 17 missing points would come from whoever crossed the next threshold first. He thought it would be Ma Hongjun. He hoped it would be Ma Hongjun because the soul resonance field unlocked at 200 points, and what that field would do to the collective cultivation rate of 7 developing prodigies was, even conservatively estimated, the kind of compounding return that would change the calculus of every conversation about whether the methods were worth the institutional friction. He closed his notes and looked at the ceiling of his small faculty room. On the floor above him, at least 2 students were still awake. He could track the cultivation pulses through the building's ambient energy field when the scholar's lantern was active, which it was, running at low output as a passive field rather than a directed one. Tang Sen was meditating. Oscar had fallen asleep with a book from the shape of the cultivation signature. He let the lantern dim and went to sleep, because whatever Chen Xian was building in the administration wing had not stopped, and would not stop, while Wei Liang slept. Chapter 27. The letter from Duke Ning Fengji arrived on a Thursday, addressed to Ning Rongrong through the Academy's official correspondence channel. Dean Flinder passed Wei Liang a transcription at breakfast with the bearing of a man who has read something professionally relevant, wants to ensure the relevant parties have the information, and would prefer not to be named as the one who passed it along. Wei Liang read the transcription. It was formal and measured and unambiguous in the way that things written by people with significant leverage tend to be. Concerns had reached the Duke's office about methodological irregularities at Shrek. He requested Ning Rongrong's return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan for supervised development under family oversight. When does she need to respond? Wei Liang asked. 7 days from receipt. Flinder folded his hands. Her copy was delivered this morning. Wei Liang went to class. He said nothing to Ning Rongrong about the letter during the morning session. He observed her during the precision cultivation block and noted that her performance was equal to her recent standard, which meant she either hadn't read the letter yet or she had read it and was choosing not to let it affect the session. Both were possible. Both said something. At midday, he found her in the study alcove off the main hall, letter in hand, with the expression of someone standing between 2 fears and weighing which is less manageable. He sat down across from her and waited. My father wants me to come home, she said. I know. He thinks something is wrong with the training here. He's concerned about methods he can't observe, Wei Liang said. From the outside, anomalous advancement can look like harm. The concern is legitimate even if the conclusion isn't. Ning Rongrong looked at the letter. What do you think I should do? That's not my choice to make, Wei Liang said. I'll tell you what I observe. The training we've been doing here has moved you past a support calibration ceiling you had been approaching for a year without clearing. The 10th treasure potential we've been building toward requires specific groundwork that is being laid correctly. If you leave now, that groundwork is incomplete and may not be reconstructible under a different training approach. He paused. That's the objective picture. The decision is yours. She held the letter for another moment, looking at it with the expression he had come to recognize as her working through something face. Not the polished surface, but the real one underneath. At home I have people who tell me what to do with my spirit, she said. Here I know why it works the way it does. The difference is larger than I expected it to be. It usually is, Wei Liang said, once you've experienced it. My father will come to check on me, she said. When he comes, he will expect to see something that justifies the methods. When he comes, he'll see what you've built. That's the best justification available, and it's real, which is better than any documentation. She folded the letter neatly and set it on the table beside her training notes. I'll write the response tonight, she said. My own words, not a coach version. Good, Wei Liang said. She stood, picked up both documents, and walked back toward the main corridor. There was something different in the way she moved that afternoon. Not dramatic, not performed, but settled. As if the weight she had been carrying had been redistributed into a configuration she could carry properly instead of one she had been handed and told not to drop. Wei Liang watched her go and noted, Ning Rongrong. First independent decision of significance made without consultation. The arc begins today. Whether it was the right arc was a question she would have to answer herself sooner than either of them expected. Chapter 28. Zhu Zhuqing crossed rank 30 on a Wednesday, during the cultivation circulation block at 7:14 in the morning. The mentor system registered it precisely. Asterisk student Zhu Zhuqing, rank advancement, 2930. Soul ancestor threshold achieved. Advancement rate, 2.3 ranks beyond standard projection. Mentor points awarded, 71. Asterisk she was the second student to cross the threshold behind Tang San. Her face, when she recognized the shift in her own cultivation structure, showed nothing to the group. She maintained the breathing cycle for another 4 minutes after the breakthrough, ending it with the completeness of someone finishing something they set out to do. Wei Liang logged it in his records and said nothing publicly. The other students noticed. Tang San's eyes tracked to Zhu Zhuqing at the moment of the shift, but the morning session continued. At the midday break, Zhu Zhuqing found him at the practice field fence. She stood beside him without preamble and looked at the training ground where Oscar and Ma Hongjun were running an individual drill. The full-cycle breathing work, she said. Yes, that was the primary driver. It was the right intervention. A pause. I was preparing to ask you last week whether you had my consent to adjust the training pattern. I decided the question was less important than the outcome. The question should have come first. He meant it. Urgency is not a justification for bypassing consent, and I misjudged that trade-off. It won't happen again. She absorbed this without either dismissing it or accepting it with performance. The outcome was correct, she said. The process had a gap. Both are true. Both are true, he agreed. A pause. Then, Dai Mubai noticed. She did not look at him. He saw the advancement register. He'll push harder. His advancement isn't limited by effort. He kept his voice level. The structural issue in his projection channels is still partially unresolved. Increased effort without the structural fix will produce diminishing returns above rank 36. I've planned the correction work for next week. Zhu Zhuqing processed this. He had noticed, the same quality Tang San had when receiving technical information. She absorbed it fully before responding rather than reacting to the emotional surface of it. He won't hear that from you without evidence, she said. He doesn't need to hear it. He needs the training sessions that address it. The framework will convince him, not the explanation. Another pause. The training ground in front of them was busy. Ma Hongjun ran a fire output drill with the measured focus he'd been showing since the 3-hour sustained exercise. Oscar corrected his own formation position after a mistake and redid the sequence without comment. You know each person's ceiling, Zhu Zhuqing said. I have projections for all of you. And you don't share them. The training implications, yes. The numbers themselves, no. He watched the drill. Ceiling figures aren't motivational tools. People who know their projected maximum tend to organize their effort around reaching that number rather than exceeding it. Zhu Zhuqing processed this with the same silence. She gave everything that required her full internal attention. Then, in the careful economy of someone for whom approval was not a currency, she spent casually. That is the right decision. Wei Liang noted it without showing that he had. He also noted that this was the second direct statement of validation she had offered, the first being the observation that his consent gap had been real, but the outcome had been correct. Zhu Zhuqing did not offer this kind of statement reflexively. She offered it when she had tested the thing and found it standing, and the fact that she was offering it twice in the same conversation meant that she had been testing. More than the single question about ceiling figures. She had been testing him. He looked at the training ground, where Ma Hongjun's fire output drill was proceeding with the measured quality that had replaced the erratic cycling of 6 weeks ago. The progress was visible even from this distance, not in the size of the flame, but in the consistency of it. A fixed note, held steadily, for the duration of the drill. Thank you, Wei Liang said, meaning both statements. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him once more, a brief, direct look that acknowledged the thanks without elaborating on it, and walked back toward the main building. She had gotten what she came for. So had he, but what he had gotten was not what he had expected to find in this conversation, and the difference between the two was something worth sitting with for a while. Chapter 29. The Spirit Hall inspectors arrived on a Tuesday, during the first session of the 4th week, without advance notice to anyone's official knowledge. Wei Liang had anticipated something like this. He had been monitoring Flinder's administrative correspondence patterns, an unusual silence in the regular Spirit Hall regional communications for 4 days running, the kind of gap that sometimes preceded a non-standard visit. Over the weekend, he had designed a session that would be, under any audit framework, categorically and technically irreproachable. The session he taught that Tuesday was a theory of cultivation module drawn directly from the Spirit Hall certified curriculum. Topic: Spirit ring acquisition and the relationship between ring quality and long-term advancement trajectory. Delivery format: structured lecture with class discussion. Student participation: verbal and written, on topic, well measured. It was a genuinely good lesson. It was not representative of a single thing that had made Wei Liang's class unusual in the previous 4 weeks. He watched the two inspectors, a broad man with the measured movement of a trained high-rank combat soul master, and a woman whose note-taking format was the Spirit Hall standard audit structure, from the edge of his attention throughout the session. The man was reading the student's physical presentation, posture, attention density, the subtle signs of cultivation level a trained observer can read without instruments. The woman was tracking lesson delivery for methodological deviations. Tang San contributed to the discussion with technical precision at exactly the level of depth appropriate to a rank 30 soul ancestor. Nothing more, nothing less. His observations were correct and showed good grounding and demonstrated exactly the cultivation knowledge the standard curriculum would expect him to have developed. The contribution was immaculate in its normalcy. Ning Rongrong asked a thoughtful question about support type ring selection criteria at rank 30. Dai Mubai answered it before Wei Liang could, which was technically spontaneous student participation. Oscar raised his hand and asked whether sausage-type spirits were systematically underrepresented in the Spirit Hall research database, and whether that created a gap in best practice guidance for food-type cultivators. Wei Liang answered with complete academic seriousness and spent 3 minutes on the genuine pedagogical question, which was real. Oscar had, instinctively, created a 3-minute buffer of completely normal classroom activity that would fill any auditor's notes. The inspectors left after 2 hours. At the door, the male inspector paused. He looked at the students still at their desks finishing notes. 7 people applying focused effort to genuinely routine material, with the expression of a person who has not found what they were looking for and is uncertain whether that means it isn't there or whether it means the location is wrong. He left without speaking. After the door closed, Tang San raised his head from his work. He looked at Wei Liang across the classroom. Wei Liang returned the look without speaking. What passed between them required no words, and would not have been visible to any inspector regardless of their training or their instruments, which was precisely why it could exist, and why it was more than enough. Xiao Wu, who had been writing notes during the session with the careful attention of someone who was also watching everything else, caught Wei Liang's eye from the second row. Her expression held a question she was filing away rather than asking. She would ask it tonight or tomorrow, and the answer would be the same one he had given everyone else. Incomplete, honestly so, and as full as the situation allowed. Ma Hongjun had been the best normal student in the class today. His cultivation theory contribution had been textbook accurate and deliberately unremarkable. Wei Liang noted this in his session records with a line that read, * Ma Hongjun demonstrates first application of situational awareness in classroom context. Instinct operating correctly. * 3 weeks ago, Ma Hongjun would have asked something loud and genuine and memorable, and it would have been exactly the kind of memorable that an audit framework would notice. Today he had read the room before entering it and adjusted without being told. That, too, was a form of growth, and a form that the rank measurement stone would never capture. The afternoon session would be different. The inspectors were gone. Wei Liang walked to the board, erased the morning's notes, and began writing the actual lesson for the afternoon, the one that bore no resemblance to what the auditors had just recorded, and which was the only one that mattered. Chapter 30. Lu Yin found Wei Liang in the faculty library that evening, where he sat reviewing the Spirit Hall audit framework documentation obtained from Flinders Administrative Archive. She placed herself across from him without invitation, which had become her standard practice over the previous 2 weeks, and which Wei Liang had stopped finding notable and started finding useful. The inspection was a warning shot, she said. I know. Chen Xian approved it directly from his office. The operational detail, no advance notice, 2-person deployment, standard audit format, is consistent with the protocol his division uses for preliminary evidence gathering rather than formal investigations. He's building supplementary documentation, Wei Liang said. He expects the formal inquiry response to be adequate enough to block immediate action but insufficient to close the case. The supplementary documentation gives him something to escalate with when he needs it. She opened her notebook to a page of her own notes. He'll need something more concrete than today's session. The inspectors found nothing unusual. That doesn't end it. It tells him the preparation happened. Because Tang San's class participation was flawless but characterless, Wei Liang said. She nodded. He is not a person who performs at average. When he performs at average, it is a performance. She looked at her notes. You have someone in the scheduling office. A student's family member. You knew about the visit before it happened. He had not said this to her. He had not said it to anyone. I'm an assessor, she said. People who know things they shouldn't have had time to know are recognizable. She met his gaze. I'm not reporting this. I want to know if you trust me with operational information. The question was precise. He took its measure and the measure of the person asking it. Not yet, he said. Not because I distrust you. Because the foundation hasn't been built long enough for the kind of risk that sharing operational information creates. That changes as the foundation grows. He paused. That's the honest answer, not the polite one. I know the difference, she said. It's one of the reasons I asked. She stood and gathered her notes. At the door, she stopped. Chen Xian has a documented pattern of escalating from administrative action to operational pressure within 30 days of a formal inquiry response. You have approximately 16 days before the operational phase activates. She did not wait for him to respond. That is information I'm giving you without foundation requirements. Consider it an investment in the relationship you say we haven't built long enough. She left. Wei Liang sat with the silence she left behind. He looked at the space where she had been, then at the door, then at the audit framework documentation in front of him. Then he noted, Lu Yin has begun operating as if the alliance exists already, accepting the risk that entails without being asked. The question of what I owe this is overdue. He returned to the documentation. He worked through the audit framework methodically, marking the procedural thresholds at which Spirit Hall's operational escalation options activated, cross-referencing them against Flinder's position and the 7-day window Chen Xian had set. The timeline Lu Yin had given him, 16 days, aligned with one of the escalation thresholds, which meant her information was specific enough to have come from inside the operational process rather than from general knowledge of Spirit Hall's patterns. She had more direct access to Chen Xian's office than she had implied. She was using it to help him rather than to continue the inspection. That was a decision she had made without being asked, and the fact that she could frame it as self-interest didn't change what it cost her. He added one more line to his notes before closing them for the evening. The 16 days are real. Chen Xian's operational phase will be more direct than the administrative approach. Whatever I don't resolve in the next 2 weeks will be harder to resolve under operational pressure than it is now. He underlined the last sentence. The documentation went into the folder. The folder went into his bag. He worked for another 2 hours before the building's night watch made its first pass outside, and by the time he went to bed the operational phase was a fixed calendar point he could plan around. Though planning around it and having adequate plans were still, at this stage, two very different things. Chapter 31 The 3-hour sustained fire exercise was the most precisely designed training intervention Wei Liang had. Built since arriving at Shrek. He had spent 9 days on the framework before deploying it. The standard approach to Phoenix flame control, suppression, was wrong for Ma Hongjuan's bloodline type, and the bloodline insight data had been unambiguous on this point. The Phoenix bloodline's fire generation was fundamentally connected to emotional intensity. The flame was powered by feeling. Suppression training attempted to run an engine by restricting the fuel supply, rather than by developing a better combustion mechanism, which produced a cycle of containment and overflow that was not improving and never would improve. The correct intervention was calibration, not suppression. The goal was not to make the fire less responsive to emotion. It was to make the emotional-to-fire translation precise, to train Ma Hongjuan's internal ear for his own feeling until the output reflected intention rather than reflex. The exercise, a bucket of water, a corner of the practice field, and an instruction to maintain the Phoenix flame at a fixed medium output level while sitting completely still for 3 hours. Medium output, not minimum, which required suppression. Not maximum, which required intensity. The range that required active engagement without full pressure. Ma Hongjuan arrived at 6 in the morning carrying a small breakfast bowl and the specific patience of someone doing a favor they fully expect to find boring. He was not bored at the 2-hour mark. What the sustained medium exercise revealed, which Wei Liang had calculated in advance and watched arrive on schedule, was that medium output demanded something different from both extremes. It required holding the emotional engagement that powered the flame at a fixed level, running fully and continuously, without either increasing it or cutting it off. This was much harder than suppression and much harder than maximum intensity, because it required active awareness of the feeling itself as a controllable parameter rather than an uncontrollable force to be managed. At 2 hours and 40 minutes, Ma Hongjuan's face showed the specific expression Wei Liang had been watching for. Not effort. Not the specific tension of containment. Concentration, the quality of someone who is adjusting a thing by feel and finding the adjustments working. The Phoenix flame held. The bucket of water, 2 meters away, was undisturbed. At 3 hours, Wei Liang said, "In the exercise." Ma Hongjuan sat in the cooling air. He looked at the bucket for a long moment. Then he looked at his hands, where the Phoenix flame had been burning for 3 hours without incident. "I was holding the fire," he said, not proudly but with the specific surprise of a fact that turned out to be true. Yes, Wei Liang said. What did it feel like from inside? Ma Hongjun turned this over. Like I was playing a specific note, he said finally, and not letting it drift. Wei Liang noted this with the particular satisfaction that came when a student described an abstract training framework accurately in their own words, which was the indication that they had understood it rather than performed it. That's the model. He crossed his arms. The fire is an instrument. What we're training is your ear. He paused. You've just proven you can hold a specific note for 3 hours. That means you can hold it for 3 seconds in combat when it matters. But the 3-second version requires the 3-hour one first. We keep practicing the long version until the short one is automatic. Ma Hongjun looked at him. How long does the long version take? Until you can't hear the difference between 3 hours and 3 minutes, Wei Liang said. You'll know when that happens. Ma Hongjun considered this. Then he nodded once and stood up, stretching the considerable stiffness out of his back. He had sat still for 3 hours, and the posture had not broken. That, too, was a data point, pointing somewhere Tang San had not yet decided how to name. Chapter 32. The inter-squad match was Wei Liang's proposal and Lu Yan's arrangement, which meant the match itself had 2 observation layers operating simultaneously. He had proposed it during their Tuesday evening session, which had settled into a working meeting that occupied the professional framing and was becoming something more complicated underneath it. He said, I want to see the Shrek 7 tested by opponents who don't know their patterns and who were trained in a genuinely different system. Your East Sea students are the obvious choice. They know my patterns, Lu Yan said. They were trained under my direct instruction. That's why they're the right choice. They'll exploit anything your training methodology identifies, which is different from what mine identifies. The differential will show me things I can't see from inside the system. He paused. I also want you to watch both groups. If your assessment afterward tells you something different from mine, that information is worth more than anything I'd see alone. She had looked at him with the expression she used when deciding whether a proposal was as reasonable as it presented itself. The week after next, she said. I'll arrange the format. The match was refereed by Zhao Wuji, conducted on the main training ground, with the East Sea team of 5 arriving in good form. Their highest-ranked member was at rank 31. They operated a standard Spirit Hall certified combat formation, clean, disciplined, well-drilled. Lu Yan had trained them well. The Shrek 7 entered as a unit. The formation held for the first 4 minutes with excellent discipline. Tang San's territorial control was precise. Zhu Zhuqing's mobility disruption shut down the East Sea team's right flank approach cleanly. Ning Rongrong's precision support cycle allowed Dai Mubai to sustain pressure above his technical ceiling for 2 minutes. The structure was working. Then Ma Hongjun broke formation to chase a retreating East Sea opponent who had created a false gap in their position. The East Sea team captain, reading the break, pivoted the formation through the gap immediately. The Shrek formation absorbed the intrusion, but at real cost. Oscar had to redirect his support cycle. Ning Rongrong's rotation was disrupted by 2 seconds, and Tang San had to expand the territorial net to compensate, which thinned the control layer in the northeast quadrant. The Shrek 7 won. Zhao Wuji's assessment was decisive, but not dominant. Individual superiority had carried the outcome rather than formation excellence. Precisely the wrong direction for what Wei Liang was building. The win cost more than it should have. After the match, Lu Yan stood beside him at the observation line. Your formation structure is better than mine as a system design, but the formation discipline is not as strong as your theory would predict. Ma Hongjun, Wei Liang said. He reads an emotional trap and responds before the tactical decision. Your East Sea team captain set that up deliberately. I know. She trained under you. Lu Yan paused. I taught her to read emotional tells in opponents. It's an underused layer. Wei Liang turned to look at her. You trained your students to read emotional patterns as tactical information. When the emotional pattern is consistent, it's as readable as a physical tell. More reliable. In some ways, people change their technique under pressure. Their emotional response patterns change more slowly. Wei Liang noted this in his internal file on Lu Yan under a heading he had not used before. Sees things I don't look for. He filed it there, alongside everything else she had given him that he hadn't asked for, and wondered, not for the first time, what she had filed about him. Chapter 33. The debrief session ran for 90 minutes and covered 2 subjects. The formation break and the question of why a dominant win had been converted into a narrow one, and Wei Liang ran it without assigning blame, because blame was not the mechanism that produced improvement. He described what had happened. He used Ma Hongjuan's name in the description the way you use a location in a map, as information, not judgment. The formation break happened at a specific moment, triggered by a specific bait, and the cascading effect was predictable from the formation structure. Ma Hongjun sat in the debrief circle with the specific, contained quality Wei Liang had come to read as his version of guilt. He had understood the problem before Wei Liang spoke. The win was real, Wei Liang said. I want to be clear about that. 5 people held the formation under pressure and compensated for a disruption effectively. That's the direct result of the past 3 weeks of adaptive protocol work, and it mattered. Without the protocol, the formation would have fractured and the match would not have been won. He let that settle. The gap that created the problem is not a personnel fault. It's a design gap that I need to address. He drew the revised protocol on the board. When the formation's pressure node, the person most likely to respond individually under emotional load, exits the structure, the anchor triggers a specific recovery sequence. Xiao Wu calls the formation pullback and Ning Rongrong applies a recovery support cycle to cover the gap while the position resets. He drew it out. This doesn't require the pressure node to be different from what they are. It designs around the actual truth of the formation. Ma Hongjun looked up. You're designing a formation that functions when I make that specific mistake. I'm designing a formation that accounts for the most common high-pressure failure mode of Phoenix Bloodline combat response, which is a known characteristic, not a character flaw, and which will appear in any battle that involves genuine emotional stakes. Wei Liang looked at the group. The formation that breaks when one person fails is fragile. The formation that adapts to one person's failure is resilient. We want the second one. The silence that followed was not shame. It was the silence of people absorbing an idea they had not seen before, that a weakness could be built into the architecture rather than simply suppressed. Oscar said, slowly. So the formation gets stronger by accounting for the mistake rather than by trying to prevent it. That's the design goal, Wei Liang said. He looked at each person at the table once before closing his notes. Good match. The win was real. The work is real. Next time the win should be decisive, and the decisive version is already visible in the formation we're about to practice. Tang Sen had been quiet through most of the debrief, which was his usual mode when he was integrating rather than contributing. As the group stood to disperse, he said to Wei Liang, the adaptive protocol, you designed it before the match. Before the match day, Wei Liang confirmed. I'd been planning for it since the day I wrote the formation framework. You planned for Ma Hongjuan's specific failure mode before you had evidence it would happen. I had evidence. He turned back to the formation diagram on the table. The bloodline insight gave me the mechanism. The inter-squad match gave me the specific trigger. The design was waiting for the data to confirm it. Tang Sen considered this. His expression was the one he used for things he was filing under a category he hadn't yet named, and he said nothing more about it. But the category was growing, and whatever label he eventually attached to it would have implications Wei Liang was watching for. Go practice the new protocol, Wei Liang said. They went. The debrief area emptied. Wei Liang sat alone with his notes for a moment, and the honest thought he allowed himself was this. The adaptive protocol was good, the formation work was genuine, and the Shrek 7 were building something real, but in 7 days Chun Xion's window would close and the next escalation would come regardless of how clean the formation ran, and Wei Liang did not yet know what shape it would take. Chapter 34. The accusation came from the East Sea team captain, Fong Wei, in the corridor between the training ground and the main building, delivered loudly enough that both teams heard every word. You had prior intelligence on our team, Fong Wei said. She was addressing Wei Liang directly, with the flatness of a person who has been sitting with an irritation for 3 hours and has reached the point where the social cost of saying it feels acceptable. You positioned your formation to exploit specific weak points that you couldn't have identified from observation during the match. Our tactical gaps are not publicly documented. You had a source. The East Sea Academy's training structure is in the Spirit Hall documentation archive as a standard submission, Wei Liang said. I used the public record. The public record doesn't include individual patterns. Your team exploited Ma Hongjuan's emotional tell in the second exchange. That's not from a document. That's from someone watching us train. My own student's emotional pattern is something I observed within the context of the match itself, Wei Liang said. I used that observation to counsel him about what opponents will read. That's not surveillance. That's instruction. Fong Wei stepped closer. Her voice lowered but didn't lose its edge. What exactly are you? The question was genuine, not rhetorical, not aggressive. She had seen something in the match that didn't fit the standard categories, and she was asking a real question about what category to put it in. Wei Liang said, a teacher. He said it without weight, without performance, the same register he used for any factual statement. The purpose of teaching is to understand students well enough to help them develop past their current limitations. That means understanding their patterns, including the ones they haven't noticed themselves. I do that for my students. I observe it in other teams when the situation calls for it. That is the job. Lu Yan, standing at the corridor's edge with a composed expression, said, "The match results are valid under standard format rules. There are no grounds for a formal objection." Fang Wei looked at Lu Yan, then at Wei Liang, then at the two teams arranged in the corridor behind her. She made the calculation a person makes when they realize they have made their point as strongly as the moment supports. She left. Wei Liang watched her go. What Fang Wei had detected was real. The thing she'd been trying to name, the feeling of being read more thoroughly than any standard assessment accounted for, was a genuine consequence of what Wei Liang was doing, and naming it surveillance was an attempt to put a framework around something that didn't fit neatly into available frameworks. He could not fault the instinct, even if the label was wrong. What troubled him was not Fang Wei's accusation. It was that the next person to ask that question would be asking it from a position of institutional authority, and the answer would need to be considerably more than a teacher. He spent a few minutes in the now-emptied corridor, thinking about what that answer looked like. The honest version, a system he had arrived with, that operated outside the known frameworks, that produced results through mechanisms he could not fully explain even to himself, was not an answer that would satisfy Chun Xian or protect the students or secure Shrek's position. The practical version, teaching, rigorously applied, was true but incomplete, and incomplete answers in high-stakes institutional contexts tended to be read as lies rather than as partial truths. What he needed was a version of the truth that was complete enough to satisfy the questioner and specific enough to be verifiable. He had not yet worked out what that version was. Lu Yan fell into step beside him as he walked back toward the main building. She did not speak immediately. After a moment, "She wasn't wrong." "No," Wei Liang said. "She was right about the observation and wrong about the category. The distinction matters to you." "Surveillance implies intent to harm," Wei Liang said. "Understanding implies intent to help. The mechanism is similar. The purpose is different." Lu Yan considered this. Chen Xian will make the same argument Fang Wei made, with more formal documentation behind it. When that happens, the distinction between surveillance and understanding will need to be made in front of people who have already decided which category they prefer. "I know," Wei Liang said. "I'm working on the argument." She did not say work faster. The timeline implied it loudly enough that saying it would have been redundant. Chapter 35. The end-of-week conversation with Zhao Wuji happened at the edge of the practice field in the last of the afternoon light, and it was not scheduled and did not require one. Zhao Wuji had been standing at the field fence for 20 minutes before Wei Liang finished the individual cultivation feedback session and came to stand beside him. They watched the Shrek 7 run the adaptive formation protocol. The protocol had been in place for 3 days and was already cleaner than the version that had run on match day. "You have one strong student," Zhao Wuji said. "I have 7, Wei Liang replied, because this was true and it needed to be said each time Zhao Wuji said the other thing. "The formation development and the individual development are accelerating simultaneously," Zhao Wuji said. He had his arms folded, his gaze on the practice ground. "In my 14 years, I have not seen those two arcs move at the same rate. Standard training produces a trade-off. You are not trading off. The formation work accelerates individual development because team coordination requires each person to understand their own function more precisely. The individual work accelerates the formation because each person is better at their specific role." Wei Liang looked at the field. The two arcs feed each other when the design connects them correctly. Zhao Wuji considered this for a while. On the field, Xiao Wu executed the anchor recovery pivot and Ning Rongrong's support cycle slotted into place with the timing Wei Liang had been targeting since the match. 2 seconds, clean, no disruption of the outer formation layer. "I have concluded," Zhao Wuji said, "that I don't yet have sufficient grounds for concern." "That's good to hear. It's not an endorsement. It's a provisional holding position." He turned to look at Wei Liang directly. "What would move me from provisional to affirmative is results sustained across 2 more months, with the advancement rates holding and no observable student harm. That's what I need before I will write anything formally." 2 months, Wei Liang said. 2 months, Zhao Wuji confirmed. He looked back at the field. On the training ground, Ma Hongjun ran the sustained medium output fire exercise in the background drill, his phoenix flame burning at the specific fixed pitch Wei Liang had been building toward for 2 weeks. "Your fire student has improved," Zhao Wuji said. Something in his voice had changed registers. "He's been working at it," Wei Liang said. "I know," Zhao Wuji said. "I've been watching." He left for the evening shortly after. 2 months was a timeline Wei Liang could work with, but Chen Xian's operational phase was coming in 16 days, and the distance between those two numbers was a problem that needed solving before the 2 months became relevant. Wei Liang remained at the field fence after Zhao Wuji had gone. The training ground was emptying now, the students drifting toward the main building for the evening meal. He could see, from this position, the way the 7 of them moved as a group, not synchronized like a drill team, but tuned to each other's rhythms in a way that had not existed 6 weeks ago. Tang Sen naturally gave slightly more space to Oscar's movement arc Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing stayed at a consistent relative distance. Not close, exactly, but within a specific radius that spoke of a partnership that had stopped being accidental. Xiao Wu walked at the center, not deliberately, and the group arrayed itself around her in the formation's rest configuration without any of them choosing to. Wei Liang watched this and thought, whatever Chen Xian decides to do next, whatever Zhao Wuji's endorsement can and cannot accomplish, whatever the formal documentation produces, what was in the training ground right now, in those 7 people walking toward dinner, was not something that could be removed by a director's order or an inspector's notation. It was built. It was real. It would carry forward regardless. That did not solve the problem of 16 days, but it changed what losing would cost, and that was not nothing. Chapter 36 Chen Xian arrived at Shrek Academy on a Friday morning, unannounced. He appeared in Dean Flinder's office at 7, and the meeting lasted until 10. Wei Liang knew this because the administrative wing's window was visible from the classroom's far corner, and Flinder had not appeared for the standard morning faculty walkthrough. He taught the session normally. The students noticed the institutional tension in the building and said nothing during class, which was a discipline they had developed collectively over the past 3 weeks, and which Wei Liang found genuinely impressive. Flinder appeared at noon. He looked like a man who had won an argument he had not wanted to have, and was not certain the victory was worth the cost. "He wants you removed," Flinder said, in the corridor near the classroom. "Not a further reclassification. Physical removal from the premises. The demotion was insufficient because you have continued to operate effectively in the demoted role, and his original objective, preventing the methods from being applied, has not been achieved." "What grounds?" "Continued violation of Spirit Hall's certification requirements. Insufficient methodology documentation." And Flinder paused. "An allegation from an unnamed source that the cultivation advancement rates of your students cannot be explained by legitimate teaching methods." "Feng Wei. The source was not named to me. That is a reasonable inference." Flinder clasped his hands. "He has also stated that the annual subvention, the full annual allocation, not the supplementary amount, will be withheld pending a formal investigation if you remain on the premises." Wei Liang noted the escalation without visible change. The full annual subvention was approximately 8 times what the supplementary allocation represented. Shrek Academy could not sustain operations without it for more than a quarter. "What is your position?" he asked. Flinder faced him with the honest reluctance of a man who has arrived at a conclusion whose cost exceeds the cost of what it prevents. "My position is that the rank advancement records and Zhao Wuji's observation notes are the strongest evidence of genuine value I have seen in this institution in several years. My position is also that I cannot keep the academy operating without the annual subvention, and Chen Xian is aware of this." "How long before a decision is required?" 7 days. Wei Liang looked at the classroom door. Behind it, the sounds of the afternoon individual practice, the steady rhythm of cultivation work, unhurried and focused. 7 days. It was not enough time to solve the institutional problem. It was enough time to change the calculation of what solving it would cost, if the next week produced what he believed it could produce. He thought about the factors. Tang San at rank 30 was already documented. Zhu Zhuqing at rank 30 was documented. Dai Mubai approaching rank 35 was 3 days away at the current rate. If that breakthrough happened during Chen Xian's observation period, the director would be sitting in the observation area when a student cleared a threshold that standard projection had placed 4 months away. That was not a small result. That was the kind of result that changed the terms of the conversation even for someone who had already decided the conclusion. 7 days, Flinder said again. Not because he had forgotten he had said it, but because he was the person carrying the deadline and needed Wei Liang to share that weight. "I know," Wei Liang said. "I'll be ready." And then, because it was true and the dean deserved to hear it, "The students are ready. Whatever comes next, they've built something real in the past 6 weeks. That can't be erased by a demotion or a removal or a subvention threat. The work is in them now." Flinder looked at him for a moment with an expression that had more in it than the administrative relationship accounted for. Then he nodded and went back to his office, the 7-day clock still running, and Wei Liang still not knowing what Zhao Wuji would do when it ran out. Chapter 37 He told the students that evening, after dinner, in the classroom. He did not give them the full administrative picture. He gave them enough. There was external pressure on the academy. It came from someone with institutional leverage, and it was directed at the teaching method specifically. The Shrek 7 listened with the particular attention of people who have been anticipating this conversation and have decided in advance to hear it properly rather than react first. Tang Xin asked, "Is it Shin Xin?" "Yes." "What is he trying to accomplish?" "Control," Wei Liang said. From his position, development that happens outside Spirit Hall's authority is development he can't measure, leverage, or redirect. The objection is institutional, not personal. He doesn't know any of us as people. He knows us as a classification problem. Oscar said, "What do we do about it?" "Directly, genuinely, without deflection." "You train," Wei Liang said. "Exactly what you were going to do anyway. You don't change the work. You don't perform for anyone's observation. The strongest argument available is the one we've been building since week 1. The rank numbers, the formation development, the results that exist in documented form and can't be attributed to anything other than what happened here." He looked around the table. Shin Xian's leverage is financial. The only counter to financial leverage is a result that's too valuable to destroy. That result is you, what you've become in 6 weeks. We keep building it. Dai Mubai held his gaze for a long moment. "And if it doesn't work? Then I adapt to the situation that exists and find another way. The work continues regardless of what my title is or where I'm standing." Wei Liang kept his voice level. "That's not bravado. It's the honest answer," Ma Hongjun said. Without his usual theatrical energy, "It's not fair." "No," Wei Liang said. "It isn't. But fairness and effectiveness are different standards, and I work with what's available." He paused. "Go to bed. 6:30 tomorrow." They went. He stayed. He sat in the empty classroom for 20 minutes in the dark, with his notes on the desk in front of him and the problem of 7 days laid out in the space around him. The honest truth he had not told them was that he did not yet know whether it would work. He had the dossier plan, and he had Zhao Wuji's 2-month timeline, and he had Lu Yan's 16-day warning, and none of these 3 things aligned cleanly. Something was going to have to give, and he did not yet know which piece. He picked up the lesson notes and began planning tomorrow, because tomorrow was the day after tonight, and the day after tonight was when the work continued regardless of what the 6-day clock was doing. He thought about what Ma Hongjun had said. It's not fair. The statement was not wrong. The institutional response to results that exceeded projections, treating the excess as suspicious rather than valuable, was genuinely unfair in the specific way that institutional logic is frequently unfair. It serves the institution's measurement framework rather than the people being measured. Shin Xian was not a villain. He was a director whose assessment framework didn't have a category for what Wei Liang was producing, and who had therefore reached for the category he had available, which was problem. The solution to a framework problem was not to fight the framework. It was to produce results clear enough that the framework had to expand to accommodate them. That was what the dossier was for. That was what Zhao Wuji's endorsement was for. That was what Dai Mubai's rank 35 threshold, approaching now, visible in the advancement curve, was for. Wei Liang wrote 3 lesson plans for the next 3 days, detailed enough that they could run without him if they had to. He wrote a 4th one labeled, "If Things Change," which covered the scenario where he was removed midweek and the students needed a continuation framework. He did not intend to be removed midweek. He wrote the plan anyway, because preparation was not pessimism. He finished when the building was fully quiet and the night was deep, and the lesson plans were on the desk in a folder labeled with tomorrow's date. And the problem of 6 days was as managed as tonight allowed, which was not the same as managed. Chapter 38 Tang San's proposal arrived on his desk the next morning as a written document in that specific precise handwriting Wei Liang had come to read as easily as print. 3 pages. The heading: Strategic Documentation for Spirit Hall Review. Shrek Academy Cohort Advancement Record. Wei Liang read it fully, and then read the key sections a second time. The structure was not defensive. It did not argue against the accusation of irregularity. It reframed the accusation as evidence of value. The methods produce outcomes that exceed Spirit Hall's own advancement benchmarks by a verifiable margin, which means Spirit Hall has an institutional interest in understanding those methods rather than suppressing them. The dossier would compile rank advancement data, session logs, individual progress charts, the inter-squad match results, and the formation performance metrics. Arrayed together, the argument was strong enough that dismissing it would require Spirit Hall to explicitly state that results beyond their benchmarks are unwanted, which was a position Shin Xian could not publicly defend. Tang Sen appeared in the doorway while Wei Liang was reading. "It needs more time to be fully compelling," Tang Sen said. He stepped into the room. "Another month would be ideal. I know we don't have a month. The framing is right." He picked up the document and folded back the first page. "The data is compelling at current levels. The structural problem is that Shun Xian's pressure is financial, not analytical. A well-built dossier shifts the narrative, but doesn't remove the subvention threat. What removes the subvention threat? Making the cost of removing me higher than the cost of keeping me. Wei Liang set the document down. The dossier gets us closer, but it needs a name attached, an endorsement from someone whose institutional standing means Chen Xin can't dismiss the document as self-promotion from a non-certified instructor. Tang Xin said, after a moment. Zhao Wuji. Possibly. He's been at every session for 28 days. He brings his notebook to sessions he wasn't scheduled to attend. Tang Xin's voice was matter-of-fact. Someone evaluating in order to dismiss doesn't do that for 28 days. No, Wei Liang said. They don't. So ask him. Tang Xin said it with the simplicity of a person who has identified the correct next action and sees no reason to elaborate on it. Today, he read the document again. The practical clarity of it, the straightforward identification of the next move, was the quality Wei Liang had been building into this group for 6 weeks. Tang Xin had just turned it back on him, which was exactly what he should be doing, and Wei Liang noted the satisfaction of that before returning to the problem. Today, he said. All right. He found Zhao Wuji that afternoon, at the edge of the practice field after the combat application session, in the usual position. He made the request directly, without elaborate framing, because Zhao Wuji was the kind of person who heard elaborate framing as an attempt to manage him and responded to directness as a sign of respect. I'm preparing a documentation dossier on the cohort's advancement for the Spirit Hall inquiry, Wei Liang said. A formal endorsement from you, your name, your rank, your 14 years of observation notes, would convert it from a self-interested document into an independent assessment. I'm asking for that endorsement. Zhao Wuji looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me to formally attach my name to methods I don't fully understand, he said. I'm asking you to formally attach your name to results you have fully observed. He kept his tone even. The methods are mine. The results are measurable. Your observation record is what makes the measurable part credible to anyone outside this building. Another silence. On the training ground, the afternoon drill was winding down. The Shrek 7 moved through the formation cooldown sequence with the fluid coordination that had not existed 6 weeks ago. I told you 2 months, Zhao Wuji said. You have 28 days of observation, Wei Liang said, which is most of what a month looks like when the advancement rate is this consistent. I'm not asking you to certify the methods. I'm asking you to certify what you've seen. Zhao Wuji looked at the training ground for a long time. Then, I'll have the endorsement ready tomorrow morning. Wei Liang nodded. Thank you. It was the most significant word he had said in 6 weeks, and they both knew it. But it was a problem for tomorrow. And tomorrow had more problems in it than just this one, none of them seen coming. Chapter 39. Lu Yin submitted the withdrawal from Spirit Hall's inspection team on a Thursday, and Wei Liang found out from the document she placed beside his library notes 3 hours later. He read the document once, carefully. It cited conflict of research interest, the procedurally legitimate exit option for an inspector who determines that their ongoing involvement compromises objective assessment. Formally, the language was clean. Practically, the document was addressed directly to Chen Xin's office and would reach him within 24 hours, at which point he would know that the active inspector he had embedded inside Shrek Academy had removed herself. You didn't tell me, Wei Liang said. I didn't need your permission. She sat down across from him, and her voice was the professional one. But something underneath it was not entirely settled, not uncertain, but decided in a way that was still consolidating. Are you aware of what this costs you at Eastsea? I'll have a conversation with the administration about a change of situation. Careful language for a position that was probably no longer viable. She looked at the table. The withdrawal removes one of Chen Xin's operational tools inside Shrek Academy. Without an active inspector, his supplementary documentation pathway closes. It also moves you into the target zone, Wei Liang said. Yes. A pause. I've thought about that. He studied her across the table. She had made a decision that would damage her professional standing and create personal risk, made it without asking for anything in return or announcing it in advance, and was sitting here telling him about it with the settled quality of a person who has finished deciding, not the restlessness of someone seeking approval for a choice they have not yet fully made. Why today, he asked. Because you have 6 days before Flinder's deadline, and the probability that Chen Xin's supplementary documentation would affect that deadline was increasing with each day the inspection team was active. She looked up at him. And because I've seen enough. Of what? She held his gaze. Of what you're building here. I want to see it continue. He let that settle properly before responding. Thank you, he said. Don't, she said. It was self-interested. I want to see what this method produces over a longer horizon, and I can't do that from Chen Xin's team. She stood and picked up her notebook. Make the dossier compelling. I have a meeting with Flinder to explain my status change. She left, and Wei Liang sat in the library alone, noting that Lu Yin had just taken on the same target status he carried, quietly, deliberately, without being asked, and that this fact required a response from him that he had not yet determined the shape of, but that he was going to have to determine before the operational phase arrived. The response was not administrative. That much was clear to him. Lu Yin had made a decision that fell outside the framework of professional obligation, and the appropriate response to a decision made outside that framework was not to treat it as if it had happened inside it. She had done something for reasons she called self-interested and that he could read, with his pedagogy-trained eye for honest and performed motivation, as something more mixed than that. The problem was not recognizing what she had done. The problem was that recognizing it required him to decide what he was going to do with the recognition. He had been running, since the first week, on a precise division between what was necessary for the student's development and what was appropriate given his position, his timeline, and the considerable institutional uncertainty around everything. That division had been useful. It was becoming less clean. He looked at the space where she had been sitting. The chair was still slightly angled from when she had stood and left. He looked at it for a moment, then straightened it, and returned to the documentation. The audit framework was the immediate problem. Lu Yin could be thought about later, but she was going to have to be thought about, and the later was getting closer. Chapter 40 Dai Mubai crossed rank 35 on the 5th day of Chun Xian's 7-day window, during the combat application session, in full view of the director himself. Chun Xian had appeared that morning without notice, the 5th morning since his meeting with Flinder, and positioned himself at the observation stand of the main training ground with 2 junior inspectors and a notebook. He had the quality of someone who had arrived prepared to record something he had already decided would be there. Nobody had told the students. The training session ran normally. The formation drill was midway through its second sequence when Dai Mubai's cultivation reached the threshold it had been approaching for 3 days. The White Tiger Vajra transformation fired with a quality it had never produced before. The projection channels corrected over 4 weeks of targeted structural work, distributing the rank advancement energy evenly for the first time. The result was visible without instruments. The White Tiger's aura expanded, clarified, deepened, and resonated across the training ground with the specific tone of a threshold being crossed. Everyone in the observation area felt the resonance. The 2 junior inspectors wrote quickly and in parallel. Chun Xian's expression did not change. He held it precisely, the face of someone receiving a data point and sorting it against a calculation rather than reacting to the immediate event. The calculation had new numbers in it. The expression gave nothing away about what the recalculation produced. After the drill, Wei Liang maintained his position at the instructor's mark and looked at nothing in particular. He was watching Chun Xian with the side of his attention that did not move his eyes. The director stood at the observation stand for 2 more minutes after the drill completed. Then, without addressing Wei Liang or Flinder, who had appeared at the field gate at some point during the session, Chun Xian said to the junior inspectors, "Update the inquiry timeline. 30 additional days." He left. The extension was not a victory. It was a deferral, 30 days bought by one advancement that Chun Xian could not categorize in a way that supported his existing conclusion. The director had come to confirm something and had not found it confirmed. That was all. He would be back. But Lu Yin, who had withdrawn from the inspection team 2 days ago, stood at the far edge of the observation area with her eyes on the training ground. Her face had none of the quality of celebration or relief. It had the quality of a person who has placed a correct wager and is already scanning the field for the next position. And Dai Mubai, on the training ground, looked at Wei Liang with the look of someone who understood that the breakthrough had happened at the precisely necessary moment, and was already calculating what the next threshold was, and how far away it sat. Tang San, standing beside Dai Mubai, was also watching. Not the training ground. Not Chun Xian's departing figure. He was watching Wei Liang, with the careful assessment that Tang San used when he was updating a category he had been building for a long time. Wei Liang looked back at him. After a moment, Tang San nodded. Once, small, the kind of nod that contained a great deal of information compressed into a single gesture. Wei Liang nodded in return, the same way. The information exchange between them was not about the deferral or the 30 days or Chun Xian's recalculation. It was about something older than any of those things, the specific acknowledgement that passes between 2 people who have been working toward the same goal from different directions and have arrived at a moment where the paths are, for now, aligned. The mentor system registered something too. Not an advancement this time. A different notification, * teaching tier evaluation complete. Current, adept. Threshold for master tier upgrade. 220 MP current balance. 183 MP progress. 83%. asterisk 37 more points. Within reach, if the next weeks produced what the current trajectory suggested they would. He surveyed the training ground, the scattered students returning to practice, the formation structure visible in how they spaced themselves, and the thought was clear: 30 days. Chinexian would use them. He would use them too, and the question was which of them would use the time better, a director with institutional leverage or a teacher who knew exactly what his students were capable of and intended to prove it. End of Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40, Story 67. I Run Shrek Academy Part 1. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60. Chapter 41. The co-instructor position had been offered in writing, with the Shrek Academy letterhead and Dean Flinders' countersignature, and a salary line that was, under the circumstances, remarkably fair. Lu Yin had received the formal offer on a Monday. Wei Liang had not followed up, because following up implied that the offer required pressure rather than merit to produce a decision, and the offer had merit, and he was prepared to let that stand on its own for as long as it needed to. She appeared at the practice room at 5:58 the following morning, 2 minutes before Wei Liang arrived, and was seated cross-legged in the fourth mat position when he walked in. She had brought her own tea in a travel flask, positioned precisely beside her left knee, and she was in the morning breathing posture that he had spent the first 3 weeks of her observation teaching the Shrek 7 to find correctly. "You didn't sign the contract," he said. "No. You're here." "Yes." He set down his session folder and began the morning preparation. He lit the scholar's lantern and let the soft, diffused light settle into the practice room's corners before the ambient circulation cycle had fully warmed the space. He opened his session notes and began the pre-session review. He did not say anything more about the contract. A signed contract holder would not have looked materially different from someone who had simply decided to be present every morning before 6 o'clock and contribute to the session's quality with the focused competence she brought to everything she did. Both produced the same observable outcome: Lu Yin, on the fourth mat, contributing to the morning session's ambient quality. He was not going to make the distinction into a point. The distinction existed, legally and administratively, and it had practical consequences he was tracking. But for the purpose of the morning session, both positions resolved identically. When the Shrek 7 arrived and found Lu Yin on the fourth mat, the reactions distributed across the predictable range. Oscar absorbed the development with the expression of someone whose private theory about the situation had just received a significant confirmation, and he made no comment but held the expression for several seconds before beginning his warm-up. Ning Rongrong straightened her posture and became more precise in her movements, which was her involuntary response to the presence of a senior cultivator she was measuring herself against. Xiao Wu smiled openly, without reservation, the smile she gave to things she had been hoping for. Tang San took in Lu Yan's position, the tea flask, the quality of her breathing cycle, and then moved to his mat and began his pre-session practice. His silence had the specific quality of someone cataloging rather than dismissing. He was noting, filing, and reserving judgment until the data had accumulated enough to speak for itself. Dai Mubai said, "She's not our instructor." "Correct," Wei Liang said. "She is here for her own cultivation development. Today's drill is the resonance coordination sequence from last Thursday. Begin." Dai Mubai held his position for another moment, studying Lu Yin with the direct challenge that was his default mode of assessment. Lu Yin met it without flinching and without particular warmth. The stillness of a person who had faced evaluations from considerably more imposing quarters and had found the experience informative rather than threatening. After a moment, Dai Mubai turned to the drill and began. By the session's end, the mentor system had registered small efficiency gains across 5 of the 7 students, and Wei Liang had observed Lu Yin running the full sequence with a precision that suggested she had been practicing it in private for at least a week. She had not mentioned this. He had not asked. The work spoke for itself, and he had learned that Lu Yin communicated through demonstration when demonstration was available, which was a habit he found considerably easier to work with than most alternatives. After the students dispersed to their morning classes, she poured tea from her flask and offered him the cup. He accepted without formality. "The contract stands," he said. "I know. Signing it extends the Academy's formal protection to you, which has more practical value than it may appear in the current institutional climate." She held the flask and considered the practice room floor. "I've calculated that protection. I've also calculated the protection of remaining unaffiliated in Spirit Hall's records. The ambiguity of no formal role at Shrek may be more useful than the definite protection of a formal role. An unaffiliated observer is a smaller target than a listed co-instructor. That's a more strategically sophisticated position than the obvious one. I spent 4 years inside Spirit Hall's administrative structure," she said. "I know how they categorize people. A formal co-instructor position at an academy under investigation is a formal vulnerability. An informal presence is a different and more defensible classification. She met his eyes. I'll sign when the investigation status resolves. Until then, I'm here every morning and the contract stays unsigned and everyone operates accordingly. He returned the cup. That works. She put the flask away. Good. She stood, collected her materials, and left with the decisive propriety of a person who had concluded a negotiation on terms she was content with. Leaving Wei Liang with the quiet of the practice room and the precise realization that her strategic thinking had outpaced his own in at least one direction he hadn't fully mapped. Chapter 42 The Mentor Systems Teaching Tier notification arrived between sessions on a Tuesday, in the 40-minute gap between morning meditation and the midday combat drill. Asterisk teaching tier upgrade available, Adept Master. Cost, 340 MP unlocks, Soul Resonance Field, Passive Cultivation Aura, plus 15% Spirit Absorption within 10-meter radius. Confirm? Asterisk Wei Liang reviewed it twice before confirming. His MP balance stood at 341, which meant the upgrade would leave him with 1 point. A reserve margin so thin it made him uncomfortable. He had built careful habits around maintaining at least a 50-point operational reserve for contingencies. This upgrade would eliminate that buffer entirely. He confirmed it anyway. The Soul Resonance Field was not a luxury. The Jade Clarity Pulse had been producing excellent results for 6 weeks, but the student group was approaching the ceiling of what pulse-only efficiency gains could support. Oscar's recent rank 25 breakthrough had produced the kind of absorption rate chart that indicated the students were ready for the next layer of enhancement. The resonance field operated differently from the pulse, where the pulse reduced friction in individual channels. The field created a harmonic interaction between the ambient spirit energy of the space and the cultivators practicing within it, generating a synergistic effect that built on itself over time. The two systems together produced gains that neither could produce independently. The change registered in the scholar's lantern immediately upon confirmation. The lamp was already lit on the preparation desk. The nature of its light didn't visibly alter, but the quality did. Something in the way the light occupied the space shifted, becoming less a lamp and more an ambient field, the light's warmth extending past its visual range into a register that wasn't quite cultivation pressure and wasn't quite ordinary warmth, but occupied the space between them. The afternoon session confirmed the effect within the first 20 minutes. Ma Hongjun, who was usually the last to register subtle environmental changes because his fire spirit overwhelmed incoming sensory data, stopped in the middle of a movement drill and said, "Is it warmer in here?" "The room temperature is unchanged," Wei Liang said. "It doesn't feel the same as yesterday. Continue the drill. You can analyze the difference after the session." Ma Hongjun continued, but he was running the warm sensory input against his cultivation awareness simultaneously, which produced the particular pattern of half-distracted excellence that Wei Liang sometimes saw when students were processing a new variable and generating useful observations from it, without full conscious engagement. His absorption rate during the drill climbed 11% above his previous session baseline. Oscar's cultivation latency, the time between intention and spirit power activation, dropped by 0.3 seconds during the same period, which was the largest single-session latency reduction Wei Liang had recorded for any student. Ning Rongrong's support calibration accuracy reached 89% on her mid-drill checks, breaking her previous ceiling of 87%. Tang Sen was the last one to finish the session. When the others had gone to the equipment room, he sat in the practice space for several minutes with his hand flat on the floor, the posture of someone taking a precise measurement. "Something changed in the practice environment," he said. "I've introduced a resonance field adjustment," Wei Liang said. The scholar's lantern, when tuned to a specific output configuration, creates a harmonic feedback loop with the spirit power circulation of anyone practicing within range. The effect is a cultivation efficiency increase averaging around 15%. Individual variation will apply. Tang Sen absorbed the technical summary with the processing patience he brought to every complex input. The range: 10 meters from my position during active sessions. How long until the effect stabilizes and the gains are reliable across all conditions? 2 to 3 weeks at consistent attendance. The field builds resonance with each individual's cultivation signature over time. Early gains are significant, but variable. Later gains are smaller, but stable. Tang San raised his hand from the floor. His eyes went to the lantern, which was, as far as visual observation could determine, simply a lamp with a warm quality, and then to Wei Liang, with an assessment in his face that carried a new register. The look of someone whose model of a situation has been revised significantly upward and who is now running every prior conclusion through the revised framework. Chapter 43. The students needed 3 days to normalize to the soul resonance field before their sessions returned to the focused quality Wei Liang had built over the preceding 2 months. The first 2 days were adjustment. The enhanced circulation feedback was producing sensory inputs the students' channels weren't fully accustomed to, and the result was a particular kind of productive distraction. Sessions where the quality of individual cultivation work was higher than usual, but the coordination work suffered because attention kept drifting inward toward the enhanced absorption experience. Wei Liang documented this as expected adaptation behavior and kept the session structure normal, giving the system time to normalize. By the 3rd day, the students had settled into the new efficiency baseline, as though it had always been there. Oscar ran his morning absorption cycle with the smooth automatic quality of someone whose channels had accepted a new set of inputs as standard. Zhu Zhuqing's combat footwork became noticeably more precise in the way that improvement through enhanced cultivation feedback was precise. Not larger movements or more effort, but better proprioception, better calibration between intent and execution. Lu Yin pulled him aside after the 3rd morning session ended and the students were at breakfast. Tang San asked me about the mechanism, she said. What specifically? He wanted to know what I believed was producing the cultivation efficiency gains. He said harmonic spiritual feedback was accurate as a description of the effect but insufficient as an explanation of the cause. Her tone was the one she used for reporting information she found interesting. He has been reading texts on ambient spirit energy manipulation, and he doesn't find a match for what he's observing. What did you tell him? That I was observing the same effects from a parallel position, that I had applied the same breathing protocols to my own cultivation and confirmed the results, and that in my professional assessment the correct response to a tool that produced reliable results was to use it carefully while continuing to investigate the theoretical basis. She paused, looking at him with the level steadiness she reserved for important observations. I also told him that the mechanism was Wei Liang's to explain when he judged the timing appropriate. That was a more protective answer than I needed from you. Perhaps. She crossed her arms. He's developing a theoretical framework around you. The model has been building since his 2nd week in your class. What I observed in his questions is that the model is becoming detailed enough that the parts you haven't explained are becoming visible as gaps rather than simply unknowns. Specific shaped gaps. The kind that prompt hypotheses. Wei Liang thought about this for a moment. Is the framework he's developing going to produce a problem? Not immediately. His conclusion, as far as I could determine from the questions, is that the mechanism is unusual but not harmful. He's separated the question of what it is from the question of whether to trust the outcomes. She considered. That's a sophisticated analytical distinction for someone his age. He arrived at it without guidance. That's Tang San. Wei Liang turned back to the session notes. I'll talk to him when the timing is right. The timing, she said, is getting less right the more specific the gaps become. He filed this under accurate, uncomfortable, and requiring resolution sooner than planned, because she was right about the shape of Tang San's investigation and what Tang San understood eventually. The rest of the Shrek 7 would understand, and the question was whether they learned it from him or from their own conclusions. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu's problem was not a cultivation problem. Her rank was advancing at a rate that put her in the top 3 of the group. Her absorption metrics under both the Jade Clarity Pulse and the Soul Resonance Field showed channel efficiency at the 92nd percentile of what the combined systems could produce. She was performing at the level her potential indicated she should, above it, in 2 measurable categories. The mentor system's tracking of her cultivation progress had generated consistent positive notifications for 4 weeks. The problem was something the mentor system didn't track because it wasn't a cultivation resource issue. It was structural. Her rabbit spirit lineage carried an instinctive transformation reflex, a fight-or-flight somatic response embedded deep in the bloodline architecture, older than conscious cultivation, older than her own memory. As a low-rank cultivator, the reflex had been manageable. The spirit power base wasn't strong enough to make an involuntary partial transformation into a serious safety concern. But as her cultivation climbed past rank 25 and her spirit power base grew proportionally stronger, the reflex grew with it. The threshold that triggered it was dropping. The same sensory input that had caused no reaction at rank 22 was now producing a visible cultivation fluctuation at rank 26. Wei Liang had been watching it build since week 4. He had cataloged 5 triggering incidents in the training log under the neutral notation spirit power fluctuation during high stimulation conditions. He had waited for the pattern to clarify before acting on it, because acting on the wrong model of the problem would have done more harm than delayed intervention. The model was clear now. He brought it to Xiao Wu on a Wednesday afternoon when the others had gone to the library study period. I want to schedule some additional individual sessions with you, he said. A few weeks, twice a week in the evenings. Her hands came together in her lap. The expression she wore was the one she used when she suspected she had done something wrong and was waiting to learn the specific charge. Is there a problem with my training? Your cultivation is excellent. That is not the issue. He said it directly, without qualification, because she needed the plain version. What I want to work on is the control architecture around your bloodline reflex. Your spirit power is strong enough now that the reflex and your conscious cultivation are starting to interact in ways that will become increasingly difficult to manage without specific interventions. The expression shifted. Something in her shoulders changed. She had known this was coming. He could see that she had known, and the knowing had been its own kind of weight she had been carrying alone. You noticed it? Yes. When? Week 4. The sparring incident with the rope snare from Tang San's blue-silver grass variation. Your response had a quality that was distinct from a standard combat reaction. She was quiet for a moment. Tang San knows too. He doesn't say anything. Tang San observes everything about this group and says nothing about what he knows until the moment serves. He is waiting for you to address it. That is extremely Tang San. Yes. He opened his notes. The work I want to do with you is specific. It doesn't change how you present in group sessions. None of the others will be able to observe what we're working on. What it changes is the threshold architecture. We're building control infrastructure so that as your cultivation grows stronger, the reflexes trigger threshold scales with it rather than staying fixed. She nodded. Her hands had relaxed slightly. How long? Longer than I'd like. The root structure of a bloodline reflex runs deeper than surface cultivation work. Realistically, 6 to 8 weeks of consistent evening sessions before the control infrastructure is reliable under high-pressure conditions. He paused. You'll still experience reflex pressure during that period. The goal in the early sessions is to give you tools to manage it, not to eliminate it immediately. She thought about this for a moment, and then she said, okay, simply, without the hesitation he had anticipated. When do we start? The work began that same evening. It was painstaking and precise and required Xiao Wu to access depths of her own physiology that she had been carefully not looking at. And at the end of the first session, she sat in the quiet of the practice room with the face of a student who had been shown a door she'd always known was there and had finally, with more courage than she was showing, stepped through it. Chapter 45. The letter arrived on a Thursday at precisely 2 in the afternoon. A courier with a Spirit Hall emblem on his jacket and no visible effect on his face delivered it to the Shrek Academy administrative office between the administrative coordinator's second tea and her afternoon filing cycle. It was addressed not to the dean, not to the academy board, not to any formal institutional role. The address line read, the irregular instructor. No name, no rank designation, no formal title. The address was a category rather than a person, which communicated something specific about the sender's preference for institutional classification over direct naming. Dean Flender found it on his desk between a faculty scheduling memo and the afternoon correspondence stack. He recognized the seal immediately. He brought it to Wei Liang at the end of the afternoon session, holding it with the careful neutrality of a person carrying something that required handling but preferred not to be near it for longer than necessary. Wei Liang took the envelope, weighed it in his hand for a moment. The weight of official Spirit Hall paper was distinctive, the stock heavier than standard correspondence, and opened it. The letter was 8 words. We know what you are doing. Stop, or we will stop you. No signature. No rank designation. No administrative stamp beyond the Spirit Hall seal. The handwriting was deliberate, each character placed with the confidence of someone who wrote minimally as a discipline rather than a limitation. This was not a form letter. Someone had chosen these 8 words carefully. Wei Liang folded the letter and set it on the bench. Flender stood across the room with the expression of a man watching a situation exceed the bounds of what he had prepared for. The seal, he said. That's Bibi Dong's office, not Chen Xian's departmental letterhead. This has cleared the regional level. I can see that. You understand what that means. It means the concern has escalated past regional administration to the institutional center. Wei Liang picked up the envelope and looked at the address again. Asterisk the irregular instructor. Asterisk no name. No specific charge. An address that is a category. Wei Liang. Flender's voice had dropped to the register he reserved for communications of genuine gravity. This is Bibi Dong. This is not a budget threat from a regional director. This is Spirit Hall Supreme. Administrative authority telling you, personally, to stop. Telling something, Wei Liang said. Not someone. They sent this to a category because they don't have enough specific intelligence to name a charge. The address is a signal of how much they don't know. not how much they do. He set the letter on the bench. If they knew what I was doing in sufficient detail to make a formal charge, the letter would contain the charge. 8 words as a probe. They're hoping I react visibly and provide the intelligence they're currently lacking. Flender sat down. He was quiet for a long time. The quality of quiet that came from a person turning a situation over carefully, looking at it from multiple angles, and not finding a satisfying one. You are remarkably calm, he said finally. Calm produces better analysis than alarm does, Wei Liang said. The letter tells me 3 things. Spirit Hall is aware something is happening at Shrek Academy that concerns them. Their intelligence on the specific nature of what is happening is insufficient to act on, and they have chosen a low-cost probe rather than a high-cost intervention. That tells me the intervention has a higher cost than is immediately obvious, which means there are constraints on their action I can work with. He looked at the dean. The letter is information. I'm going to use it. Flender looked at him with the face of a man who had been driven to a decision by logic he resented but couldn't refute, the expression of someone committing, under pressure and with incomplete information, to a path they had not fully mapped. Chapter 46. The morning after the letter arrived, Wei Liang taught the session as though nothing had changed. This required no particular effort. He had processed the situation through the night, not anxiously, but methodically, the way he processed every significant input that required a calibrated response. The letter's information content, Spirit Hall aware, intelligence limited, probe rather than action. The letter's intended emotional content, exposure, isolation, the invitation to preemptive retreat. He had separated those 2 things the way he separated fact from interpretation in any assessment, and he was operating on the first and declining to operate on the second. The session ran at full normal quality. He had the students on the advanced formation coordination work, the rotating anchor drill that Tang San had been developing with the group for 2 weeks, and spent the first hour on technique refinement and the second on pressure condition execution. The work was good. The students were in the particular focused register that indicated genuine difficulty being genuinely engaged with, rather than performed engagement with manageable challenge. Flender appeared at the classroom door during the equipment break, between the 2 hours. He had not slept well. The evidence was in the texture of his composure rather than any single indicator. He had been carrying something since the night before, and the carrying had not been comfortable. I want to inform the faculty, Flender said. Don't. Flender's mouth opened. Then it closed. He made the decision not to argue on instinct and to hear the reasoning first. Why? Because Spirit Hall's probe is designed to produce a visible institutional reaction. A faculty meeting in response to the letter, a visible disruption to the teaching schedule, any observable indicator that the probe has landed and created alarm. All of that is intelligence Spirit Hall currently lacks. If I respond by creating visible institutional disruption, I confirm that the probe was effective, and the next intervention will be more specific and more costly. Wei Liang closed the drill notebook. The correct response to a probe is no visible response. The teaching continues. The schedule continues. From outside, nothing changes. Flender worked through this. His face held the particular quality of someone who was not sure whether the logic was correct or whether the person presenting it was simply too controlled in circumstances that merited a stronger alarm response. You think this is manageable? I think the probability of a direct intervention at this stage is lower than the probability of an escalating intelligence-gathering process. They don't know enough to justify the cost of a direct move. I need to ensure they don't learn enough before the students reach the development threshold that makes removal too publicly costly. He looked at Flender steadily. The students do not hear about this letter. Whatever pressure exists at the institutional level, their training environment remains clean and stable. That is a condition I am not willing to negotiate on. Flender considered this for a long moment. Then he said, the formal instructor certification Zhao Wuji submitted last week. I've expedited it with the board. You'll have a response within the fortnight. That helps with the internal standing problem. Yes. Flender straightened his jacket. I am not comfortable with this situation. I know that, Wei Liang said. I'm asking you to remain uncomfortable but patient for a specific period of time. The patience has a defined endpoint. It ends when the student's advancement makes the cost of removal exceed the institutional benefit. I believe that endpoint is 6 to 8 weeks away. He picked up the drill notebook. That is not a long time. Flender held his gaze for a moment with the expression of someone deciding, with more reluctance than they would have preferred, that the argument was sound enough to act on, and that the alternative was worse. Chapter 47. Lu Yan learned about the letter on the 3rd day after its arrival. She had not heard about it from Wei Liang, and she had not heard about it from Flender. She had an administrative contact in the Shrek Academy office who owed her a professional favor from a shared Spirit Hall research project 2 years prior, and that contact had mentioned it in passing with the studied casualness of someone providing information while maintaining plausible separation from the providing. She appeared in the practice room after the evening session, when it was fully empty except for Wei Liang reviewing the day's tracking logs. She had her session materials under one arm and the particular expression she wore when she had assembled several data points and was determining how to present the synthesis. "The letter from Bibi Dong's office," she said. He set down the log. "You've heard." "Yes." She set her materials on the bench. "I want to share something with you. I need you to hear it as operational information rather than as anything else." He turned to face her fully and gave her the complete attention that indicated he was ready to receive what was coming without filtering it through preconceptions. "I have contacts inside Bibi Dong's administrative structure," she said. "Former colleagues from my time in Spirit Hall's affiliated program. People who remained inside the institutional hierarchy after I withdrew from it. I have maintained careful, infrequent contact with 2 of them, enough to preserve the relationship without creating a record of active information exchange." She said this with the clean factual quality she brought to technical training discussions, stripping it of emotional weight so the information could be heard clearly. "The letter is not the last move. It is a reconnaissance signal. The next move will have a specific operational target. I can potentially get early intelligence on the timing and form of that move." He processed this. The cost of obtaining that intelligence. Appearing to still be neutral. Conducting a conversation with my contacts that positions me as an independent observer rather than an active participant in Shrek Academy's operations. She looked at him directly. "I am not currently neutral. I haven't been since the first week I started attending the morning sessions. But I can appear to be, for the duration of a carefully structured contact, long enough to extract useful timing information." And the exchange condition. She was quiet for a moment. Not hesitation, but the pause of someone ensuring the request was precisely worded. "I want to know what you are actually doing. Not the external version. Not harmonic spiritual feedback and absorption efficiency adjustments. I want to understand the mechanism well enough to understand the risk I'm taking by being in this building when the next intervention arrives." The request was fair. He had known it would come. The only question had been timing and framing, and Lu Yan had waited long enough to make the request from a position of demonstrated commitment rather than curiosity, which made it harder to defer and correct to act on. He told her some of it. Not the mentor system as a structure, not the point accounting, not the shop interface, not the term mentor points that would have sounded absurd spoken aloud, but the underlying mechanism, that his spirit and its field were producing cultivation enhancement effects beyond what the published literature on scholars' lantern-type spirits described, that the effects were real and documented and not harmful, and that the reason for his reticence was not concealment, but the difficulty of presenting an unusual mechanism to people operating within standard frameworks. He told her about the bloodline insight, that he had a method of reading students' hidden potential ceilings that had informed his training designs from the beginning. He told her about the teaching tier, not as a formal concept, but as the observation that his own capacity to enhance the training environment appeared to grow incrementally as his students' development accumulated. She listened without interrupting. At the end she said, "There's more." "Yes." "When will I hear it?" "When I can present it in the order that makes it comprehensible," he said. "Not to protect myself. Because the parts one haven't told you yet require the parts one have told you as context, and the context is still incomplete." She held his answer for a moment, reading it against the pattern of his behavior over the preceding weeks, testing whether the framing was honest or strategic. Then she nodded, once. "All right," she said. "I'll reach out to my contacts tomorrow. I'll have preliminary timing intelligence within a week." She stood to leave, then paused at the door. "Wei Liang." She held the pause for a moment before completing it. "Whatever happens next, I made this choice with full information. I want that on record between us." She left. He turned back to the log and stared at it for a long time without seeing it, thinking about what full information actually meant, and how little of it anyone operating in this situation actually had. Chapter 48. The combined training session was built around a simple premise. The best preparation for fighting someone who understands your technique is to fight someone who understands it precisely. Lu Yan's mirrored lotus spirit could observe a technique through a single exposure and deploy an 80% accurate copy for 30 seconds per battle. Against the Shrek 7, none of whom had ever been required to fight a near-perfect imitation of their own attack patterns. The training value was high, and the discomfort, Wei Liang calculated, was instructive rather than demoralizing. He ran it on a Saturday, using the full 4-hour block. The structure was one-on-one engagement rounds, 5 minutes each. Lu Yan spent the first minute observing, and the remaining 4 deploying whatever she had absorbed. The ground rules were light contact only. The point of the exercise was not to defeat the student, but to create the specific discomfort of watching your own pattern used against you, and to observe what cognitive and strategic adjustments that discomfort prompted. Tang Xin went first, as he nearly always did when voluntary ordering applied. His blue-silver grass bind came in at the 2-minute mark, a standard restraint configuration, not complex by his standards. Luyan copied it. The copy lacked his volume and reach, and the spirit energy density was lower. But the core mechanics were accurate. The entanglement geometry was correct, and the secondary anchor points that made his binds difficult to break were present in the copy. Tang Xin unraveled it, which took 4 seconds. Then he ran a different sequence, not the standard follow-on, but a reconfigured variation. She copied the variation. His face showed the particular expression he wore when a problem had exceeded his initial model and required real-time revision. At the end of 5 minutes, he sat down with the deliberate control of someone managing genuine surprise. She's copying the generating structure, he said. Not just the surface output. That's correct, Wei Liang said. The mirrored lotus reads the movement infrastructure that produces the technique, not the visible technique itself. Think about what that tells you about what generates your signature. The patterns in my footwork during activation. Tang Xin was already revising. The pre-movement tells. Start there. Dai Mubai lasted 4 minutes and 22 seconds before a copy of his White Tiger Force drive landed cleanly. He sat beside Tang San without speaking and looked at the practice ground ceiling with the concentrated expression of someone doing focused and uncomfortable self-assessment. Oscar performed better than his self-assessment had projected. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And when Lu Yin copied his sausage-type spirit power delivery pattern, he adapted by switching to a non-standard application angle she hadn't seen, which produced a miss. He was visibly pleased with this. The pleasure itself was information about where his confidence was growing. Ma Hongjun lasted 3 minutes and 4 seconds before the copy of his Phoenix fire control pattern. The specific throttle sequencing that distinguished deliberate application from raw output was turned back against him with enough precision to break his concentration. He lost the control thread for about 2 seconds. The fire reduced itself, then came back under his command. She copied your intentionality, Wei Liang told him. Not the fire, the intention. What you need to develop is a second intention infrastructure that you can shift to when the primary one is disrupted. Ma Hongjun rubbed the back of his neck. A backup brain. A contingency activation pathway. Yes. Lu Yin worked through all 7 with systematic patience, not performing or demonstrating superiority, but generating precise diagnostic data from each exchange. At the session's end, she was breathing harder than she had started. Absorbing and deploying 7 distinct cultivation patterns across an afternoon was a significant reserve drain. She accepted a cup of water and sat on the bench with the focused quiet that followed genuine effort. I learned more from them than they learned from me, she said. I know, Wei Liang said. That was an intended design element. She raised her eyes to his. You designed this session to develop me as well as them. I designed it to develop everyone in the room. The everyone included you. He looked at the training marks on the floor. Your mirrored lotus hasn't been challenged systematically in some time. It needed to encounter variety. 7 cultivation types in 4 hours is variety. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you designed a session specifically calibrated to the developmental needs of 8 people simultaneously. 7 students and 1 additional practitioner, yes. She looked at him with something in her face that had more texture in it than the assessment register she usually kept visible. Something that settled into the space between gratitude and recognition and wasn't quite either. Chapter 49. Oscar broke rank 30 on a Wednesday evening, alone, during a solo cultivation session after dinner. He had not been planning to break through that night. He had been running the absorption cycle Wei Liang had designed for his specific channel architecture. The modified version, updated 3 weeks ago when the Soul Resonance Field's feedback had revealed that Oscar's secondary channel cluster had a different optimal circulation rhythm than his primary cluster, and that the standard protocol had been producing a bottleneck at the junction point between them. The modified version addressed the junction. It was less elegant than the standard cycle, but significantly more efficient for his particular architecture. He was on his 43rd repetition of the modified cycle when his spirit power crossed the threshold. No visible phenomenon. No breakthrough light. No cultivation surge, no dramatic physical change. His spirit power simply reached rank 30 and stabilized there with the smoothness of water completing a vessel's fill, as though the rank had been ready for some time and had simply been waiting for the right moment in the right cycle to finalize itself. He sat with it for several minutes, in the quiet of his room, cataloging what was different. The answer was, not much, immediately. The rank change was structural, foundational. The effects would compound over the coming weeks and months rather than producing an immediate dramatic shift. This was, he thought, probably the most honest kind of breakthrough. Slow preparation, quiet arrival, steady consequence. Wei Liang's mentor system notification arrived at 9:14 in the evening. Asterisk student breakthrough. Oscar, rank 30, soul ancestor threshold. Exceeds projected ceiling by 4 ranks. Mentor points awarded, plus 85 MP battle memory card unlocked. High-speed evasion footwork. Asterisk he read it twice, then looked at the new MP total, 86. The teaching tier upgrade had reduced his reserves to near zero. Oscar's breakthrough had restored operational capacity. He made the training log entry, asterisk Oscar, rank 30. Second rank above bloodline insight baseline ceiling. Modified absorption cycle performing above projections at junction correction point asterisk, and then pulled up the battle memory card. High-speed evasion footwork. A 12-pattern system of continuous evasion, optimized for low-rank practitioners maintaining survivability against high-rank attackers. Each pattern flowed naturally into the adjacent ones, creating a circuit of motion that was difficult to predict and more difficult to close. The card's preview showed it at full execution quality, 12 connected patterns, each transition deliberate and purposeful. The whole system built on the principle that survival against superior force required constant lateral repositioning rather than direct defense. He absorbed the card. The knowledge settled with the quality of a skill that was complete and abstract, but waiting to be proven in muscle memory. He could feel the patterns as a sequence, like learning 12 new words in a language he hadn't yet spoken aloud. He would need to drill each transition into automatic recall before they could be relied upon. He began that night, moving through the patterns slowly in the empty practice room, repeating each transition until it connected to the adjacent one without conscious direction. He was methodical and unhurried. He had 2 to 3 weeks before these would be reliable at speed. He used the time he had. Oscar appeared at his door at the 11 o'clock bell. He was still in his session clothes. He had the slightly dazed quality of someone who has crossed a significant developmental line and is still calibrating to the new position. Rank 30, Oscar said. Yes. Wei Liang stepped back from the footwork position he had been drilling. The modified absorption cycle performed well. I could feel the junction clearing when it happened, like a channel that had been slightly kinked finally finding its correct alignment. He paused. Is it always like that? The quality depends on the bottleneck structure and how well the preparation work addressed it. When the preparation is accurate, the breakthrough has that quality, a completion rather than a rupture. Oscar thought about this. What comes next? A stabilization protocol while the new rank settles. I'll have the session adjustments ready for tomorrow morning. For tonight, rest. He paused, holding the honest assessment. Your development rate and consistency have been a significant contribution to this group's overall progress. The work you've put into the modified cycle specifically, that required precision and patience. It produced the result it was designed for. Oscar absorbed a direct compliment with the careful attention of a person who hadn't received enough of them to have built automatic processing for the input. He held the assessment for a moment, taking in the sincerity of it, and then he said, "Thanks," and turned and walked back to his room with the particular step of someone who had earned something and was just beginning to understand its full weight. Chapter 50 Ning Fengji arrived without announcement on a Friday afternoon, accompanied by 2 Spirit Hall escorts and the particular bearing of a man whose presence reorganized the space as it entered. His title was sect leader of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile clan, and title de law. Both facts were visible in how he moved. The controlled precision of a high-rank cultivator, the administrative authority of a man who made decisions that affected hundreds of people and had done so for decades. He was lean and in his 50s, with the particular combination of physical discipline and intellectual sharpness that characterized people who had reached the top of their field through method rather than inheritance. Wei Liang received word through the student administrative rotation, Tangsan system, still running efficiently, 12 minutes before Ning Fengji reached the practice building. He used 9 of those minutes to ensure the afternoon session was running exactly as it had been planned. He used 3 to position himself in the corridor where he could meet the visitor without requiring a formal reception. You are the instructor, Ning Fengji said. Not a question, an identification. I am. My daughter is in your class. She is. She's currently in the afternoon cultivation session. I'd recommend observing it directly. Direct observation produces more accurate assessments than reports. Ning Fengji took his measure with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent decades making personnel decisions at high institutional stakes and had compressed the assessment process to its essentials. He was looking for something specific. What he found appeared, at least partially, to satisfy the question behind the search. He nodded once. The observation alcove was a narrow gallery space overlooking the practice floor, designed for visiting parents and inspection officials. Ning Fengji sat in the first position and watched without speaking for the full 2 hours of the afternoon session. Wei Liang did not adjust anything for the audience. The session was exactly what it would have been if the alcove were empty. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure support calibration work, the most technically demanding element in her current training phase. What Ning Fengji watched was his daughter making decisions. Her 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda enhancement sequences had become, over the preceding 8 weeks, something qualitatively different from the technique execution that characterized her training before Wei Liang's arrival. She was not deploying preset sequences. She was reading the training situation, assessing what her teammates needed, calculating the optimal combination of her 7 soul bone enhancement types in real time, and adjusting mid-sequence when conditions changed. She was doing this at speed, at 91% accuracy by Wei Liang's running internal measurement. Her calibration adjustment for Tang San's blue-silver grass attack, at the 40-minute mark, landed within 3.5% of the optimal amplification coefficient. The adjustment had been made without prompting, without a call sign, without any visible cue except Tang San's pre-movement tell, which she had learned to read over weeks of paying precise attention to exactly that signal. Ning Fengji wrote nothing in the notebook he had brought. He watched the session to completion, and when the students dispersed, he remained seated in the alcove for several minutes after the practice floor had emptied. Wei Liang waited in the room below, giving the silence the space it needed. He did not prompt, did not review his notes, did not perform the busyness that instructors sometimes deployed when observed by authority figures. He simply waited, because what Ning Fengji was processing was significant enough to require it, and the processing could not be rushed without damaging the conclusion it was building toward. The numbers he had given Tang San about the resonance field, 15%, average, across the group, were calibrated for external explanation. The numbers he had recorded in his own training log were higher and more varied, and told a story about the specific interaction between the Jade Clarity Pulse and the resonance field that he had not expected when he designed the upgrade sequence. The two systems were producing a compound effect that neither produced independently. He had been observing it for 3 weeks and had not yet found a framework that fully explained the mechanism. But the evidence was reliable and the outcomes were real, and Ning Fengji had just spent 2 hours watching the outcomes with the full quality of a Title Delaw's cultivation expertise. He could hear, from the alcove above, the quiet of Ning Fengji not writing in his notebook. That was more information than any notebook entry would have been. Chapter 51. Ning Fengji returned the following morning for the second session. This one was the formation drill, the full Shrek 7 at operational coordination, running the rotating anchor sequence that had been in development for 3 weeks. Wei Liang had not planned the scheduling to impress Ning Fengji with this session specifically. The formation drill was on the schedule because it was the correct progression from Friday's cultivation work. The timing was simply what it was. He observed from the alcove again. Wei Liang ran the session from the practice floor. What the formation drill showed was different from what the individual cultivation session had shown. Individual cultivation showed rank numbers and technique accuracy and channel efficiency. Measurable things, the categories that cultivation assessment frameworks were built to measure. The formation drill showed something that required different tools to understand, the quality of judgment under shared pressure. The rotating anchor sequence required the formation's positional anchor, the student anchoring the team's geometric center, to shift between members as the drill's scenario evolved. Each shift required everyone else to recalibrate simultaneously, without prompting, without error tolerance. The sequence had been failing consistently at the third rotation for the first week and a half. It had resolved at the beginning of this week. Watching it now, Wei Liang saw the resolution as clearly as he had logged it. Tang San shifted the anchor point at the 40-second mark, and the rest of the formation moved with him rather than behind him. The prediction latency, the gap between Tang San's movement initiation and the group's adaptive response, was essentially zero. They had internalized each other's movement vocabulary deeply enough to anticipate rather than respond. Ning Fengji saw this too. He was watching with a cultivator's precision, not the surface of the drill but the quality of interaction underneath it. His pen was still. After the session ended and the students had gone to the equipment check, Ning Fengji came down from the alcove. He walked to the formation marks on the floor and looked at the positions for a moment. Then he said, without turning toward Wei Liang, I sent a letter to Chen Xian 3 weeks ago endorsing the request to remove you from this position. Wei Liang said nothing. I will send a second letter retracting that endorsement. Ning Fengji turned. His face held the particular expression of someone who had revised a firmly held position and arrived at the revision with full conviction, the kind that didn't need to be explained before being acted on. My daughters support calibration performance. Give me the numbers. Current session average, 91.3% of optimal on standard enhancement sequences, 86.7 on adaptive mid-combat adjustments. 8 weeks ago, 62 and 41. Ning Fengji absorbed this. He was the kind of man who processed numbers quickly and thoroughly. What he processed in those numbers was 8 weeks of work producing 30-point gains in both categories, which was, on any standard assessment metric, not simply good development. It was exceptional development. Development that should not have been possible in the time frame, on any methodology he had previous experience with. You are not what the reports describe, he said. The reports describe the surface of what I'm doing. The surface is irregular. The results are not. Ning Fengji looked at him steadily for a moment. I will be in contact. He straightened his jacket, the small, precise physical adjustment that apparently served as his version of a formal statement. Ning Rongrong will remain at this academy. He left the practice floor with the decisive step of someone whose conclusions, once reached, required no further deliberation, a man already calculating the downstream implications of the position he had just committed to. Ning Rongrong appeared from the corridor entrance where she had been standing. Visible proof that the student administrative rotation was more comprehensive than Wei Liang had fully documented. With an expression that had relief and pride and something considerably more complicated mixed into it, the face of a daughter who had just heard her father say something that would take weeks to fully understand. Chapter 52. The argument started in a logistics discussion about session scheduling and became, within 3 exchanges, something that had been waiting to be said. Lu Yin was reviewing the rotation calendar for the upcoming 2 weeks when she set the schedule down and said, without preamble, "You should leave." Wei Liang looked up. "Leave Shrek Academy. Leave the region if you need to." Her voice was even and precise, the same register she used for training assessments, which meant she had thought about this carefully before saying it. You have a letter from Bibi Don's office. You have Chen Xin still monitoring the budget. You have Commander Renfei somewhere in the operational pipeline with an active mandate. Any single one of those is manageable given time and positioning. 3 together, layered, with an escalating institutional clock, that combination is not a problem you manage. It's a situation you exit. I'm not going to exit it. I know. I'm telling you to anyway because my opinion of what is strategically sound has not changed because you've declined to follow it. She leaned back. What you are building here matters. I have watched it for 2 months. The results are real and the method is real and none of it survives your removal, arrest, or death. The work dies with your position. If I leave now, the Shrek 7 are 4 weeks from a coordination development threshold that permanently raises their operational ceiling. If I'm gone before that threshold is reached, the ceiling stays at its current level. He set down his session notes. The work doesn't just slow without me. It stops at the precise point where it was about to compound. If you stay and Ren Fei's mandate closes, the ceiling also stays. The probability distribution on that outcome is lower than your current estimate. He looked at her steadily. What I know is that Bibi Don's office sent a probe rather than an action. Spirit Hall doesn't probe targets they're confident of. They probe targets where the cost-benefit of action is ambiguous. I am in the ambiguous category. For now, she said. Her voice had something under the evenness that she didn't usually let this visible, a precision that was adjacent to fear. I know how Bibi Don's office operates, Wei Liang. For years inside it. She doesn't send letters to people she can already prove something against. She sends letters to people she can't yet prove something against because she wants them to leave before she has to prove it. You are not in the ambiguous category indefinitely. You are in it until she decides the cost of uncertainty exceeds the cost of a direct move. Then I need to shift the cost calculation before she makes that decision. He leaned forward. 3 months. The current advancement trajectory, maintained for 3 months, produces a public record of student development that Spirit Hall cannot dismiss without a public cost that exceeds the institutional benefit of removing me. 3 months converts my position from ambiguous individual to demonstrably successful educator with institutional endorsement and measurable results. In 3 months, she said, Renfei may not have needed authorization from anyone. The sentence stopped. They were both looking at the table. The particular quiet of people who have argued their way to the edge of a conclusion neither wanted to say aloud, sitting with the weight of it in the space between them. Outside, the evening practice ground was quiet. The students were in the dormitory study period, doing the independent work that had become as much a habit as the morning meditation. The academy building's normal sounds continued. Footsteps, doors, the distant rhythm of the kitchen staff preparing for tomorrow's early sessions. Nothing indicated that anything unusual was happening. The institution's surface was unchanged. That was the nature of the problem. The surface was unchanged. What was happening underneath it? The letter from Bibi Dong's office. Ren Fei's presence in the East guest room. The formation capability of 7 students who didn't yet know their teacher was being hunted. All of it was invisible from the outside. The invisibility was both their protection and, in a specific way that neither Wei Liang nor Lu Yin had found a comfortable way to articulate, a complication. Because the moment it became visible, the institutional calculus would shift in ways that could not be predicted and could not be planned for. I'm not asking you to be comfortable with the situation, Wei Liang said finally. I'm asking you to continue to operate within it. She looked at the table for another moment. Then, I know, she said. I am. She stood, picked up the scheduling materials, and made her voice flat and professional again. Formation drill starts at 7 tomorrow. I'll be there at 6:50. She left without looking back, and the silence she left in the room had more texture in it than any answer either of them could have given. Chapter 53. The argument was still unresolved, not abandoned, but paused in the way that arguments pause when neither party has produced a decisive answer. When Ma Hongjun nearly lost control 2 days later. The afternoon drill was running at the highest intensity level Wei Liang had scheduled to date. It was designed at the limit of the student's current capability, because development required sustained contact with the outer boundary of what was possible, and the boundary had moved significantly in the past 8 weeks. Ma Hongjun was running Phoenix Fire output at full sustained activation for 90 minutes. His emotional control work had shown consistent progress across 12 dedicated sessions. The log documented it precisely. But documentation of progress and prediction of performance under the specific combination of high cultivation output, accumulated fatigue from a 2-hour earlier session, and the ambient pressure of the institutional situation that had been subtly affecting the training environment for 2 weeks, that interaction was not something the log had fully captured. At the 93-minute mark, the fire came out wrong. Not catastrophically, but the containment boundary broke past the designated control perimeter by approximately 4 meters in the direction of the east wall. The other students were in their contingency positions within 2 seconds. They had drilled the response protocol 40 times, and their execution had reached the level where it preceded the conscious decision to execute it. The practice space itself had fire-resistant construction. The materials wouldn't ignite. But the heat in the room was spiking fast, and Ma Hongjuan's face had the look of a student who had lost the precise thread of intentional control and was searching for it with the full, desperate focus of someone who understood exactly what was at stake if they didn't find it in the next few seconds. Wei Liang walked into the fire. He was a soul master at rank 21. His combat capability against a Phoenix Fire Phoenix was, by any standard framework, insufficient. What he was doing was not a combat application. He activated the Scholar's Lantern at full output, not the gentle background resonance it maintained during sessions, but the full amplitude of its calming field, concentrated and directed at the specific cultivation signature it was detecting as the source of the control disruption. The lantern's calming field was its fundamental function. Focused at full output, inside the Phoenix Fire's radius, it created a zone where the emotional escalation feedback loop that was feeding Ma Hongjuan's uncontrolled output could not sustain itself. Not because it suppressed the fire directly, because it addressed the source, the cultivation emotion feedback that was producing more fire than the conscious intention was managing. The fire contracted. Ma Hongjun found the breath anchor, the specific respiratory pattern Wei Liang had spent 12 sessions building into automatic recall, and the Phoenix Fire folded back to its containment perimeter and then to its standard training output and then to baseline. The temperature dropped. The room returned to ordinary light. Ma Hongjun was shaking. His gaze found Wei Liang standing in the space where the fire had been. "You walked in," he said. "Yes. You could have, I was fine." The lantern's field was adequate to the situation. He kept his voice at the same register he used for technical session notes. "You recovered correctly. The breath anchor activated exactly as it was designed to. That is what 12 sessions produce." Ma Hongjuan's expression had something in it that Wei Liang saw rarely from him. Something stripped of the bravado and the performance and the self-protective humor he kept up most of the time. Something raw and direct. He held that expression for a moment with what might have been the closest thing to gratitude he had available, and didn't say anything, because saying it would have required acknowledging more than he was ready to acknowledge. Lu Yin was standing in the doorway. She had arrived at some point during the event and had not moved. Her session materials were still in her arms. She was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that was different from any he had seen from her before. Not the assessment register, not the calculation. Something that had moved past the layer she usually maintained visible. Chapter 54. Zhao Wuji came to the practice room on a Thursday at 6 in the morning, an hour before the session, before the students had arrived. He closed the door behind him. He stood in the morning quiet for a moment. The lantern's pre-session dim illumination, the accumulated sense of work that practice rooms developed over months of consistent use. Then he sat down on the wall bench, not the observation alcove but the bench, which was the position of someone intending a direct conversation rather than an evaluation. 6 weeks, Zhao Wuji said. I have watched you for 6 weeks. I know. I came in week 1 expecting to find the pattern I have seen before. He was looking at his hands, the particular focused attention of someone choosing words with care. An instructor with genuine results who was hiding a method that would eventually cause harm. I have seen that pattern twice in my career. It presents in a specific way. I was watching for it. Wei Liang waited. The pattern I've observed over 6 weeks is not that pattern. Zhao looked up. What I have seen is someone hiding a method that is producing outcomes I cannot explain within my framework, and that appear to benefit the students in ways that are real and sustained. Those are different things. The first is a danger I know how to respond to. The second is, he paused. The second requires me to revise assumptions I have held for 14 years. That revision is uncomfortable. Yes. He reached into his jacket and produced a document. The Shrek Academy Instructor Certification Request, the formal endorsement form requiring a senior instructor's signature and submission to the board. He set it on the bench. I submitted this to Dean Flinder's office this week with my formal recommendation. Within the institution, it creates a standing that is more difficult to dismiss through administrative pressure. He held the pause that indicated something important was being precisely phrased. I want to be clear about something. This is not approval for the unexplained parts. It is recognition that the observable outcomes have earned a different category of response than suspicion. Wei Liang picked up the document and held it for a moment. The work it represented, not the signing, but the 6 weeks of observation and assessment that had produced the willingness to sign, was not a small thing. The standard Zhao Wuji held things to was high. He had held Wei Liang to it, and Wei Liang had been found to meet it. He thought about the instructor Zhao had mentioned at the beginning, the one who had been dismissed, who had genuine results, who had been removed because his methods couldn't be explained in the framework. The parallel was not subtle. The difference was that Zhao Wuji had noticed it before the dismissal rather than after, and had chosen to act on the recognition before the institutional momentum made the alternative impossible. That was a harder thing than it looked, for a person whose identity was built around consistency and high standards, and the particular form of integrity that made inconsistency feel like a failing. This cost you something to submit, Wei Liang said. Zhao Wuji looked at him with the level attention of a man receiving an accurate observation and weighing whether to confirm it. Yes, he said. It required revising a judgment I made in week 1. I do not revise judgments easily. That's not a flaw in your methodology. It's evidence that your initial assessments carry weight. It can be both. He looked at the document in Wei Liang's hand. The board will respond within the fortnight. Flinder will expedite it. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Zhao Wuji stood. He straightened his jacket with the deliberate economy of a person for whom small, precise physical actions carried more weight than elaborate verbal statements. At the door, he paused. Don't make me wrong about you, he said. It was not a threat. It was the only form of trust available to Zhao Wuji at this stage of understanding, offered plainly, without apology or ornamentation. And it was exactly the form Wei Liang had needed it to take. Chapter 55. The formation milestone registered in Wei Liang's internal tracking grid on the Saturday, when all 5 component scores crossed their respective thresholds for the first time simultaneously. The 5 components were positional discipline, communication latency, adaptive response time, role clarity, and collective pressure tolerance. Wei Liang had been tracking them since week 3 using his own assessment criteria, standards he had derived from observing 53 training sessions across the full arc of the Shrek 7's development under his guidance. The thresholds were set at near professional operational capability for each component, which he defined as the performance level a professional Soul Master team would need to demonstrate to pass a competitive circuit evaluation. All 5 passed simultaneously at the 90-minute mark of the Saturday session. The trigger event was the 4th rotation in the rotating anchor sequence, Tang San's anchor shift, the adaptive response from the full formation, the prediction latency metric reaching essentially 0. The collective pressure tolerance component had been the last holdout. It had crossed 3 sessions ago, but the crossing had been inconsistent. This session it was stable. He did not announce the milestone during the session. The students were working at full attention, in the concentrated flow state that the best training sessions produced, and interrupting it to announce a metric they couldn't fully evaluate would have broken the flow without adding value. Zhao Wuji was in the observation alcove with his notebook. He had been there for 2 hours and had written 3 pages of notes. After the session ended and the students had dispersed, Wei Liang climbed to the alcove. The third and fourth sequences, Zhao Wuji said before Wei Liang sat down. He was looking at his notes. The adaptive response when Tang Sen shifted the anchor. That was not a mistake and correction cycle. I've seen mistake and correction cycles for 14 years. What I saw today was prediction. Yes. Students at this level, trained in standard methods, take 3 to 4 years to develop reliable prediction latency in team coordination. Some never develop it. Zhao set down the pen. You've had this group for 8 weeks. The standard method trains individual competence first and team coordination second. Team pressure is the reward for individual achievement rather than the environment that produces it. My design inverted the sequence. Individual development and team development are simultaneous from day one. The prediction pattern develops faster because the students have been reading each other's cultivation signals continuously, not as a separate skill, but as the primary context of all their training. Zhao thought about this for a long time. The formation capability at this level, it changes the threat assessment for the academy. If Spirit Hall's next intervention is a direct confrontation rather than an administrative one, these students are a factor rather than a vulnerability. Yes, that was a secondary design consideration. Zhao Wuji regarded him with a steady assessment that had something new in it, the shift from evaluation to something closer to partnership. Tell me how to be useful when the next intervention arrives. It was the right question, the most useful question anyone had asked him since the training began, and Wei Liang answered it with the full honesty the question merited. He told Zhao about Ren Fei's presence. He told him about the rank confirmed by Lu Yan's mirrored lotus. Rank 83, titled De Law, killing intent controlled and present. He told him about the contingency framework, the 3 scenarios, the route mapping, the evacuation drill now embedded in the training rotation under a different framing. Zhao Wuji listened without interruption. At the end he said, my cultivation is rank 75. Against rank 83, even a defensive specialist, the engagement time is limited. I know. The engagement doesn't need to be decisive. It needs to be sufficient. Sufficient for what specifically? Sufficient to force Ren Fei to calculate that continuing the engagement carries a higher institutional cost than withdrawing it. Wei Liang spread the contingency map on the alcove ledge. If he moves on academy grounds, with witnesses, and the engagement produces damage that's visible in the morning, the public record becomes a Spirit Hall problem rather than a Shrek Academy problem. BB Dong's office wants quiet removals. A visible confrontation is the opposite of quiet. Zhao Wuji studied the map for a long time. Then, I'll be in the east building from 3 to 5 every afternoon. The practice ground is 40 seconds from my office window. He looked up. If you are on the practice ground during those hours, you are 40 seconds from backup. Wei Liang looked at him. That's a significant commitment of your time. So was 14 years of watching instructors, Zhao Wuji said, and getting one of them wrong. He folded the map precisely. Don't waste the 40 seconds. Chapter 56 Commander Ren Fei arrived on the 14th of the month under a visiting scholar cover that was, as covers went, well constructed. His documentation was legitimate, a research institute in the eastern region that actually existed and would confirm his enrollment on inquiry. His introduction letter named an authentic historical cultivation text as his research focus. His scholar's outfit, bag, and manner were consistent. The effect he presented was the practiced, slightly absent quality of someone whose primary attention was on intellectual work rather than the physical environment around them. The scholar's lantern registered something different. Wei Liang had been working with the lantern's ambient field for 2 months, developing its sensitivity. The field's natural function was to read the emotional and cultivation resonance of the space, the data it was built to work with. What it detected in Ren Fei during the arrival introduction in the courtyard was not rank and not combat capability. It was the particular quality of a spiritual presence that had been organized, deliberately, and with professional skill, around a single orienting intention. The intention was oriented toward him. He registered this in the same way he registered every significant assessment, cleanly, without visible reaction, noting it, and continuing to operate as though the observation had not yet produced a conclusion. During the welcome dinner that Flinder hosted in the Academy dining hall, he sat across the table from Ren Fei and participated in a conversation about historical cultivation theory with the full courtesy of a host receiving a legitimate guest, while the lantern's field continued its quiet work. At the soup course, he excused himself briefly and found Lu Yan in the corridor outside the dining hall. The visiting scholar, he said, use the mirrored lotus read function. I need his rank. She looked at him for exactly 1 second. Then she returned to the dining hall. She was back in 4 minutes. She sat down at her seat, set her hands in her lap with the exact stillness of someone suppressing a visible response, and continued the dinner with complete surface composure for 3 more minutes. When dessert arrived and Rin Fei was engaged in a conversation with Dean Flinder about architectural features of the East Wing, she slid a folded paper under the tablecloth to his hand. He opened it in his lap. Asterisk rank 83. Title de law. Killing intent. Present. Fully controlled. Asterisk he folded the paper and placed it in his jacket pocket. He picked up his dessert spoon. He asked Rin Fei an appropriate question about the historical cultivation text. Rin Fei answered with the convincing enthusiasm of a professional who knew his cover material. Outside the window, the academy grounds were dark. The students were in the study period, doing the independent cultivation review that had become as automatic as the morning meditation. The lantern's field continued its quiet work, touching everyone at the table with the ambient quality that Wei Liang had learned to read the way a doctor reads vital signs. Each person's cultivation signature slightly different, slightly legible. Rin Fei's signature was legible in a specific way. The killing intent his spirit maintained was controlled. Thoroughly, professionally, with the quality of a habit so deeply practiced that it had fused with the cover identity rather than lying beneath it. But control was not absence. The lantern detected it clearly, a tight, focused current running underneath the scholar's manner, and Wei Liang tracked it the way he tracked everything, without visible reaction, with full internal precision. After the dinner, Flinder walked Rin Fei to the east guest room and came back wearing the expression of a man who had spent 2 hours in the presence of a situation he couldn't fully assess and had found the experience quietly distressing. He caught Wei Liang's eye for a moment in the corridor. Wei Liang gave him a small, level nod that meant, "I know what he is. Continue as normal." Flinder held the look for a moment and then moved on, because the nod contained everything that a longer conversation would have produced, and the corridor was not the right place for longer conversations. Wei Liang went to his room and began, in the quiet of his lamp's light, the careful and specific construction of the next set of contingencies, building on the framework he had prepared, refining each scenario against the specific tactical characteristics that rank 83 told him. Because specificity was the only defense available to him against what a professional of Rin Fei's capability could do when the time arrived. Chapter 57. The evacuation contingency planning took 2 days and required 3 people to execute properly. Wei Liang built the framework. Lu Yin mapped the routes. Zhao Wuji provided the institutional infrastructure. The framework was built around 3 scenarios: a direct combat intervention targeting Wei Liang specifically, a broader institutional action targeting the academy itself, and a hybrid scenario involving Spirit Hall administrative authority combined with Rin Fei's operational presence. Each scenario required a different response geometry, and the responses overlapped enough at the student safety component that the planning could share most of its infrastructure across all 3. Lu Yin took the route mapping because her 4 years of Spirit Hall regional travel had given her more detailed knowledge of the eastern region's road network and checkpoint distribution than either Wei Liang or Zhao Wuji possessed. She identified 2 viable withdrawal routes that bypass Spirit Hall's 3 regional checkpoint stations. One through the Western Agricultural Corridor that added 6 hours to the journey to the nearest neutral city, and one through the mountain pass to the north that was passable for 4 months of the year. It was currently within that window by 3 weeks. Zhao Wuji handled the internal positioning, ensuring the academy's existing emergency protocols could be redirected to cover the student safety component without requiring additional visible preparation. He had the authority to authorize evacuation drills without explanation. Wei Liang added the drill sequence to the training rotation, rapid deployment mobility, the ability to break from a practice position cleanly and reform at a secondary location within 2 minutes. He framed it as an advanced coordination challenge. The Shrek 7 executed it with the same thoroughness they brought to all Wei Liang's challenges, and within 4 sessions, it was approaching the 2-minute standard reliably. Rin Fei is still in observation mode, Lu Yin reported on the 2nd evening. My contact in the administrative office says his room has been occupied every night, and he's attended 2 formal academic events. He's building a report, not looking for an immediate action window. He'll wait for isolation or distraction, Wei Liang said. Both are things we can control for. The student sessions aren't isolated. The administrative events aren't isolated. He looked at the route maps. The vulnerability is the solo practice sessions I've been running in the evenings. She looked at him flatly. Stop running solo practice sessions in the evenings. I will. He had already adjusted the schedule. The footwork drill I need for the battle memory card can run during the early morning block instead. What's the footwork drill for? A technique I absorbed recently. High-speed evasion against high-rank opponents. She studied him for a moment. How many techniques do you have like that? 2. Perfect guard stance and the evasion footwork. The first is defensive endurance. It doesn't defeat anything. It extends survivability. The second is mobility-based. Same principle. 2 survival techniques against a rank 83 operative, she said. Yes. That's not enough. I know. What they need to be is enough for long enough for something else to happen. He looked at her. If Ren Fei moves, I need the fight to last long enough for Zhao Wuji to reach the practice ground. That's approximately 6 minutes. I need 6 minutes of survivability against rank 83. He paused. The 2 techniques together, deployed correctly, might produce 6 minutes. She was quiet for a long time. Might, she said. Might, he confirmed. And neither of them said what came after might, because the space it occupied was the one thing in the contingency framework that planning alone couldn't address. Chapter 58. Ren Fei came to Wei Liang's room on the 3rd night of his stay, at 2 in the morning. He knocked. The knock was polite in the particular way of a professional whose courtesy phase was still operational, someone preserving the civil framing for as long as it served the operational goal. Wei Liang had been awake. He had been running through the contingency framework one more time, testing it against the specific scenario of a night visit, which was one of the 3 scenarios he had planned for. He opened the door in the clothes he had been sitting in, with the scholar's lantern already lit on the desk at full ambient output. Ren Fei stepped inside. He looked at the lantern, then at Wei Liang, with the evaluating attention of someone reading a room for information. He closed the door behind him without being invited to. The gesture communicated that the conversation had its own protocol separate from standard social courtesy. I am going to be direct with you, Ren Fei said. He spoke the way professionals in his line of work spoke when they had moved past the cover identity and into the actual purpose. With precision rather than warmth, the directness of someone for whom saying things accurately was more efficient than saying them gently. You have drawn the attention of people with the institutional authority and personal motivation to remove you from this position permanently. When I say permanently, I do not mean administratively. I understand the distinction, Wei Liang said. The offer is this. You leave this position voluntarily within 14 days. You relocate outside the region. You do not continue the current teaching engagement with this student group. In exchange, the attention I've described becomes redirected to other priorities, and your departure is recorded as a voluntary career transition. Ren Fei's voice carried no particular threat in it. It was the voice of a professional presenting terms, not of a person who enjoyed the presentation. This is a genuinely reasonable offer. The alternatives to it are not reasonable. Wei Liang looked at the lantern for a moment. He thought about the 14 days, about the 4 weeks to the formation threshold, about Ning Fengji's letter of retraction, about Zhao Wuji's certification submission, about the specific cost calculation he had been building for the preceding 8 weeks. No, he said. Ren Fei waited for more. No to which component? No to leaving. No to relocating. No to discontinuing the work. He met Ren Fei's eyes without the deflection that was available and that he declined to use. What I'm doing here is producing results that are becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss. The window in which removing me costs less than keeping me is shorter than whoever sent you is calculating for. By the time the authorization clears for a direct intervention, the cost-benefit will have shifted. He paused. That's not defiance. It's a different analysis of the same situation. Ren Fei observed him with the particular quality of a professional recalibrating an assessment. He had clearly expected several possible responses to the offer, and Wei Liang's version was not absent from the set, but it apparently differed from the most probable in some way that required genuine evaluation. You're making this harder than it needs to be, he said finally. I hope the situation resolves without further difficulty, Wei Liang said. I'm telling you the direction it won't resolve in. Ren Fei stood for another moment. Then, you have 7 days before my authorization window closes. Consider the offer. He looked at the lantern one more time. That reading attention, careful and professional, and then he left. Wei Liang stood in the doorway and listened to the footsteps fade, and looked at the lantern on the desk and thought about 7 days and what had to happen inside them, and whether the calculation he had been building, piece by piece, for 8 weeks, was as solid as he needed it to be. Chapter 59. On the 5th day of the 7, Ren Fei moved. He did not announce the change in timeline. There was no withdrawal of the offer, no revisitation of terms. He simply moved, with the decisive economy of a professional who had received revised authorization or had determined that the stated deadline was no longer the operative constraint. Wei Liang was on the practice ground at 3 in the afternoon running the evasion footwork from the battle memory card. He had moved the solo practice to the afternoon session window rather than eliminating it, keeping it during a period when the student group was in academic classes and Zhao Wuji was reliably in the adjacent building. This was not a lapse in planning. It was a calculated exposure, maintaining a practice schedule that Renfei had observed, and that would allow a predictable window that Wei Liang could specifically prepare for. He had told Zhao Wuji the exact window. Zhao Wuji had committed to the adjacent building for the duration. Renfei came from the east side, which was the approach Wei Liang had assigned the lowest probability to, because it required crossing the academy's main courtyard in view of 3 windows. He had been wrong about the probability. He noted this as information. The first technique was a suppression field, a tidal Doa spirit ability that narrowed the available cultivation output of any soul master below rank 80 within its radius to approximately 15% of baseline capacity. It arrived without preamble, like weather, a change in the character of the air rather than a visible attack. Wei Liang activated perfect guard stance. The stance was designed for exactly this, a low-rank practitioner absorbing force from a high-rank attacker, not by matching the force, but by redirecting and dispersing it through a specific body geometry. It was not sustainable. It was designed to be survivable for approximately 6 minutes under sustained high-rank pressure, which was the design specification he had been testing and refining through the past 3 weeks of practice. Renfei attacked with precision rather than power, the approach of someone who understood that power was redundant against a non-combat opponent and that precision was more efficient. The first 3 exchanges tested Wei Liang's stance geometry. The 4th found a gap. The 5th narrowed it further. Wei Liang was moving continuously, combining the guard stance with the evasion footwork, the 2 systems working together in a way they hadn't fully integrated in practice, but that was producing a functional hybrid under live pressure. At 6 minutes and 8 seconds, he was on one knee. Zhao Wuji arrived from the north entrance. Zhao Wuji at rank 75 was a defensive specialist in an environment he had worked in for 14 years. His spirit abilities were designed for exactly the kind of ground-holding action that Renfei's precision attacks required neutralizing. The engagement between them occupied Renfei's full attention and shifted the operational geometry from 1 versus 1 to 2 versus 1. Liu Yan arrived from the south 40 seconds later. The 3-party engagement lasted 90 seconds before Renfei executed an extraction. He was too good to be held when he chose not to be, and he chose not to be, creating space, stepping through it, and moving to the practice ground's edge with the economical precision of a professional whose operational calculus had shifted and who was acting on the shift without hesitation. At the edge, he stopped. "This isn't finished," he said, the voice of someone reporting operational status rather than expressing emotion. He left. Zhao Wuji held his defensive stance for 4 seconds after Renfei's footsteps had faded before releasing it. Liu Yan was still breathing hard, but had her composure, the rigid discipline of someone who was managing a strong response by focusing on its surface. Wei Liang was still on one knee. He accepted Zhao Wuji's offered hand and stood. "Thank you," he said to both of them. Liu Yan turned toward him with something in her expression that had moved past assessment and past analysis and into territory she hadn't decided to show him yet. The particular face of someone whose careful professional distance has encountered something it hadn't fully accounted for. Chapter 60. The 3 of them stood on the practice ground in the aftermath's particular stillness. It was not peaceful. It was the quality of quiet that follows significant events when the event is over and the assessment has not yet begun. The gap between the doing and the understanding of what was done. Zhao Wuji had scrapes along his left forearm and a cultivation strain that he was managing with the automatic competence of a veteran who had received worse. He stood with the careful stillness of someone rationing their physical reserves, facing the direction Renfei had left from without quite looking at anything. Liu Yan had her arms at her sides. Her breathing was returning to baseline. She was doing what she always did after intense events, processing inward before expressing outward, organizing the experience into a framework before allowing any part of it to be visible. Wei Liang recognized the pattern well enough by now to read the depth of what she was organizing even when he couldn't read its content. He had 2 cracked ribs. He could feel the fracture lines with the particular precision that enhanced body awareness produced after a cultivation compression event. His spirit power reserve was approximately 20% of baseline, the depleted quality of channels that had been operating under suppression and had not had time to recover. The guard stance and evasion footwork had both performed above their practice baselines, which was information about how techniques behaved under genuine pressure rather than training pressure. "I have been wrong about you," Zhao Wuji said. He said it into the open air of the practice ground, with the directness of a person whose statement had been prepared for the right moment and who had determined, with the same precision he applied to cultivation assessments, that this was it. His eyes moved to Wei Liang, then to Lu Yan, then to the practice ground around them. The marks on the stone where the engagement had moved, the scorch from the suppression field's impact on the earth. About both of you. He said it simply and without qualification. Whatever you are doing, whatever the mechanism that produces these results, the results themselves are standing on this practice ground with me. The students are inside that building. We are all still standing. He paused. I operated on the assumption that methods I couldn't explain were methods I should oppose. That assumption was wrong. You operated on consistent principles, Wei Liang said. The principles weren't the error. The application of them without adequate information was the error. Which is, Zhao Wuji said, with the dry precision of a man making an admission he had been preparing, exactly what I would have criticized you for. He looked at the practice ground for a moment longer. We should go inside. A sound from the storage building's shadow. Tang Xin stepped forward into the edge of the lantern's field. He had been there. How long? Wei Liang could not determine. He stood in the dim light with the stillness of someone who had been watching carefully and was now deciding how to acknowledge what he had seen. He looked at Zhao Wuji. He looked at Lu Yan. Then his attention settled on Wei Liang with the particular focused precision of a student who has assembled a significant amount of evidence and is asking the question that the evidence has made necessary. What exactly are we training for, teacher? The question was quiet and precise and patient in the way Tang San was patient. The patience of a student who had time to question carefully and was now asking it with the full weight of 8 weeks of accumulated observation behind it. It landed in the still air of the practice ground with the weight of 8 weeks of observation behind it, and Wei Liang looked at him, and at the others, and understood that the version of the truth he had been managing was no longer adequate to the moment, and that what came next would require something different entirely. Story 67. I Run Shrek Academy Part 1. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 61. They gathered in the practice room the morning after the confrontation on the practice ground. All 7 of them, without being summoned. Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived first, then Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, then Oscar, then Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun last, still holding the posture of someone who had not fully processed the previous night and was operating on the surface of his composure rather than the depth of it. Wei Liang had the session notes ready. He had prepared a normal session plan. He set it aside when the last student came in and closed the door. He told them the partial version of the truth, because the full version required more context than the moment allowed and more trust on their side than he had fully earned yet. Shrek Academy is under institutional pressure from Spirit Hall, he said. The pressure has a specific source, a concern at the administrative level that the teaching methodology here is producing results that fall outside Spirit Hall's framework for what results should look like. I cannot address that concern by changing the methodology. The methodology is producing the results. The only way to protect this academy's ability to continue operating this way is to make the results so publicly undeniable that the cost of dismissing them exceeds the cost of tolerating the methodology. Tang Sen said, without visible surprise, how long has this been happening? Since week 3. Director Chen Xin filed an inquiry in week 3. Bibi Dong's office sent a communication in week 9. Commander Ren Fei arrived in week 11 and was not here for scholarship. The room absorbed this. The students were quiet in the particular way that indicated they were processing rather than reacting. The processing posture the best training sessions had developed in all of them. The capacity to receive significant information without the emotional surface interfering with the assessment. Xiao Wu said, "You've been managing this alone." "Not alone. Dean Flender, Elder Zhao, and Lu Yin have been part of the response. I've been managing the information boundary, keeping the training environment clean so the institutional pressure didn't contaminate what we were building." He looked at the group steadily. "I can tell you more when the timeline makes more of it relevant. What's relevant now? The pressure is real, the response strategy is working, and the most important thing any of you can do is continue exactly as we have been. The work is the answer. There is no other answer." "You walked into the fire," Ma Hongjun said. He said it without inflection, as a statement rather than an accusation. "Yes. For us. For the training environment. Which is the same thing." Wei Liang picked up his session notes. "We have a session scheduled. The formation drill, 4th sequence, rotating anchor. We are 12 days from the development threshold I've been building toward. I need all of you at full attention for those 12 days. He looked around the room. Any questions? Tang Xin had many. Wei Liang could see them organizing themselves behind the students' eyes, specific, technical, patient. But Tang Xin looked at the session notes in Wei Liang's hand, and then back at the group, and he made the assessment that Wei Liang had been hoping he would make, that the answers could wait and the work could not. "Begin," Tang Xin said. And they began. the 7 of them finding their formation positions with the automatic precision that 8 weeks of drilling had built, and Wei Liang watching from the instructor position with the particular satisfaction of watching something he had built performing exactly as designed, under exactly the conditions it had been designed for. Chapter 62 The Mentor System's potential ceiling reveal cost 275 MP, which was everything Wei Liang had accumulated since Oscar's rank 30 breakthrough, plus the residual from Zhu Zhuqing's rank 31 earlier in the week. He purchased it on a Tuesday evening, alone in his room, after the last session had ended and the academy had settled into its nighttime register. Asterisk potential ceiling reveal shows each registered student's absolute theoretical maximum cultivation rank under optimal lifetime conditions. This is not a prediction. It is the ceiling of what is genetically and spiritually possible for each individual given their current spirit configuration and bloodline. Cost: 275 MP. Note: this information is classified as sensitive by the mentor system. Discretion advised. Asterisk he confirmed the purchase and watched the readout populate, student by student. Tang San's number made him stop. He read it twice. He set his pen down. The number was not possible by any framework he had studied. It was not possible by the Doloa continent's standard ceiling concepts. It was not possible by anything in the bloodline insight data he had accumulated over the preceding 11 weeks. He held it in his attention for several minutes, and then he wrote it in his training log in a notation only he could decode, and he moved to the next student. Xiao Wu's number was different from Tang San's, but equally significant in the context of what her rabbit spirit lineage actually was, which the bloodline insight had partially revealed, and which the ceiling reveal now completed. The others ranged across a spectrum that was, in every case, substantially higher than their bloodline insight baselines. Oscar's ceiling was 42 ranks above what the bloodline insight had calculated as his likely lifetime maximum. Ning Rongrong's ceiling suggested a support cultivation path that would, if fully realized, produce something that rivaled the legendary 7 treasure-type configurations. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix lineage had depths that weren't visible in his current power level and wouldn't become visible for years. He sat with all of this for 2 hours. The data changed the training design. Not dramatically. The day-to-day structure of the sessions remained sound, because it had been calibrated to push each student toward their outer edge, and the outer edge had just been revealed as substantially further than he had been targeting. What changed was the long-term sequencing, the order in which he developed specific capabilities, the priority weighting of different skill tracks, the resource allocation between individual work and team coordination. He rebuilt the 6-week training plan from the ground up, working through the night, adjusting and recalculating, finding the paths through the revised ceiling landscape that would produce the most development in the least time given the institutional pressure that was not going to relieve itself. When he finished, the sky outside his window was pale. He had a session in 4 hours. He made tea, reviewed the new plan one more time, and went to sleep for 3 hours with the particular calm of a person who has done all the preparing that can be done and is now waiting for the doing. The ceiling number stayed with him even in the near-sleep state. Tang San's number most of all, the one that had made him set down the pen. He had encountered a few passages in his own reading about the theoretical upper limits of dual spirit-type cultivators in the Doi universe, and those passages had described numbers that were considered theoretical maximums under the most optimistic interpretation of existing cultivation records. Tang San's ceiling, as revealed by the system, was not in that range. It was above it. He had not shared the numbers with anyone. He would not share them until he understood what they meant for the training, not as abstract possibility, but as concrete development path. The design challenge was not how to tell Tang San he had an extraordinary ceiling. The design challenge was how to structure the training so that the path toward that ceiling was actually walkable, one session at a time, starting from where the student currently stood. That was the work. That was what the long night of planning had produced. And when he went to sleep with the tea cooling at his bedside, what he carried into that brief rest was not the numbers themselves, but the path he had built from them, step by step, week by week, building towards something that even the system's designers had apparently not fully mapped. Chapter 63 Tang San's request was delivered with the precision he applied to everything. Specific, patient, direct. I want to do individual training sessions with you, he said. Combat application focus. My formation skills and technical development are progressing well in the group context. What I'm missing is opponent reading under real pressure and psychological resistance to high-stakes cultivation combat. Wei Liang agreed without modification to the request. He agreed because Tang San was correct, both about what he needed and about the fact that the group context wasn't producing it, and because the revised training plan from the ceiling reveal had already earmarked Tang San for exactly the kind of individual attention that would address these gaps. The first individual session was on a Thursday afternoon, in the side practice room that Wei Liang had been using for the Xiao Wu reflex work. Tang San arrived expecting sparring. What he found was Wei Liang seated at a table with 2 cultivation monitors, a set of written scenario cards, and no training equipment of any kind. He took in the room. "This isn't sparring," he said. "No. This is opponent reading and psychological pressure resistance training, both of which you requested." Wei Liang gestured to the chair across the table. "Sit." Tang San sat. "This looks like a negotiations setting. It's designed to feel like that, yes. High-pressure cultivation combat produces the same neurological state as high-stakes negotiation, elevated threat perception, narrowed attention focus, time-distorted decision-making. Training the state in a controlled setting builds the same resistance as training it in combat, with the advantage that I can modulate the pressure variables more precisely." Tang San processed this with the quiet efficiency he brought to unexpected technical information. "What are the scenario cards?" "Opponents. Each card describes a specific combat type, spirit ability configuration, and psychological pressure profile. You will read the card, analyze the opponent, and verbally walk me through your tactical response. I'll score your reading accuracy against the actual performance data for each opponent type, and I'll modulate psychological pressure during your analysis to test the quality of your decision-making under stress." How do you modulate psychological pressure without combat? By asking questions with answers that matter and giving you limited time to produce them. Wei Liang set his hands flat on the table. "You're the best technical analyst in this group. The gap I'm targeting is the performance of that analysis under conditions where the cost of error is real and the time available is compressed. The gap exists. We're going to close it." Tang San looked at the scenario cards. He looked at Wei Liang with the measuring attention that was becoming more specific the more he understood. Then he said, "All right." The session lasted 2.5 hours. At the end of it, Tang San was somewhat pale and entirely focused, his analysis having been tested against 10 scenarios with progressive time compression and increasingly pointed questions from Wei Liang that were designed to trigger the specific defensive cognitive patterns that would degrade performance in actual combat. He had not performed perfectly. That was not the goal. "You're at 63% accuracy under full pressure," Wei Liang said. "With consistent training, you'll reach 85. That's the threshold where the reading becomes an asset rather than a liability in high-stakes combat." Tang San absorbed this. "How long?" 6 sessions. Possibly 8. He gathered the cards. "You're already good at this. The training makes you reliable at it. Those are different categories, and they require different work to bridge." Tang San stood to leave. At the door he paused. "The threat level," he said. "At the academy. Can you tell me the actual timeline?" 3 weeks, at most, before the institutional response reaches its next escalation. Wei Liang kept his voice level. "The training you're doing now is directly relevant to what that escalation will require." Tang San absorbed this. He had been building a model of the situation since week 4. The model now had a timeline, and the timeline organized everything else into a different kind of urgency. Not anxious reaction, but the efficiency of a person who knows what they need to accomplish and is now recalculating the allocation of effort accordingly. "The opponent reading sessions," Tang San said. "How many more before I reach the 85% threshold?" 4. Possibly 3 if the next session shows the consolidation pattern I'm expecting. Can we run them on consecutive days? 1 day between sessions gives the consolidation time it needs. Running them consecutive produces short-term performance gains that don't survive sustained pressure." He paused. "I'll push the compression as far as the consolidation allows." Tang San nodded once. The nod of someone integrating a constraint as information rather than resisting it as an obstacle, and left with the particular focused step of a student who had just realized that the work was more urgent than he had been calculating for. Chapter 64. The spar between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing happened on a Friday afternoon during the open individual practice block, and Wei Liang was in the observation alcove with the session log when it started. It began as a standard sparring exchange, the kind they ran twice a week, controlled contact, full cultivation output at 70%. But 3 minutes in, something in the quality of the exchange changed. It was not visible in the technique, not in the footwork or the spirit ability deployment patterns. It was in the rhythm of the engagement, the particular way 2 people fight when they are fighting through something rather than merely fighting, when the physical confrontation has become a vehicle for a confrontation of a different kind. Dai Mubai landed an attack that Zhu Zhuqing failed to deflect, not because her technique was inadequate. Her technique had been more than adequate for weeks, but because she had held still for half a second too long. The half-second had the quality of a decision made and retracted before the body could act on the retraction. She reset. She came back at him with a precision that was sharper than her previous training baseline. The sharpness had the quality of someone releasing something they had been holding onto. Dai Mubai received it. He did not deflect it cleanly. The impact registered in his cultivation display as a genuine landing, not a training contact, not a controlled exchange point. Something had connected that was not purely technical. They stopped by mutual, unspoken agreement after the contact landed. They stood on the practice floor facing each other in the particular stillness of two people who have reached a point in a conversation that is too important to continue and too important to leave unfinished. Dai Mubai said something. Wei Liang was too far away to hear it clearly, but the posture of the saying had a quality he had not seen from Dai Mubai before, not the white tiger confidence, not the competitive pride. Something less defended. Zhu Zhuqing's response was brief. She said it without looking away from him, which was the version of Zhu Zhuqing at her most direct. They stood for another moment. Then they resumed the spar, and the quality of the exchange for the remaining 20 minutes was different from anything Wei Liang had logged in 11 weeks. Not softer, but clearer. Two fighters who had resolved the static between them and could now use the full quality of their respective capabilities without the static generating interference. Wei Liang made an entry in the session log. Dai Mubai / Zhu Zhuqing. Individual spar, Friday afternoon. Performance metrics. Both students showing peak session outputs. Coordination inference. Interpersonal factors that were creating suboptimal combat interaction appear to have been addressed. The change is visible in the technique quality. Note: personal resolution of this kind produces a cultivation cooperation dividend that individual training cannot replicate. Log. Personal factors resolved. He closed the log and watched the remaining minutes of the spar with the professional satisfaction of a teacher who has spent 11 weeks building conditions for exactly this kind of development, and is now watching it manifest. What he was watching was not simply two students sparring. It was two cultivators who had been training in proximity for 11 weeks and had spent that entire time carrying something that neither of them had resolved, and who had now resolved it, and whose cultivation was responding to the resolution by releasing capability that the unresolved thing had been suppressing. The technical literature on cultivation development documented this phenomenon as a well-established pattern. Emotional blockage created measurable impedance in spirit power circulation, and the removal of the blockage produced a corresponding circulation improvement. But reading about the pattern and watching it happen in real time, at this quality, in students you had specifically trained toward this moment, were different experiences. The mentor system had not awarded points for this. The interpersonal resolution was not a cultivation breakthrough in the trackable sense. But Wei Liang had learned to recognize the category of development that the system did not track and to value it as precisely as what the system did track, because the two categories fed each other, and a student who had cleared a personal blockage was a student whose cultivation ceiling had effectively risen, not in the ceiling reveal numbers, but in the practical reality of what they could sustain and access in combat. Chapter 65. Lu Yin signed the co-instructor contract on a Monday morning before the session began in the Academy Administrative Office with Flender present and a witness signature from Zhao Wuji. She set the pen down, received her copies, and walked to the practice room and began preparing the side map positions for the morning session with the same quiet efficiency she brought to every morning preparation. The students arrived to find both Wei Liang and Lu Yin at the front of the room. Oscar said, "She signed it." "She signed it," Wei Liang confirmed. The response was not dramatic. Oscar grinned in the way he reserved for outcomes that had required patience and had finally arrived. Xiao Wu applauded briefly and genuinely, one of the few students who expressed enthusiasm without self-consciousness. Ning Rongrong straightened her posture and extended a formal greeting that carried the weight of one professional acknowledging another. Ma Hongjun said, finally, in the voice of someone who had been thinking this for weeks. Dai Mubai offered Lu Yin a nod that was the closest he reliably came to warmth toward anyone who wasn't Zhu Zhuqing. She returned it with the same register. They had arrived at a mutual professional respect over the preceding weeks that was based purely on observed competence, which was the only basis for respect that either of them fully trusted. Tangsen said nothing. He began his pre-session warm-up. This was the most complete form of welcome he offered anyone. Zhao Wuji appeared in the doorway at 6:58 with a small bottle of rice wine and 4 cups that he set on the side table without explanation. He poured 2 cups, offered one to Flender, who had come at Zhao's invitation, and held the other while the students found their positions. "One moment," Zhao said. He made no speech. He raised his cup toward Lu Yin, who received it with the precise dignity of someone who understood the weight the gesture was carrying without requiring that it be explained. He drank. Flinder drank. The students watched this. Now, Zhao said, and returned the cup to the table and left. Wei Liang picked up the session notes. Formation drill, 5th sequence. Same standard as Friday. Begin. The session ran exactly as all the other sessions had run. The only visible difference was Lu Yan's position, which was now formally the co-instructor position rather than the observer-practitioner position she had occupied for 3 weeks. The students' performance showed no disruption. If anything, the clarified institutional structure produced a small, but measurable improvement in the coordination quality during the 3rd rotation. After the session, when the students were at breakfast, Lu Yan sat across the desk from Wei Liang and looked at the session notes with the focused attention she brought to technical assessments. Same training design today, she said. Yes. You didn't adjust for the change in my formal status. The formal status doesn't change the training design. The work is the same. He paused. Your formal status changes what I can put you in charge of administratively. Starting this afternoon, the individual combat development sessions for Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu are yours. I'll keep Tang San and Ma Hongjun. She looked at the session notes for a moment. Then she said, thank you for the toast. That was Zhao Wuji's decision. I know. She turned back to the notes. I meant for the morning preparation. You had the side mats already set before I arrived. He said nothing. She did not require him to. She flipped to the 2nd page of the session notes and began reviewing the formation metrics with the precision she brought to everything. They worked through the notes together for 20 minutes, in the particular comfortable silence that had developed between them over 3 weeks of this exact kind of work. 2 people who had different methodological strengths and had learned, without formal negotiation, how to deploy those strengths together without redundancy. The institutional problem sat between them unspoken the way it always sat during the working sessions. It was not ignored. They both held it in peripheral awareness, the way you hold the knowledge of weather while doing work that requires concentration. But the work was the work, and letting the institutional problem contaminate the work would have been exactly the kind of failure they had been avoiding since the letter arrived. The Dai Mubai individual sessions, Lu Yan said. What's the target development for the next 2 weeks? Combat decision architecture under sustained high-pressure engagement, Wei Liang said. His white tiger form is excellent at initiation and at the decisive finishing exchange. The gap is sustained mid-engagement adaptation, the 3 to 8 minute window where the engagement hasn't resolved and he needs to keep reading and adjusting. She made a note. I can build that with him. She looked up. 2 weeks is tight, given what's coming. 2 weeks is what we have, he said. Let's use it. Chapter 66 Ning Rongrong reached rank 35 on a Wednesday morning during the free cultivation period. The breakthrough was not quiet. Rank 35 for a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda type was a structural threshold, not simply a rank increment, but a manifestation point, the rank at which the pagoda's 3rd tier activated and a new support attribute emerged. The attribute that emerged was determined by the cultivation path the practitioner had followed to reach the threshold. For a 9-treasure practitioner who had spent the preceding 12 weeks doing precisely calibrated support enhancement work under Wei Liang's design, with the soul resonance field's influence permeating every session, with the team coordination pressure that had made her support decisions sharper and faster and more precisely adapted than anything her prior training had produced. The attribute that manifested at rank 35 was not on the standard reference list. It produced a beam of light. The beam was not a combat attack. It was a support amplification mechanism, a focused delivery system that bypassed the standard ambient broadcast of pagoda-type enhancements and delivered a targeted cultivation boost directly to a single recipient at precision levels that the ambient broadcast could not approach. The boost was narrow and concentrated and accurate to within 2% of the optimal coefficient for the recipient's specific cultivation architecture. Ning Rongrong studied it in sustained silence, extending and retracting it repeatedly, working through its properties with the technical curiosity that had been one of the most rewarding things about her development to observe. This isn't in any of the 9-treasure cultivation texts, she said. Wei Liang was in the practice room. She had found him immediately after it manifested. No, he said. It's an emergent attribute from a specific training path. The standard cultivation texts describe the standard path, which produces the standard set of threshold attributes. He examined the clarity beam's output using the Bloodline Insights assessment function. The data was precise and consistent with what the potential ceiling reveal had suggested was possible at this stage. This is what the path we've been running produces at rank 35. It will develop further as your rank advances. Ning Rongrong held the beam extended for a moment, its pale focused light steady in the morning practice room. You knew this was going to happen. I knew it was possible. I designed the training path to give it the best probability. She was quiet for a moment. She retracted the beam and looked at her pagoda with the particular look of a practitioner who has received something that changes the frame of what they understood themselves to be capable of. My father needs to know, she said. He'll know within the week. The assessment framework that Zhao Wuji submitted with the certification includes the individual breakthrough tracking. It will reach Ning Fengji through the formal reporting channel. He looked at his session notes. For now, the clarity beam needs practice. It's powerful but narrow. Accuracy drops when the recipient is moving. That's the training challenge for the next 10 sessions. She nodded. She held the pagoda a moment longer. Then she looked at him with a directness that was unusual from her, the controlled surface she usually maintained dropping for a moment. Thank you, she said, for knowing what I could do before I did. He accepted this without deflecting it, because she meant it and it was true, and deflecting it would have been a way of declining to receive what was being offered. He added to the session notes. Asterisk Ning Rongrong rank 35 breakthrough. Clarity beam manifestation confirmed. Non-standard threshold attribute, emergent from specific training path. Development priority for weeks 14 to 16, moving target accuracy work. Current baseline, stationary accuracy near perfect. Moving target, not yet tested. Asterisk he looked at what he had written. Then he added, asterisk note, her teacher's gift. She used that phrase. Log it as a data point. Asterisk. He was not entirely sure what kind of data point it was, but it felt like something that deserved to be in the record, not for the training implications, which were already documented under the technical metrics, but for the other kind of record, the one he kept less formally in the part of his attention that tracked what the students were becoming alongside the ranks and the metrics and the breakthrough notifications. Ning Rongrong, when she arrived, had been the Academy's spoiled 9 treasure student, used to being accommodated, uncertain how to use her spirit's real depth. What she was now was something that would not have been recognizable to the girl who arrived 13 weeks ago, a support soul master who made decisions, adapted in real time, and had just produced a cultivation threshold attribute that the standard texts didn't even list as a possibility for her spirit type. The work had done that. She had done that. And the pride in her voice when she said her teacher's gift was the pride of a student who had worked harder than she had ever worked for anything and had received something worth the working, and who knew, precisely, which category of gift it was. Chapter 67 Ma Hongjuan's full Phoenix Flame control came on a Tuesday afternoon in week 13, during a precision targeting drill in the rear practice yard. The drill was specific, a ceramic target set at 200 meters, requiring a sustained Phoenix fire discharge at full cultivation output, maintained for 3 seconds, hitting within a 5-centimeter accuracy radius. The requirement was not power. The distance was well within Ma Hongjuan's range at his current rank. The requirement was steadiness. 3 seconds of sustained output without the flame's natural expansion behaviors breaking the accuracy window. He had attempted it 19 times over the preceding 3 sessions. The best result had been a 2-second hold at 180 meters. Today was the 20th attempt. Wei Liang stood beside him at the release line, at the right shoulder position he had taken during all the precision targeting work, close enough to intervene with the lantern's field if the fire showed the precursor signals of losing control, far enough that the proximity wouldn't interfere with Ma Hongjuan's concentration. Ma Hongjun breathed in. The Phoenix fire gathered at his hands in the particular quality it had when his emotional control was fully engaged rather than partially engaged. The difference was visible to Wei Liang now, who had spent 13 weeks building the ability to read the flame's emotional signature as a real-time indicator of the student's internal state. The control was full. The emotional state was clean. He released. The flame traveled 200 meters in a sustained 3-second arc and struck the ceramic target within 2 centimeters of the center accuracy mark. The target shattered cleanly rather than partially, the impact geometry of a precisely aimed discharge rather than a force-dominated one. Wei Liang said, "Now you're dangerous." Ma Hongjun stood at the release line with the kind of stillness that came after a significant accomplishment. Not quiet exactly. Something more like the brief suspension of everything that had been driving the effort now that the effort had produced its result. He looked at the shattered target at 200 meters, and then at his hands, and then at Wei Liang. "That's it," he said. "After 19 attempts in 3 weeks, and all the bucket sitting and breathing work, and that's what you say? What would you prefer?" Ma Hongjun thought about it. "Something longer. You achieved 3-second sustained Phoenix fire at full output, with 2-centimeter accuracy, at 200 meters. Wei Liang looked at the target fragments. "The precision is real. The control is reliable. The flame is now an instrument under your command rather than a force you manage. In a combat context, that distinction is the difference between a danger and a weapon. He looked at Ma Hongjun. You're the only Phoenix-type cultivator at this rank in this region who can do what you just did. That's a meaningful statement. Ma Hongjun absorbed this with the particular quality of a student who had been working towards something across many weeks and had just arrived at it, and was discovering that arrival felt different from what he had expected. Not smaller, but quieter. More his own. Less like an announcement and more like a fact. Can I try for 250 meters? He said. Next week, Wei Liang said. Let today's results settle first. That's not a metaphor. Your cultivation channels need 24 hours to integrate a sustained full output discharge at this precision level. Running the same drill tomorrow will produce lower results, not higher ones. Ma Hongjun looked at the target distance. You're certain? I'm certain. He said this, and then he picked up his session notes and walked back toward the practice building, and Ma Hongjun stood at the 200-meter release line for another moment by himself, in the specific quiet of someone sitting inside an accomplishment and letting it be exactly what it was. Chapter 68. The Spirit Hall evaluation team arrived on a Thursday with 5 assessors and a formal writ of evaluation authority signed at the regional administrative level. They were not Commander Renfei's people. They were from the Academic Certification Division, a different branch of the institutional structure, staffed by senior soul masters whose function was standards assessment rather than enforcement. The lead assessor was a woman named Director Supervisor Huang, who held a rank of Title de Law at the 82nd level and had spent 14 years conducting Spirit Hall's official evaluations of academies across the eastern region. Her file, which Lu Yin had obtained through her administrative contacts, described her as thorough, impartial, and genuinely committed to accurate assessment rather than predetermined conclusions. This made her considerably more dangerous, from Wei Liang's perspective, than an enforcement team would have been. An enforcement team was looking for a reason to act. A genuine assessor was looking for the truth, and the truth, the actual mechanism, the mentor system, the cultivation enhancement architecture that Wei Liang had built, was something a genuine assessor might find. He met Director Supervisor Huang in the Academy's formal reception room, with Flender present and Zhao Wuji standing to one side in the precise position that communicated institutional endorsement without requiring him to speak. We will need 7 days, Director Huang said. Individual assessments for all 7 students in the class, observation of at least 2 full sessions, a review of the training documentation, and an interview with the instructor of record. All of that is available, Wei Liang said. What schedule works for your team? Director Huang studied him with the particular attention of a senior assessor receiving a response that was not the one she had prepared for. Instructors under formal evaluation typically negotiated, delayed, or expressed resistance. You're not going to request a postponement? No. The students are performing well. The documentation is current. The sooner the assessment is complete, the sooner the evaluation record is established. He held her assessment without deflecting it. I prefer to begin tomorrow, if that works for your team. Director Huang made a note. She looked at the note for a moment, then at Wei Liang. Tomorrow, she said. He left the reception room and found Lu Yin in the corridor. They're genuine assessors, he said. I know. That's worse than enforcers. It's different, not worse. An assessor's function is to produce an accurate record. We want an accurate record. He walked toward the practice room. I'm going to run the same sessions I would have run without them. Standard content, standard quality, standard student performance. He paused. The standard quality of this student group is exceptional. That's the record I want them to produce. Lu Yin absorbed this. You're banking on the exceptional being visible on its own. I'm banking on the exceptional being undeniable. Those are related but distinct. He looked at the schedule board. The one thing I need from you. If during the individual assessments any of the students appears to be concealing the control quality of their techniques, prompt them privately to perform to their actual level. The assessors are here to measure reality. I want them to measure the reality we've built. She stopped him with a hand on his arm. A brief, specific contact, the kind that communicated something without elaborating on it. Wei Liang. If the assessment produces the record it should produce, if it documents everything accurately, Chen Xin is going to read a report that closes the administrative track. Yes. And when the administrative track closes, the operational track becomes the only one remaining. Yes. She let go of his arm. I want you to know that I've run the probability calculations on the operational track multiple times, she said. From multiple angles. With the most pessimistic assumptions I can make about our capability and the most optimistic assumptions I can make about theirs. She was looking at the schedule board, but she was not seeing it. She was presenting the conclusion she had been building. We have a viable path. Not a certain one. A viable one. I know, he said. You've known for longer than I have. I've hoped for longer. The knowing has been more recent. He looked at the schedule board too. Let's produce the record first. Then we deal with what follows it. Chapter 69, the individual assessments began on Friday morning. Director Huang ran them with the systematic thoroughness that her 14 years in the role had developed into a precise methodology. Each student was assessed across 5 categories: cultivation rank, spirit ability control quality, spirit power circuit health, growth velocity documentation, and special characteristics note. The assessments were conducted in the evaluation hall, one student at a time, with the other assessors watching and recording. Tangsen went first. His cultivation rank registered at 33, which was his current documented rank. His spirit ability control quality was assessed using the evaluation team's standard testing battery: response time to spirit activation, precision of output calibration, sustained output duration, transition fluency between ability modes. Tangsen completed each test at a level that made the assessment team's note-taking noticeably more rapid. Director Huang ran the growth velocity documentation against the entry records from the beginning of the academic year. Tangsen had entered at rank 28. 13 weeks later, he was at rank 33, 5 ranks in 13 weeks, against a standard projection of 1 to 2 ranks per semester for a prodigy category student. 5 ranks, the second assessor said, looking at the documentation. 5 ranks, Director Huang confirmed. She wrote something on her primary assessment sheet. Her expression remained neutral. Dai Mubai registered at rank 36, the highest current rank in the group, his recent breakthrough having pushed him past Tangsen's previous lead. His special characteristics note included a first-time flag for combat coordination integration at level exceeding individual rank projections, which was assessment language for what Wei Liang had been building in the formation work. Zhu Zhuqing's assessment produced the notation cultivation path coherence, exceptional, a category that referred to the integration between spirit ability development and spirit power growth rate. The assessors noted that her Hellcat spirit had developed 3 characteristics that were listed as optional emergence features for the spirit type, all 3 of which had appeared simultaneously rather than sequentially. This was statistically unusual. After the first 3 students, Director Huang called a brief internal team review. Wei Liang, standing outside the evaluation hall with Lu Yin, could hear the quality of the silence that followed, the particular quiet of professional assessors reviewing results that were systematically exceeding every category threshold. The first 3, Lu Yin said quietly. The first 3, Wei Liang confirmed. The next 4 are also going to exceed threshold. What do you think she writes in the final report? I think she writes exactly what she sees, he said. Which is what I want her to write. Lu Yin considered this. You're very calm for someone whose entire position depends on what she writes. My position depends on what I've built, Wei Liang said. The writing is just how the outside world sees it. The building is already done. The silence from inside the evaluation hall continued. Then he heard the sound of pages being turned. Multiple pages, simultaneously, as the 5 assessors compared their separate records. He could not hear the content of what was being said, but the quality of the discussion was clear. This was not the brief review of assessors confirming expected results. This was the extended deliberation of professionals who had encountered a dataset that required careful discussion before being formally recorded. She's going to flag the growth velocity numbers, Wei Liang said. The Spirit Hall standard for acceptable prodigy level advancement is defined in their certification guidelines as up to 2 ranks per semester. Tangsen's 5-rank advance will appear as a formal anomaly in her initial categorization. She'll have to either reclassify the benchmark or create a special category for results outside the standard range. Which option does she choose? Neither tells me anything useful about the final recommendation. Both tell me she's doing the job correctly. He straightened his session folder. The quality of a genuine assessment is visible in the anomaly handling. Anyone can document expected results. What the assessor does with results outside the expected range tells you whether the report is worth reading. Chapter 70. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were assessed on the second day. Oscar arrived at the evaluation hall at precisely his scheduled time, which was characteristic of a student whose natural inclination was to be late, but who had developed punctuality as a discipline rather than a habit, and therefore applied it with more deliberate care than someone for whom it was automatic. He was dressed in his formal session clothes, the ones reserved for inspection days, a detail Wei Liang had noted without commenting on. His cultivation rank registered at 32. His growth trajectory showed 10 ranks in 13 weeks, from rank 22 to rank 32, which was not on any standard projection table that the assessors consulted. The second assessor looked at the tracking chart 3 times before writing down the number. His sausage production rate, a category that existed in the official assessment forms for food-type soul masters, and that was generally considered a low-interest category, had doubled since entry. The quality rating of each type had increased by an average of 18%. The production efficiency improvement was so large that the assessors requested a live demonstration, which Oscar provided with the relaxed confidence of someone who had been told by a specific instructor for 13 weeks exactly what he was good at and had built that into a foundation rather than treating it as an afterthought. Director Huang's notation for Oscar: exceptional development in an atypical spirit type. Instructor attention has been applied to a spirit category that standard methodology typically underinvests in. Results are notable. Ma Hongjun arrived after Oscar and performed the assessment with a precision that had not been present in his previous formal evaluation records. His Phoenix fire temperature, when tested under the assessment team's monitoring equipment, was classified by the monitoring system as anomalous. The system that generated this classification had a range upper limit built around the standard Phoenix-type temperature envelope at the rank 32 level. Ma Hongjun's controlled output was operating at a temperature that the system had not been calibrated to expect from a student his rank. Director Huang asked him to demonstrate controlled output reduction and escalation. He performed both cleanly, without fluctuation, with the measured quality of a cultivator who had transformed raw power into disciplined precision over the course of 13 weeks of targeted work. The temperature anomaly, she said. Is this a sustained capability or an occasional peak output? Sustained, Ma Hongjun said. The temperature has been consistent at this level for 3 weeks. Director Huang wrote something extended on her primary assessment sheet. Ma Hongjun left the evaluation hall and came to find Wei Liang in the corridor. She kept writing. A lot, Ma Hongjun said. That's what you want, Wei Liang said. The assessors who write the most are the ones who are seeing the most. An assessor who sees nothing writes very little. He looked at the session schedule for the afternoon. Go to lunch. Full session at 2. Ma Hongjun went to lunch. Wei Liang stood in the corridor with the schedule in hand, listening to the evaluation hall behind him. The consultation inside had been running for 20 minutes. That was longer than the standard inter-student review break. The assessors were not simply recording data. They were processing it, which meant the data was producing something they hadn't expected to have to process. Luyan appeared at the end of the corridor. She had been watching the assessment timing from the administrative office, tracking the gap between each student's exit and the next one's entry as a rough indicator of assessment complexity. She raised an eyebrow. Oscar's assessment took 23 minutes longer than the standard time allocation, she said quietly. He demonstrated the sausage production live, Wei Liang said. They requested the demonstration? They did. She absorbed this. A food-type demonstration. At a formal spirit hall cultivation assessment. The production efficiency numbers were outside the standard range for his spirit type. They wanted to verify. He looked at the schedule. The anomalous classification on Ma Hongjun is going to produce a flag in the formal reporting structure. Director Huang will need to attach an explanatory annotation, which will require consultation with her technical assessor and possibly a secondary measurement confirmation. How long does that take? 2 to 3 hours, if she's thorough. Which she is. He looked at the evaluation hall door. The report she's building is the most detailed one she's written in years. I can hear it in how long the team is consulting. He paused. What Director Huang writes is going to be exactly what Shin Xine doesn't want to receive, and exactly what we need him to have. Chapter 71. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were assessed on the 3rd day. Ning Rongrong performed first. Her 9-treasure support calibration was assessed using the evaluation team's standard support type battery, a sequence of enhancement target tests that measured precision, response time, and adaptive adjustment capability. The standard battery had been designed around what a rank 35 9-treasure practitioner could be expected to produce. Ning Rongrong's results exceeded the battery's standard range in 4 of the 7 assessment categories. The clarity beam, when she produced it for the special characteristics portion of the assessment, stopped the evaluation session for several minutes. Director Huang had the beam's output measured 3 times with 3 different instruments. The precision concentration factor, the technical measurement of how tightly a pagoda-type enhancement could be delivered to a specific recipient, registered at 97.3% for the 3 measurements. The standard precision concentration for a rank 35 9-treasure pagoda was listed in the assessor's reference materials at 68 to 72%. This attribute, Director Huang said. When did it manifest? 6 days ago, Ning Rongrong said. At the rank 35 threshold. The cultivation path that produced it. How was it designed? Instructor Wei Liang's design, Ning Rongrong said. She said it with the particular precision of someone who wanted the attribution to be accurate in the official record. Director Huang wrote the name. She said nothing further during Ning Rongrong's assessment. Xiaowu was assessed last. Her cultivation rank was 31, strong, consistent with her development profile. Her soft-bone rabbit spirit ability tests produced results that were within normal range for her rank, slightly above average in the precision categories. The transformation control test was a standard element of spirit assessments for species-type spirits, measuring the degree of conscious control the practitioner maintained over their spirit's transformation reflex. The standard reference range for a rank 31 soft-bone rabbit practitioner showed expected control at 60 to 70% of full reflex suppression. Xiaowu's control was at 94%. Director Huang looked at the reading. She looked at the assessor operating the measurement equipment. The assessor checked the calibration and confirmed. 94% reflex suppression at rank 31, Director Huang said. For a species-type spirit. Yes, Xiaowu said. How was this developed? Individual sessions with instructor Wei Liang. Starting in week 6. We addressed the reflex architecture directly over about 10 weeks of targeted work. Director Huang regarded Xiaowu with the focused attention of an assessor whose prior assumptions about this cohort were being reorganized by the data, one student at a time. Direct reflex architecture work, she said. At what frequency? Twice a week, evenings. 2 to 3 hours per session. Director Huang made a note. She made the note with deliberate care, writing more than was strictly necessary for the assessment form's standard fields. The lead assessor across the table, the second evaluator, who had been running his own tabulation throughout the week, looked at his running totals and then at Director Huang, and the quality of their eye contact in that moment carried all the weight of two professionals who have simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion and are each waiting for the other. To say it aloud, Director Huang said, "Thank you. You may go." Xiaowu left the evaluation hall. Director Huang sat at the assessment table with her notes spread in front of her and did not speak for nearly 2 minutes. The third assessor, who was responsible for the technical measurements, looked at his instrument readings one more time. The combined assessment, Director Huang said finally. 7 students. 13 weeks. What we have documented this week is not what the referral materials from Spirit Hall's regional office described. No, the second assessor said. It is significantly better. She looked at the week's accumulated assessment sheets. Director Chen Xian's referral described an irregularity. What I have documented is a teaching methodology that is producing the best cultivation development results I have assessed in 14 years of this work. She was quiet for a moment. I'm going to write that in the report. Accurately and completely. The third assessor said. That's not what Chen Xian's office is expecting. No, Director Huang said. It is not. She began organizing her notes. Assemble the final documentation. I'll draft the report this evening. Chapter 72. Director Huang asked to observe a class on the 4th day. Wei Liang agreed immediately. He offered her the choice of session, morning meditation and cultivation, midday combat drill, or afternoon formation work. She chose all 3. He taught all 3 as he would have taught them without observers. The morning meditation session ran for 62 minutes and produced, by the cultivation monitor's metrics, results consistent with the preceding 3 weeks' averages. The midday combat drill covered the 3rd sequence formation work and individual technique polish. The afternoon session was the full formation drill, with Lu Yin co-running the coordination assessment portion. The assessment team observed from the alcove. They took notes. After the 3rd session ended and the students had gone, Director Huang came down from the alcove and stood on the practice floor looking at the formation marks. She looked at them for some time. Then she turned toward Wei Liang. You teach them to be a system first, she said, before individual techniques are fully formed. The technique formation happens faster when the system context exists, Wei Liang said. Each student develops their individual capabilities more precisely when they understand the function those capabilities are serving. That's not the standard pedagogical sequence. No, the standard sequence works well for individual soul master development. It doesn't produce what I've observed this week. She looked at the formation marks again. The coordination quality I've seen in this group's afternoon session is equivalent to teams I've assessed at the professional circuit evaluation level. Yes, Wei Liang said. These students have been in this program for 13 weeks. Yes. Director Huang looked at him with the focused assessment of an evaluator who has been doing this work for 14 years and has just encountered something that requires a new category. The mechanism, she said. The method that produces these results. Can it be documented in a format that other instructors could replicate? Wei Liang considered this honestly. Parts of it. The design principles, the session architecture, the individual development framework, those can be documented. The cultivation enhancement components require a spirit ability configuration that is specific to my situation. He held her assessment steadily. I can document everything that's documentable. Some elements are non-transferable. She absorbed this. She made a note. Then she said, my evaluation report will document what I've observed. It will be accurate and complete. She paused. You should know that the accuracy and completeness of this report will be delivered to parties who may not welcome what it accurately and completely says. I understand that. You're not concerned? I'm concerned about many things, Wei Liang said, but not about an accurate report of real results. He met her eyes. I've been doing this work because the work is correct. I don't need it to be convenient. Director Huang regarded him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and returned to the alcove to complete her notes, and Lu Yin, who had been at the edge of the practice floor throughout the conversation, watched Wei Liang with an expression she had not shown him before, something that had moved past professional assessment into something she hadn't yet found a name for. After Director Huang left, the practice room was quiet. The Shrek 7 had gone to dinner. The Academy building held the particular end-of-day quality of a place that had been used hard and was now resting. She's going to write an excellent report, Lu Yin said. Accurate and complete and excellent. Yes. And Chun Xin is going to read it and understand that the administrative track is closed. Yes. Which means Ren Fei's authorization is the next move. She said it without particular alarm. She had been holding this calculation for weeks, and the clarity of it had the quality of something that had been uncertain and was now resolved. How long after she submits the report before he moves? Director Huang submits within 48 hours of completing the assessment. Chun Xin will have it within 72 hours of that. His response time on previous operational authorizations, according to the contact intelligence you gathered, has been between 3 and 6 days. He looked at the formation marks. 10 days, outside estimate. Probably fewer. She absorbed this. Ren Fei is already in the region. Yes. She looked at the Grand Scholar's torch on the desk, which had not been there the last time she'd reviewed this room's contents. She looked at it with the assessing attention she brought to significant changes. 10 days, she said. We should make them count. Chapter 73, the final observed session, was a cultivation theory class. Wei Liang chose it himself, from the day's available options. He chose it because the content was genuinely what the students needed next. The theoretical foundation for the cultivation path adjustments the potential ceiling reveal data had prompted him to redesign, and because the theory class, run at its correct quality level, was precisely the kind of session that would produce nothing for investigators looking for irregularities. The session covered energy circulation theory, the standard academic framework for understanding how spirit power moved through cultivation channels, with Wei Liang's amendments that addressed the specific gaps in the standard framework that his 13 weeks of observing this group had revealed. The amendments were legitimate pedagogy, additions and corrections to an existing body of knowledge, not alternative mechanics. There was nothing in the theory class that Spirit Hall's academic framework would have difficulty accommodating. The 5 assessors sat in the alcove for 2.5 hours and wrote steadily. At the end of the session, they left. Director Huang was the last to leave. She paused in the alcove doorway and looked at the practice floor below, where the students were packing up their materials, and then she looked at Wei Liang standing at the instructor position, and her expression had something in it that he could not immediately classify, something that was not disapproval and not approval and was not quite neutral. She left without speaking. He gathered his session notes and walked to the corridor, where he found the second assessor in quiet conversation with the third. They saw him and stopped. The second assessor, whose running tabulation Wei Liang had been tracking from the shape of his note-taking posture throughout the week, said, in the voice of someone who had moved past the boundary of professional discretion but had decided the move was appropriate. That class was deliberately ordinary. Yes, Wei Liang said. You knew exactly what we were looking for. I know what any thorough assessor would be looking for. I designed the session to be an accurate representation of my theory instruction, which is a legitimate component of my teaching methodology. He said it without particular effect. The extraordinary sessions are the cultivation enhancement work and the formation development. Those you already observed. Today was the theory session. The theory session is what it is. The second assessor looked at him for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, to his colleague, that man is the problem. He said it without rancor, with something closer to professional respect. The statement was an assessment of capability rather than a complaint, and Wei Liang heard it as exactly that. The recognition that someone who operates this clearly inside a framework while producing results so far outside it is a genuinely interesting problem for the framework. The third assessor started to say something in response, stopped, and then said, he's going to be fine. The second assessor looked at him. Explain. The report director Huang is writing documents results that exceed every benchmark by margins that make dismissal without cause look like institutional misconduct. Chen Xian won't be able to use this report to remove him. He'll have to go around it entirely. The third assessor paused. That's a different kind of problem from the one we were sent here to identify. The second assessor absorbed this. He looked down the corridor toward where Wei Liang had gone. He knew that too, he said. He invited us here knowing that. Yes. Which means the report we're writing is not for Chen Xian. It's armor. He considered. This man is not an irregular instructor. He's a strategist who teaches. They stood in the corridor for a moment with that assessment sitting between them, and then they went back to their evaluation notes, and Wei Liang, rounding the far corner toward the practice room, had already moved on to the next calculation. Chapter 74. Chen Xian received Director Huang's preliminary report on a Friday morning. He read it in his office in the regional administrative building, in the 43 minutes between his morning briefings. He read it twice. Then he put it face down on his desk and sat with it for several minutes in the way he sat with information he found professionally inconvenient. The report did not give him what he needed. It gave him the opposite of what he needed. Director Huang's assessment was accurate, impartial, and comprehensive, and what it accurately and comprehensively documented was a cohort of 7 students performing at levels 2 to 3 standard deviations above the projected outcomes for their age group, cultivation type, and training duration, under the guidance of an instructor whose methodology was non-standard but whose results were, in Director Huang's professional assessment, beyond question. The phrase beyond question was the one that sat most heavily on Chen Xian. An accurate assessment of beyond question results was not a foundation for administrative removal. Administrative removal required a cause. The cause he had been building, methodological irregularity, cultivation harm, unauthorized enhancement, had just been evaluated by Spirit Hall's own senior assessor and found absent. He could challenge the assessment. He could request a second evaluation team. He could escalate past Director Huang's authority to a more senior evaluative body. All of these options would take time, would produce additional visible scrutiny, and would, if they produced the same result, make the second result even harder to act against than the first. Or he could move past the administrative track entirely. He drafted a message to Commander Ren Fei's operational contact. The message was 3 sentences. The authorization level it specified was not voluntary retirement. It was not administrative removal. It was the classification he had been holding in reserve for contingencies, the one that required a different kind of response and a different kind of outcome. He sent the message and returned to the assessment report on his desk. He turned it face up, read it one more time, and then placed it in the filing archive with the careful thoroughness of a man who was very good at institutional procedure and wanted the documentation trail to be impeccable, right up to the point where the documentation ended and the operational record began. The message to Ren Fei's contact would take 3 days to be received and authorized through the operational chain, then transmitted to Ren Fei's secure communication address. Then Ren Fei would need to reposition and prepare. Then he would move. Chen Xian calculated this at approximately 10 days, which was more time than he preferred to give, but less time than the instructor at Shrek Academy would need to make the results any more undeniable than they already were. The results were already undeniable. That was the problem. An undeniable result inside the standard assessment framework created an administrative record that was difficult to act against. But the administrative record existed in a separate category from the operational record, and the operational record did not require the same standard of proof. He made 2 more notes on his schedule pad, both of them brief, and went to his next meeting. The meeting was about the Eastern Region's Academy certification renewal process, which was routine and well within the standard framework and required nothing from him except presence and a signature at the end. He provided both. He was very good at institutional procedure. He had been doing it for 23 years. Chapter 75. The coded message arrived at Lu Yan's contact in 3 parts over 2 days, which was the standard security fragmentation protocol for communications that carried operational rather than administrative content. She decoded it on the 3rd night, in her room, with the door closed and the lamp turned low. She read the decoded text twice, memorizing it, and then she burned the paper. She sat in the quiet of her room for several minutes after the ash had cooled. Then she went to find Wei Liang. He was in the practice room. He had developed the habit of late evening practice, the footwork drill from the battle memory card, which had improved substantially under consistent drilling and was now in the range of reliable deployment. She had seen him at it before, on nights when the schedule permitted. He was running the 9th pattern of the 12-pattern circuit when she came in. He saw her face and stopped. "Sit down," she said. He sat. She told him what the message had said. She said it precisely and completely, without eliding the specific operational classifications or the authorization level, because he needed the exact information, and anything less than the exact information was a failure to serve the situation they were in. He absorbed it all without speaking, running it through his internal framework, cross-referencing against what he already knew. The authorization level, he said. That's a direct action mandate. Yes. Not. Contingent on a voluntary departure window. No. She held his attention. Renfei received this 3 days ago. He may have already begun positioning. Wei Liang looked at the footwork circuit marks on the practice floor. He was doing the thing he did when significant information was being integrated against a prior model, running through the implications quietly, without rushing to conclusion, arriving at each step in the chain before moving to the next. Tell me everything you know about Renfei, he said finally. Not the rank, not the cover history, the operational patterns, how he positions, how he selects windows, how he responds to complications. She had spent 4 years inside the institution that employed Commander Renfei. She knew considerably more than the rank. She told him all of it, the operational pattern data, the known tactical preferences, the historical record of how he had handled previous targets, the specific ways in which the rank 83 title Delaw's capability set created particular threat vectors that were different from what a lower-ranked enforcer would present. He listened without interruption for 40 minutes. He took no notes. The information was going into the same organized internal archive, where he kept everything that mattered. At the end he said, Zhao Wuji, tonight or tomorrow morning? Tonight, she said. Renfei has had 3 days. Wei Liang stood. He looked at her with the focused, level quality he used for situations that required both honesty and composure. Thank you, he said, for getting this. She looked back at him without the usual professional surface. Thank you, she said, for being worth the getting of it. And then she left. The practice room had the quality of something significant having shifted in it, something that hadn't been visible in the room's surface but that had been accumulating in the space between the 2 people who worked there. Wei Liang sat with the operational intelligence for another 10 minutes, running it against everything he knew about Renfei's tactical patterns and Spirit Hall's enforcement protocols. The direct action mandate changed the parameter space substantially from the previous encounters. The first encounter, Renfei on the practice ground, had been authorized as a controlled intervention with some expectation that Wei Liang would comply or flee. The current mandate had no compliance clause. It was a termination order, which meant Renfei would not come alone. He pulled out a sheet of paper and began sketching the force configuration he would bring in Renfei's position. Minimum 8 additional Soul Masters, probably 12, selected for mid to high rank and reliable Spirit Hall loyalty. The perimeter would need to be closed before the intervention began, which meant positioning would start at least 3 hours before the announced arrival. The approach would come before dawn, when the target's alertness was lowest and the Academy's institutional authority figures were least likely to have mobilized. He wrote down the probable arrival window, 4 to 6 in the morning. 3 days from now, outside estimate. Probably 2. He folded the sheet, placed it in his session folder, and went to find Zhao Wuji, because there were preparations that needed to begin tonight, and Zhao Wuji needed to know specifically what they were and why. Chapter 76. The teaching tier upgrade notification came at 11 the following morning, between the 3rd and 4th session blocks. Asterisk teaching tier upgrade available, Master Grandmaster. Cost, for 10 MP unlocks. Scholar's Lantern Evolution, Grand Scholar's Torch. Soul Resonance Field can now be projected in active combat. Range increases to 20 meters. Ambient Cultivation Enhancement increases to 22%. Secondary, Combat Aura Effects. Allies within range gain plus 8% spirit power output in active combat. Confirm. Asterisk he had 427 MP. He confirmed without hesitation. The change in the Scholar's Lantern was immediate and visible to everyone in the practice room. The lamp's quality shifted, not the light's color, which remained the warm amber it had always been, but something in the character of it, a depth and reach that had not been present before. The field's range, which had been limited to 10 meters in static sessions, extended visibly. He could feel it touching the practice room's far wall, the corridor outside, the adjacent equipment room. Lu Yan, who was running a coordination check with Ning Rongrong at the far end of the room, stopped. She turned. She looked at the lamp. What just changed, she said. The lamp evolved, Wei Liang said. The field range doubled. The enhancement effect increased. And it now functions in active combat context rather than only in stationary session conditions. She considered this. In active combat, you can project the soul resonance field while moving. While fighting, yes. It maintains within the range regardless of my position. She absorbed the implications of this slowly, running through them in the systematic way she ran through all significant new information. Your combat capability didn't change. No, my rank is still 28. I still have 2 spirit rings and no combat spirit abilities that would challenge anyone above rank 40. But your effect on the combat capability of everyone fighting beside you changed substantially. Yes. He looked at the lamp, now burning with the quality of the Grand Scholar's torch, the same essential nature but deeper, more present, more precisely reaching. At Grandmaster tier, the system classifies what I do as aura-level influence, not a combat soul master, a battlefield presence. He paused. That's a different category, and it changes what the formation is capable of. She set down the coordination materials. She was looking at him with the steady assessment that was her most precise way of evaluating something she found significant. You've been building toward this, she said. Since the first session, in a general sense. Since I got the ceiling reveal data, in a specific sense. He picked up the new session notes, the ones rebuilt from the ceiling reveal, the ones that now accounted for the Grand Scholar's torch's capabilities in the formation design. The formation work we've been running becomes considerably more effective with this. I need to redesign the 5th sequence. He looked at the schedule. Can you take the afternoon individual sessions? Yes, she said. Wei Liang. She said his name with the particular quality she used when something needed to be addressed directly. What you just became, in the field, in a fight, that matters. That changes what this group can do if Ren Fei comes with force. She paused. That might actually be enough. He looked at her. He held the pause for a moment because the possibility she was naming was one he had been building toward for weeks without allowing himself to depend on it. It might, he said, and they both knew what neither of them said next, which was that might was doing a great deal of work in that sentence, and that the next few days would determine whether it was enough. Chapter 77. Tang Sen came to him on a Wednesday evening when the academy was quiet and the corridors had the low sound quality of a building settled into the nighttime rhythm. He knocked. He waited. He came in when Wei Liang opened the door. He did not sit down. He stood in the middle of the room with the particular posture of a student who has been preparing a specific opening for some time and has decided the moment for it has arrived. There's going to be a fight, Tang Sen said. Not a question. Wei Liang set his session planning materials down. Yes. A real one. Not an assessment visit. Not administrative pressure. Yes. Tang Sen absorbed this with the stillness of someone receiving a confirmation of what they had already known but needed to hear stated plainly before they could fully act on it. He looked at the lamp on the desk, the Grand Scholar's torch now, though he didn't know its new name, and then at Wei Liang. Within 10 days. Possibly fewer. He said it honestly, because Tang San had asked an honest question, and because the student had earned honest answers through 13 weeks of building the capability to receive them usefully. Against who? Commander Ren Fei, with a Spirit Hull force. He has a direct action mandate. He will not be offering another voluntary retirement window. Tang San processed this. He was running the tactical analysis that Wei Liang could see assembling behind his eyes. Rank assessment, force multipliers, the formation capability they had built, the defensive assets available. Tang Sen was good at this kind of analysis. He had been trained to it specifically over the past 3 weeks of individual sessions. Ren Fei is rank 83, Tang Sen said. We're looking at a force somewhere between 8 and 15. If he's operating at standard enforcement strength for a target site with academy-level institutional complexity. That's an accurate projection based on the operational profile, Wei Liang said. Our effective combat capability against a force that size is much better than it would have been 3 months ago. Wei Liang held his gaze. I've been building the formation specifically for this contingency. Not only for this, but for this as a primary scenario. The Grand Scholar's torch evolution changes the formation's effectiveness substantially. And Zhao Wuji is a known quantity. And Lu Yen is a known quantity. Are we enough? Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He owed Tang Sen a real answer to this question, not a reassuring one. We're close enough that the outcome depends significantly on execution rather than capability gaps, he said. That's the most honest assessment I can give you. Tang Sen held this. He was not looking for false confidence. He was looking for accurate information, which was all he had ever looked for, and Wei Liang had given it to him. All right, Tang Sen said. He turned to leave. At the door, he paused. I'll tell the others in the morning. I was going to do that. I know. A pause. You've been doing everything. Let us do something. He left before Wei Liang could respond. The door closed. The Grand Scholar's torch sat quietly on the desk, its expanded field touching the corners of the room with the quality that had become as familiar as the lamp itself. Wei Liang sat in the room with the understanding that something had just shifted in the dynamic between him and his students. Not a problem, but a new configuration that would require adjustment. He had spent 13 weeks being the person who managed the information boundary, who kept the institutional weight from bleeding into the training environment, who carried the awareness of the threat without distributing it to the people the threat was, in part, directed at. That management had been a deliberate design decision. Students who were aware of institutional pressure performed differently than students who are not, and the performance difference was not in their favor, and the training quality had required the clean environment. But Tang San was right. They were already involved. They had been involved since week 1, because the thing that Spirit Hall considered a threat was specifically the capability Wei Liang had built in these 7 students. The involvement was structural, not incidental, and treating it otherwise was no longer the correct model. He reached for the session planning folder and opened it to the revised week-ahead plan. He had designed it around the normal session structure. He looked at it with fresh eyes, the eyes of someone whose calculation of what these students needed had just updated, and began making adjustments. Some things he had been holding back, waiting for the right developmental moment. The moment had arrived earlier than expected. That was allowed. That was the kind of adjustment that good teaching required. Chapter 78. The group decision happened the next morning before the session began. Tang San had told them in the dormitory corridor at 6 in the morning. Wei Liang arrived at the practice room at 6:15 to find all 7 students already there, seated in their formation positions, not meditating, but waiting. He understood the geometry of it immediately. This was not the waiting of students ready to begin. It was the waiting of people who had arrived at a decision and were waiting to announce it. "We're going to stand with you," Tang San said. He said it for the group, which was unusual. Tang San spoke individually almost always, and speaking for the group was a role he had not previously taken. When Ren Fei arrives, Wei Liang looked at them. He looked at each of them, specifically. Tang San's focused certainty, Xiao Wu's controlled determination, Dai Mubai's steady readiness, Zhu Zhuqing's precise composure, Oscar's somewhat pale but committed expression, Ning Rongrong's quiet resolve, Ma Hongjuan's fire held carefully at the edge of his hands. "No," he said. The word landed. Dai Mubai's jaw tightened. Tang San's expression held. "You are not," Wei Liang began. "Let them choose." Lu Yan's voice came from the doorway. She was standing in the frame with her session materials, and she had the expression she used when she had made a decision she was prepared to defend. "They are already involved. They have been since week 1. The training we've been doing is the target. They are attached to the target." She came into the room and set her materials down. Refusing their involvement doesn't protect them. It removes their agency in a situation that is already theirs. Let them choose. Wei Liang looked at Lu Yan. He looked back at the 7 students. "If you stand," he said, "you are part of a confrontation with a title de law and a Spirit Hall enforcement force. The capabilities we've built are real. The risk is also real." "We know," Tang San said. "You're 16. Most of you are 16. "We know," Dai Mubai said. He said it with the particular weight of a person who has completed an honest risk assessment and arrived at a decision that age is not a relevant variable in it. Wei Liang looked at them for a long moment. He looked at each of them specifically. Tang San's focused certainty, which had been calibrated in 103 sessions and 15 individual opponent reading sessions. Xiao Wu's controlled determination, underpinned by reflex architecture that had taken 10 weeks to build. Dai Mubai's steady readiness, the particular quality of someone who has resolved what he needed to resolve and is now fully operational. Zhu Zhuqing's precise composure, the Hellcat discipline that never wavered. Oscar's somewhat pale but committed expression, the loyalty of someone who had never wanted to be a hero but would not be somewhere else when his friends were here. Ning Rongrong with the clarity beam that was her teacher's gift. Ma Hongjun with his 200-meter flame and his clean emotional control. He had built all of it. They had done all of it. The building was theirs as much as his, and the distinction mattered. "All right," he said. The relief in the room was not performative. It was the specific quality of a decision that had been made correctly settling into the people who made it. 7 students who had been told the truth and had chosen accordingly. "Formation positions," he said. "We have 10 days, and we're going to use them." They moved to their positions with the automatic precision that 103 sessions had built into their bodies, and the morning session that followed was the best one they had ever run, better than any of the 103 before it, with a quality of purpose that made everything they had built feel like it was finally running at exactly the speed it had been designed for. Chapter 79. The final preparation. Week ran as a war camp in the form of a training schedule. Wei Liang had the sessions mapped out, twice daily formation drills, individual technique polish sessions, and a new element that had not been in the standard rotation, resistance conditioning. the practice of running full capability sessions under simulated high-pressure conditions. The simulated pressure was not real danger. It was the cultivation of the psychological state that real danger produced. Tang San's individual sessions had built the method. Wei Liang adapted it for the full group. Lu Yan ran the individual combat polish. She knew each student's technique profile well enough by now to identify the remaining gaps with precision, and she was an excellent drilling partner, capable of copying their techniques with the mirrored lotus and deploying those copies as diagnostic tools, showing each student where their generating form had tells that a competent opponent would exploit. Zhao Wuji ran the physical conditioning. He had been doing this for 14 years, and he had a systematic approach to conditioning that was different from Wei Liang's technique-focused work. Harder in certain dimensions, more purely physical, the kind of conditioning that built the body's ability to sustain cultivation output under prolonged high-intensity conditions. He ran it without ceremony and without encouragement, because the students had passed the stage where encouragement was what they needed. The three of them did not discuss the plan explicitly in front of the students. The plan was implicit in the structure of the week. Every session was building toward a specific capability requirement, and the students were experienced enough to read the building from its direction. Oscar made a large quantity of sausages. Healing sausages and power sausages and restoration sausages, all of them at the elevated production quality his training had produced, and he distributed them the evening before the last preparation day with the casual efficiency of someone whose contribution was practical rather than dramatic and who understood that practical contributions were not smaller for being practical. Ning Rongrong practiced the clarity beam for 6 hours on Thursday. She was targeting moving recipients. The challenge the beam presented that the stationary target practice had not fully addressed. By the end of the Thursday session, her accuracy against moving targets was at 71%, which was above the threshold Wei Liang had set as the minimum required for the beam to be a formation asset rather than a liability. Xiao Wu ran the reflex architecture protocols every evening, alone, in the side practice room. She had not needed Wei Liang's supervision for 2 weeks. The protocols had become self-administering, which was the milestone he had been building toward. He heard her working on the third evening and did not go in. She had it. Ma Hongjun sat in the garden on the last evening before the announced end of the preparation period and held his phoenix flame at full output without a target, without a purpose, just holding it. The particular practice of someone who was making sure that what they had built would still be there when it was needed, and discovering that it was. Wei Liang did not interrupt any of them. He walked through the building on the final evening of preparation, observing each student in their last solo work without engaging with it, the quiet supervision of a teacher who has done all the teaching that can be done and knows it. What he saw was this: 7 students who had arrived at Shrek Academy 13 weeks ago as individual prodigies, talented, competitive, uncertain, and largely incapable of sustained cooperative effort, and who were now something that the cultivation development literature did not have a good vocabulary for. They were a team in the technical sense, yes. They were a formation in the tactical sense. But they were also something else, something that had been built over 118 sessions of working in the same room toward the same goals, a collective that had its own kind of identity, its own kind of capability, that was not reducible to the sum of its 7 members. He had planned for this outcome. He had designed toward it. But planning for an outcome and standing in the presence of it when it had fully arrived were different experiences, and this was the kind of moment he would remember for a long time. He went to bed at midnight. The scholar's torch burned on the desk. He slept without difficulty, because the work was done, and what came next was not preparation but the test of what the preparation had produced. Chapter 80 Rinfei arrived at Shrek Academy's East Gate at 4:53 in the morning, when the sky was at the particular shade between night and false dawn that makes distances difficult to judge. He was not alone. 12 Spirit Hall Soul Masters moved with him, ranging in rank from rank 52 to rank 67. The assessment was Lu Yan's, made from the West Wing window at 4:46, when the scholar's lantern's extended field had first registered the approach. She had reported it to Wei Liang in 30 seconds. Wei Liang had had the formation positioned in the academy courtyard in 7 minutes. Rinfei stood at the gate for a moment, looking through the bars at the courtyard where Wei Liang stood with Lu Yan, Zhao Wuji, Dean Flinder, and, further back, in formation, the Shrek 7. He did not open the gate immediately. He looked at the composition of what was waiting for him with the same professional precision Wei Liang had seen at the dinner table and in the night visit and on the practice ground. He was assessing. He was being very thorough. Then he put his hand on the gate and pushed it open. His voice carried in the early morning air with the clean precision of a professional who had delivered formal declarations in exactly this register on previous occasions and understood how to be heard precisely the first time. By Spirit Hall decree, this institution is under emergency review. He looked across the courtyard at Wei Liang directly. All non-certified personnel are to be removed from the premises by force, effective immediately. He paused to let the declaration settle. This is not a negotiation. Behind him, 12 soul masters spread along the gate line. Behind Wei Liang, he could feel the Grand Scholar's torches field reaching across the courtyard to touch all of his people, the familiar warm quality of the ambient enhancement doing its quiet work. He could feel the formation behind him, 7 students in the 5th sequence positions, the rotating anchor ready, the coordination refined over 118 sessions, to the point where a verbal command was unnecessary. He stepped forward to meet Ren Fei at the center of the courtyard. 12 against 4, plus 7 students who the Spirit Hall enforcement team had not yet calculated correctly, plus whatever Zhao Wuji and Lu Yin could sustain against a force that significantly outweighed them in rank. The numbers, as any standard analysis would confirm, were not in their favor. Wei Liang had been running the analysis for days and had arrived at the same conclusion each time. Not favorable and viable, and not the same thing. What the standard analysis did not account for: the Grand Scholar's Torch's combat aura effect, touching all 11 of his people simultaneously with the 22% ambient enhancement and the 8% spirit power output boost. Not 1 or 2 people enhanced, 11. Simultaneously. Continuously. What the standard analysis did not account for: 118 formation sessions building coordination to the prediction latency level that even professional circuit teams rarely reached. What the standard analysis did not account for: 7 students who had been told the full truth 3 days ago and had chosen, with complete information, to stand here. Ren Fei had 13 soul masters. Wei Liang had 11 people who were, in their various ways, exactly as prepared as they could be made. The preparation had taken 13 weeks and had been designed for this specific moment, and the moment had arrived, and there was nothing left to prepare. He walked forward into the pale dawn light of the courtyard, and behind him, without being told, the formation moved with him. Arc 5. The Battle for Shrek. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The courtyard at dawn was the color of cold ash, the eastern sky not yet committed to sunrise. Wei Liang walked forward through the gate and felt the gravel shift under his shoes with each deliberate step. Ren Fei stood at the far edge of the entry road, 12 figures arranged in a loose crescent behind him. Their robes bore the emblem of Spirit Hall's enforcement division, the 3-flame crest that Wei Liang had only seen in Academy archives before tonight. They were not inspectors. They were soldiers. Behind Wei Liang, footsteps crunched the frost. He did not turn to look, but he knew the order from the sound. Lu Yin first, 2 steps to his left. Then Zhao Wuji, measured and heavy. Dean Flender, faster and shallower than his age should allow. Further back, the 7 of them. Tang San's near-silent footfall, Xiao Wu's quick rhythm, Ma Hongjuan's deliberate tread. They had all come. He had told them to stay inside. He had known they would not. Commander Ren, Wei Liang said. His voice came out calm and exactly as loud as the distance required. You're early. Ren Fei looked at him with the patient expression of a man who has already decided how this morning will end. He was taller than Wei Liang had remembered from their night encounter. Or perhaps it was the silence that made him seem larger. At rank 83, his cultivation pressure was not a thing Wei Liang could fully read, but the scholar's lantern in his spirit space hummed a low warning tone the moment he stepped within 40 meters. The decree has been issued, Ren Fei said. Non-certified personnel are to vacate. Certified personnel are to submit documentation for review. The Academy's operations are suspended pending arbitration. Under whose authority? Flender called from behind. Spirit Hall's Council of Enforcement. Ren Fei did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Objections can be submitted in written form to the regional office within 30 days. The process will take 6 to 9 months. Wei Liang absorbed this without expression. The architecture of it was clean. No direct accusation. A suspension, not a closure. A process that would grind Shrek Academy to nothing long before any written objection could be processed. He had expected something like this. He had not expected it to arrive with 12 combat-grade soul masters in the supporting role. He kept walking until he was 10 meters from Ren Fei and stopped. I'm going to ask you something directly, Wei Liang said. And I'd appreciate a direct answer. Ren Fei waited. The 12 agents behind him had not moved since the initial positioning. But Wei Liang noted the way their weight had shifted, heels slightly raised, hands at their sides in poses that were not natural resting positions. They were ready. They had been ready since before they crossed the gate. Is this about the students? A pause, short, but present. It is about the Academy's compliance with Spirit Hall standards. So yes, Wei Liang said. It's about the students. Ren Fei's jaw tightened slightly. Behind Wei Liang, he heard Lu Yin take a slow breath. The scholar's lantern pulsed through his spirit connection. It was reading the commander's killing intent with a precision Wei Liang had only developed over the past 4 weeks of training alongside genuine combatants. The intent was real. It was controlled. And it was not pointed at Wei Liang. It was distributed across the courtyard behind him. He had understood this possibility in the abstract when he designed the preparation drills. Standing in it now, with the frost still on the gravel and the sky still not fully decided on sunrise, the abstract became specific. Ren Fei had not come to remove one irregular instructor. He had come to remove the ground the students were standing on. Wei Liang made a quiet decision in the space between one heartbeat and the next. He had planned to stall, to negotiate, to buy time for Flinder's formal complaint to reach the Grand Council. That plan had been built on the assumption that Ren Fei would arrive with authority and procedure, not with 12 fighters who were already spacing out to create a tactical encirclement designed to prevent organized resistance. The encirclement was the real message. He turned slightly to look over his shoulder. Lu Yin met his eyes. He saw she had already read the same geometry, the way her hand had moved slightly toward her spirit activation point, the stillness of her posture that was not relaxation but preparation. Zhao Wuji behind her had the expression he wore during assessment sessions when he was cataloging capability rather than commenting on it. Formation 4, Tang Xin said quietly from behind. Wei Liang nodded once and faced forward. Chapter 82 Ren Fei's attack came before the echo of Tang San's words had faded. It was not telegraphed. Title Doloa at rank 83 did not telegraph. One moment the commander stood still on the gravel road, and in the next his first spirit ring blazed white gold, and the air ahead of him compressed into something with weight and direction. Wei Liang saw it as a pressure wave, a wall of force that moved the way water moves when a dam breaks. Zhao Wuji moved faster. The Academy's senior instructor crossed the distance in 2 steps that seemed to skip the intervening space entirely. His white tiger spirit activated with a sound like a thunderclap, massive and dense and old, 40 years of daily cultivation condensed into one instant of full manifestation. He caught Ren Fei's pressure wave with both arms wide, and the impact drove him back 3 meters across the gravel, scoring twin furrows in the frost-hardened earth. He did not fall. Wei Liang. Zhao Wuji's voice was steady despite the shockwave still reverberating through his arms. He had not turned to look. He was watching Ren Fei with the focused attention of someone cataloging an opponent's weight distribution and technique depth simultaneously. Get clear. Wei Liang was already moving, not backward, left and parallel to the confrontation line, angling toward the gap between the encircling Spirit Hall agents while they were still focused on the main exchange. The scholar's lantern flared to life within his spirit space without conscious direction, and its calming light expanded outward to fill the courtyard in a wide, even wash. Not combat light, not the focused beam he had tested in the yard. The broad field that calmed and sharpened, the thing the spirit had done from the beginning, which he had always understood as an educational tool and was only now reading as also a tactical one. He felt the effect almost immediately. His own thinking sharpened past the morning adrenaline. His awareness of each person in the courtyard registered with unusual clarity. Their positions, their ring activation states, the direction of their attention and where their attention was not. It was not sight. It was a kind of knowing the lantern had been developing in him since the first day of class, and he had only recently understood it was not simply a pleasant side effect of the spirit's teaching function. The 12 Spirit Hall agents had begun to move. Behind him, the Shrek 7's formation locked into place with the precision of students who had run this drill 600 times across 8 months of preparation. He did not need to look. He could track Tang San anchoring the far left point, could register Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing taking the aggressive slots at precisely the angles he had drilled them to take, could feel Oscar already reaching for his first sausage with the brisk efficiency of someone who had finally made peace with what his role meant in a real engagement. Lu Yin appeared at Wei Liang's right shoulder, falling into step without breaking stride. Ren Fei has at least 4 ring abilities we haven't seen in full engagement, she said, voice low and precise. Her mirrored lotus had already activated behind her shoulders, petals rotating in the slow initial scan that preceded active copying. His 3rd ring is a spatial anchor. If he activates it, he can pin everyone in a 15-meter radius. Range of the anchor? 15 meters from his position. Don't let Zhao get inside that boundary without support coverage. Wei Liang processed this and filed it into the same part of his mind that ran pattern analysis during sparring reviews, the part that built models of opponent behavior from limited data and generated contingency responses. Can your spirit read his fourth ring from here? I need to see him commit to using it. 1. Full activation, clean observation angle. Then let's make sure he uses it once, Wei Liang said, and his voice carried something even he recognized as unusual. Not confidence exactly, but the settled quality of a person who had spent 3 weeks imagining this morning in detail and found the path through it. Chapter 83. Lu Yan's mirrored lotus bloomed at her back, its petals the color of still water catching moonlight, pale, layered, and exactly as beautiful as it was dangerous. She had told Wei Liang once that the spirit had chosen her specifically because she learned by watching that the mirrored lotus was the soul of a creature that had survived 10,000 years by understanding its enemies before they understood themselves. He had believed her. Watching her now, he confirmed it. Ren Fei drove Zhao Wuji back with a second ring technique, a burst of linear force that struck the white tiger's guard at an angle, seeking the seam between his arms. Zhao shifted, absorbed the angle, redirected. The exchange was nothing like the clean sparring Wei Liang oversaw in the training yard. It was messy and loud and full of small, brutal corrections that a training environment could not replicate. The specific adjustments that only happened when both practitioners knew the consequences of failing to adjust were real. Lu Yan watched it all. Her mirrored lotus petals rotated slowly, tracking. She was still for 7 full seconds. Wei Liang counted. He had learned to count her observation time during their weeks of joint training sessions. It was the only reliable external indicator of what her spirit was doing internally. Fewer than 5 seconds meant surface-level scanning. 7 to 12 meant she had found something substantial enough to attempt a copy. At 8 seconds, her mirrored lotus pulsed once with a soft resonance that he could feel through the soul resonance field they were both inside. 3rd ring, she said. Her voice was the tone she used when delivering assessment findings. Precise, stripped of emotion. Spatial anchor. It locks onto a cultivator's spirit root rather than their physical body. That's why it ignores material barriers. The activation sequence uses a diagonal compression pattern in the spirit pathway. Can your spirit copy it? I already did. A pause. But I can only use it once at this range, and execution requires me within 12 meters of the target. Once I deploy it, the copy is spent. Understood. Across the courtyard, Ren Fei lunged with his 4th ring blazing. This time Zhao Wuji did not redirect. He caught the strike full-on and planted himself into the ground with an expression of pure controlled resistance. His white tiger's physical reinforcement taking the impact across his entire frame rather than deflecting it. 3 paving stones cracked under his feet. He held. Wei Liang made the calculation quickly. If Ren Fei's spatial anchor required proximity, and if Lu Yan's copied version operated at the same requirement, the moment Ren Fei committed to using the anchor against Zhao, to pin the white tiger while his agents moved to eliminate the Academy's secondary defenders, Lu Yan could mirror the technique back at the source. Ren Fei locked by his own technique. The window would be approximately 2 seconds between his commitment and his recovery time. Wait for him to commit to the anchor, Wei Liang said. He'll activate it when he believes Zhao is failing. Give him that impression. Lu Yan glanced at him with a sidelong look. You're asking me to let Zhao appear to be struggling. Zhao is struggling. I'm asking you to let it look natural. She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh, but was adjacent to one. The sound she produced in the evenings when he said something she found simultaneously wrong and impossible to rebut. Then she turned back to the fight without another word, her mirrored lotus rotating through its preparation phase with the patience of a spirit that had never needed to hurry. Her silence was its own kind of agreement. Chapter 84. The 12 Spirit Hall agents had not been waiting for permission. While Ren Fei engaged Zhao Wuji along the main axis of the courtyard, the agents had spread to form the encirclement Wei Liang had read in their initial positioning. They were not a ragged group. They moved with coordination that told him these were not ordinary enforcement personnel. These were people who trained together, who trusted each other's timing, who had done this specific kind of operation before and knew what effective encirclement looked like at the unit level. The Shrek 7 met them on the north and east sides of the courtyard. Tang Sen moved first, as he almost always did in every training drill Wei Liang had run over the past 8 months. Blue-silver grass erupted from the ground in a wide radius pattern, not thrown at a target, not used to entangle yet, but spread across the courtyard's surface as a sensory net. Wei Liang had spent 3 weeks in the pre-battle preparation period teaching Tang San to use his spirit's native coverage ability as mapping and intelligence before he committed it to direct attack. The grass found 4 agents in the North Arc and relayed their positions back to Tang San in the form of directional pressure through his spirit connection. North side, Tang San called without turning. His voice was the same tone he used in training, measured, specific, without the strain that might have been expected. 2 at rank 35 or above. 2 more holding at 15 meters. They're waiting for a secondary signal. Acknowledged. Dai Mubai stepped forward with his white tiger spirit active, the raw physical presence of his activation rippling outward like heat off a summer road. The first spirit ring blazed white. His posture was the one Wei Liang had spent weeks correcting. Weight forward, center of gravity distributed for forward movement rather than defensive planting. Zhu Zhuqing, right flank. Maintain 3-meter gap. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer verbally. She was already there, her Hellcat spirit a shadow alongside Dai Mubai's brightness. The paired configuration they had developed across months of joint drilling, each one compensating for the other's angle blind spots, with the unconscious precision of people who had trained the same sequences until the sequences stopped requiring thought. Oscar moved to the center position without being directed to it. This was the position Wei Liang had spent 6 months convincing him was not the passive or secondary slot, that the formation's sustainability under sustained engagement lived or died in the center, that the sausage maker's contribution to a real fight was a force multiplier whose value compounded over every minute of engagement duration. Oscar had accepted this intellectually in week 3. He had believed it around week 16, when Dai Mubai had admitted in a late-night session that he fought differently knowing Oscar was behind him. The first sausage went to Dai Mubai, before he had crossed 5 meters toward the North Agents. The second to Zhu Zhuqing 3 seconds later. Oscar's hands moved with the practiced speed of someone who had drilled this distribution sequence so many times it had stopped feeling like a technique and started feeling like breathing. Ma Hongjun, Oscar said, his voice carrying the focused calm he had developed specifically for high-intensity situations. One ready for burst coverage when you call it. When I need it, you'll know, Ma Hongjun said, and his phoenix flame ignited across his shoulders in a corona that was controlled in a way it had not been 4 months ago. The flame staying exactly where he placed it, not wandering to the edges of his spirit containment, not guttering at the tips. Steady. His. Wei Liang watched from his position behind the formation and felt something settle in his chest. A confirmation, specific and unhurried, of the kind that only arrived when a long investment finally materialized in the form it had been designed to produce. They were doing it. All the formation work and all the role theory and all the 1,000 repetitions of calling positions under drill pressure. It was translating into the actual problem. The 7 of them moved across the courtyard like a design system rather than a group of talented individuals doing related tasks near each other. The north side agents attacked in a coordinated burst of 3 ring techniques. The formation caught it, adapted the angle held. Chapter 85. Wei Liang activated the soul resonance field. Not the classroom version, with its 15% cultivation boost spread across a 10-meter teaching circle. Not the training yard version he had been using during night drills for the past 3 weeks, calibrated carefully so as not to disturb the rest of the faculty. This was the version he had been building toward since the moment he understood what a grandmaster's resonance could do when it had no ceiling to respect and no reason to hold back. The evolved spirit blazed through his spirit pathways, not the scholar's lantern anymore, not since the teaching tier upgrade had burned through the old form and replaced it with something brighter and wider and harder to contain. He had been careful with the full output version. Careful the way you are careful with a tool that has more capacity than you have fully mapped. During the preparation weeks, he had tested the maximum range in the training yard, alone, after the students had returned to the dormitory. The field at full output had covered 22 meters. He had written the number in his log and thought about what it meant. Now he spread it without reservation. The soul resonance field expanded across the entire courtyard in a single uncontrolled pulse. A warm, pressurized wash of light that moved through stone walls and winter clothing and cultivation pathways without resistance. Everyone allied inside it felt it differently. Dean Flinder, who was not a high-rank practitioner, described it afterward as suddenly thinking more clearly. Zhao Wuji, who had been inside the classroom version of the field dozens of times, would later say the full deployment was like the difference between a lamp and a sunrise. For the active cultivators engaged in the fight, it was more specifically measurable than that. Their spirit power circulated faster through their pathways, not their muscles, not their physical reflexes, but the underlying cultivation infrastructure that all their technique execution depended on. The 22% boost Wei Liang had measured in controlled yard tests was now distributed simultaneously across 9 allied practitioners, and it transformed the arithmetic of the courtyard inside 10 seconds. Tang San's blue-silver grass network expanded its effective reach by a third, not because Tang San directed it to, but because the spirit's responsive capacity had increased enough that it filled ground it had previously been running at the edge of its range to cover. Dai Mubai's White Tiger activation gained a density that two of the Spirit Hall agents registered visibly, their advance slowing as their opponent became measurably different mid-engagement. Zhu Zhuqing's movement speed crossed a threshold that made two agents directly reverse their approach angles. Oscar's sausage production interval dropped from 12 seconds to 8. Across the courtyard, the Spirit Hall agents felt the change too, not as a benefit, but as a sudden and inexplicable deterioration of the conditions they had been operating in. The people they were fighting had improved. Not dramatically, not overwhelmingly, but measurably, at precisely the moment in a contested engagement when measurable differences decided outcomes. Lu Yin glanced at Wei Liang with an expression he recognized precisely. The same expression she had worn in the classroom the first time she saw the Jade Clarity Pulse activate across all 7 students simultaneously. The expression of a person finding that their model of what was possible needs immediate revision. 20 meters, she said. 22. Wei Liang said. I'm working on extending the range further. She turned back to the fight without comment, but he saw her left hand move in the small gesture he had learned to associate with her, making an internal notation she intended to develop into a question later. On any other morning, probably over tea. The north side formation held. 3 agents had been pressed back to the perimeter wall. Chapter 86 Ma Hongjun nearly cost them everything 17 minutes into the battle. An agent on the east side, one of the 2 Tang San had flagged as ranked above 35 during the initial mapping, broke from his assigned coverage position and sprinted south along the wall, angling for the academy building's main entrance at an angle that bypassed all current formation positions. It was a deliberate feint. Wei Liang understood this the moment he saw it, from the secondary line, because the agent's movement was too clean, too directed, too perfectly calibrated to create a response. It was a trained provocation designed to pull one point of the formation out of position. Ma Hongjun did not think. He reacted. He broke from the formation's eastern anchor point and chased, his phoenix flames streaming behind him in a trail that was beautiful and tactically catastrophic. Tang San shouted his name with the specific inflection he used when the problem was immediate and not theoretical. Zhu Zhuqing, turning from her paired position with Dai Mubai, felt the gap open at her exposed side with the sudden clarity of a practitioner who has just lost her secondary coverage. The formation had a hole in it precisely the size of one impulsive fire spirit user. Wei Liang saw it from the secondary line and felt his stomach do something that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the specific sensation of watching a preparation failure unfold in real time. 3 things happened in the next 4 seconds. The agent who had broken toward the entrance turned and doubled back, the feint resolving into a redirect, now angling directly for the gap Ma Hongjun had vacated. Another agent who had been held at distance by Oscar's central position began moving toward the same gap from the north angle. The 2 vectors were converging on an undefended point that would reach the Academy's interior defenders within 6 seconds at current approach speeds. Tang San's blue-silver grass was already moving before the calculation completed. 2 thick cables erupted from the courtyard surface with precision that had nothing accidental about it. One catching Ma Hongjun at the waist, one at the left shoulder, hauling him backward across the gravel with an efficiency that could only come from someone who had specifically practiced this exact intervention against this exact tendency. Tang San had. Wei Liang had watched him drill the anchor and retrieve protocol against a training dummy twice a week for 6 weeks, knowing exactly which member of the 7 was most likely to need it. Ma Hongjun hit the gravel hard and came up with dried grass fragments on his training clothes and an expression that traveled rapidly through impact shock, fury at being grabbed, disorientation about direction, and then, as his eyes found the second agent now crossing through the exact spot he had been standing, a very specific kind of understanding. Not the theoretical understanding he had in classroom discussions about formation integrity, the kind that only arrives when the gap you left almost becomes the thing that ends the fight. The 2 converging agents were redirected by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously, each stepping to cover without a spoken instruction. The result of paired combat drilling that had made their mutual coverage area a shared instinct rather than a coordinated plan. The crisis passed in the time it took Ma Hongjun to get back to his feet. Wei Liang said nothing. He watched Ma Hongjun return to his anchor position with his phoenix flame burning lower and steadier than before the moment, chastened in the way that a real mistake chastens, not with shame, but with updated information. He could see the lesson translating in real time, legible in the way the student held his position for the next 4 minutes, without any deviation regardless of what the agents tried. He would not need to address it in a post-session debrief. Tang Xin had already performed the correction. The formation had repaired itself. Chapter 87. Zhao Wuji and Ren Fei were nearly equal. That was the problem, and also, Wei Liang had come to understand over the preceding weeks the specific feature of the situation he had been designing around. He had known, from Lu Yan's rank reading when Ren Fei first appeared at the academy under the cover story, that the commander was rank 83 and that Zhao Wuji operated between 78 and 80 depending on the day's cultivation state. In absolute terms, a 5-rank gap in the soul master hierarchy was meaningful. A tidal de law outweighed a soul de law the way a mature river outweighed a strong current. The difference was not just magnitude but structural depth. But Zhao Wuji was not a typical soul de law. He was Zhao Wuji. The man had trained at Shrek Academy for 4 decades in an era when the academy's methods had been considerably harsher than anything Wei Liang had introduced, before the formal curriculum reforms, before the stage progression doctrine, when the primary teaching philosophy had been essentially, do not die while trying. He had not merely survived those methods. He had internalized them into a fighting style that Wei Liang, after weeks of careful observation during sparring demonstrations, could only accurately describe as attrition warfare conducted at a professional and almost artistic level. Zhao did not attempt to match Ren Fei's peak output. He matched it to the minimum threshold required to prevent a finishing technique from landing. No more, absorbing the difference across his White Tiger's defensive spread, distributing the impact load, recovering between exchanges in the quarter-second windows that were available, and then returned to position and waited for the next sequence. He had been doing this for 23 minutes. The gravel in front of him had been churned to loose stone by the exchanges. His clothes were torn in 3 places. He had not taken a single finishing level hit. He was, in the specific language that Wei Liang had developed for categorizing fighting styles during training observation, extraordinarily difficult to end. Ren Fei had understood this approximately 10 minutes into the engagement. Wei Liang could read the commander's recalibration in the way his attack angles shifted from frontal to oblique, from oblique to feinting sequences designed to manufacture an opening in Zhao's guard rather than batter one into existence. Each sequence was clean, each transition between techniques was professional, each angle selection showed the thinking of someone with genuine tactical intelligence. None of them landed. He's going to shift his objective, Lu Yan said from Wei Liang's right. Her mirrored lotus had been rotating through its analysis cycles continuously since the engagement began, petals tracking each exchange at the processing level. He's been treating Zhao as the primary target. He's done with that. He's going to convert Zhao into a containment problem, Wei Liang said. Yes, hold Zhao in place while the agents reposition for a multi-axis attack on the secondary defenders. A pause. His highest-ranked agent just moved to his 6 o'clock. That is not a fighting withdrawal. That's a relay coordinate position. Wei Liang tracked the movement. The agent Lu Yan indicated was the one Tang San had flagged in the first minutes. The practitioner who moved with tactical rather than combat-focused intent, positioning for coordination rather than engagement. He was now directly behind Ren Fei, close enough for a whispered instruction without any communication being visible to observers. The next attack sequence against Zhao would be designed to place the White Tiger in a position from which he could not disengage. Then the relay agent would direct 3 or 4 colleagues toward the formation's secondary line. Zhao needs to know, Wei Liang said. He already does, Lu Yan said, and her voice carried something he had learned to identify as restrained appreciation, the tone she used when Zhao Wuji did something that exceeded her already revised estimates of him. Look at his feet, 2 inches wider than his standard stance. He stopped fighting to hold his position 5 minutes ago. Zhao Wuji was fighting to give Ren Fei exactly what the commander was looking for. Chapter 88. The eraser arrived without announcement. Wei Liang had not felt the approach. He had not heard it. He had not seen it in the scholar's lantern's broad sensory spread across the courtyard, which meant either the eraser's concealment technique operated below the detection threshold of the spirit's passive field, or, more disturbing, the eraser had been present in the courtyard before the soul resonance field activated and had spent the intervening 30 minutes holding still inside the field's range, using its signal as covering noise. The first thing Wei Liang knew was a wrongness in the air at his back. Not sound, not a footstep. A slight asymmetry in air pressure at the level of his shoulder blades. The specific pressure signature of a cultivator's spirit power being compressed at close range for immediate release. He had felt it before in controlled conditions, when Zhao Wuji demonstrated pressure wave attacks from progressively shorter distances during the preparation training. He recognized it in the half-second before it arrived. He activated the perfect guard stance. The battle memory card technique he had absorbed months earlier was not a skill Wei Liang had learned. It was the muscle memory of a close-range defensive specialist, someone who had spent their career in conditions where being surprised at arm's length was a routine occupational problem. When the technique activated, his body did not do what Wei Liang's instincts would have told it to do. It did what that other practitioner had done across 10,000 repetitions. Arms crossing in a specific guard configuration, weight dropping to the hips in a way that planted the center of gravity low, spirit power flooding to the exterior surfaces in a dense compressed shell. The strike hit the guard with the force of something designed for lethality, not disablement. His knees bent under the impact. He was driven 3 centimeters into the gravel. His forearms reported something sharp and unambiguous through the guard technique's protective layer. Not damage that stopped function, but damage that would make itself known in detail once the situation permitted attention. But he did not go down. The eraser was behind him, 3 feet away, close enough that Wei Liang could hear his breathing, which was controlled and regular and without the elevated tempo that most fighters showed after a committed strike. Professional. Someone for whom this kind of violence had been normalized into a work process. Wei Liang maintained the guard configuration and turned inside it. The technique's specified response to a rear attack, which the original practitioner had apparently needed to do frequently enough to drill it to reflex, and found himself facing a figure in dark clothing with no visible insignia. Not Spirit Hall's Enforcement Division colors. Not any academy uniform. Nothing. The face was neutral. Not cold. Not hostile. Neutral. In the way that faces become neutral when a person has spent years deciding that emotional expression during operations is an inefficiency to eliminate. Scholar's Lantern, the eraser said. His voice was quiet and professional. Your defensive activation was faster than the file indicated. I've been working on it, Wei Liang said. His arms were reporting sharply. The eraser raised his right hand. Wei Liang's perfect guard stance had a fixed activation frequency, 1 use per week, the battle memory card's limitation built into its mechanic. He had just spent it. What remained were the techniques he had developed himself, which were not impressive in a direct combat context, and the scholar's spirit that was built for teaching rather than fighting, and the resonance field still active across the courtyard that was helping 9 other people but could not directly protect the person at its center. Chapter 89. Lu Yin hit the eraser from the left. She came in at an angle that suggested she had been moving before Wei Liang fully processed that she needed to move, which meant she had been watching the concealed figure before the perfect guard stance activated, which meant her mirrored lotus had detected the presence that the scholar's lantern had not, and she had been building toward an intercept position rather than fighting the agents at his request to stay with the students. He filed this away as something to discuss later, when there was a later. Her mirrored lotus blazed as she closed the distance. Pale petals spinning in the combat configuration he had seen her use twice during training demonstrations, the rotation pattern that shifted the spirit from passive observation mode to active engagement geometry. The spirit's mechanic required an opponent to commit to a technique in order to turn that technique back. Against a standard opponent, this created a brief but real advantage. Against a practitioner who had specifically trained against reflection-type spirits, it was a different problem. The eraser understood the mechanic. He adapted mid-sequence with the economy of movement that characterized someone who had prepared for exactly this counterattack. His follow-up strike shifted angle 3 times in under 2 seconds, each angle chosen to find a path through Lu Yan's reflection coverage field that her spirit's geometry could not cleanly catch at that distance. Lu Yan retreated 2 steps. A third. She stopped. Her right hand rose, and the mirrored lotus did something Wei Liang had not seen in any training session or sparring demonstration. The petals did not rotate for reflection. They collapsed inward, drawing together into a dense configuration, and then released outward as a concentrated burst of copied technique energy. Not a reflection of an incoming attack, a projection of a stored copy. She had observed the eraser's assassination strike against Wei Liang from approximately 4 meters and 3 seconds of clear angle. That was, apparently, sufficient for the mirrored lotus's copy depth. The projected technique struck the eraser at the left side, arriving from the same angle his own initial strike had used against Wei Liang, the angle that his retreat path had left unguarded precisely because he had not expected to see his own technique deployed back at him from a direction he had been moving away from. It was not a finishing blow. What it did was catch him between his 3rd and 4th ring coverage zones at a specific seam in his guard geometry, and the impact sent him backward across the gravel with a sound that was informative about how squarely the hit had landed. He rolled to his feet 7 meters from Lu Yan's position. His breathing had changed, still controlled, still below the threshold of strain, but elevated from the flat regularity it had maintained during the initial exchange. His expression retained its neutrality, but it had acquired a new layer, not anger, not surprise, but the sharp focusing of attention that Wei Liang associated with practitioners reassessing their situation from first principles. His eyes moved from Lu Yin to Wei Liang, back to Lu Yin. The calculation was visible in the pause. Wei Liang held his ground without speaking. His arms were burning from the guard stance impact, and his spirit reserves were lower than he would have chosen entering a sustained standoff. But he kept his posture level and his attention forward, a technique he had learned not from any battle memory card, but from 3 months of standing at the front of a classroom where students were actively trying to determine whether he was worth listening to. The posture of someone who had not decided to doubt themselves. The eraser was assessing. The unhurried quality of his assessment told Wei Liang the man was comfortable taking his time, which meant he was not afraid of the 3 practitioners now standing between him and his objective. What he was doing was recalculating the cost-to-value ratio of continuing this specific operation against this specific configuration of opposition. The calculation had changed when Lu Yan's reflected technique landed. It was still being revised. The students behind Wei Liang had not moved or broken formation during this pause. That, too, was visible in the eraser's assessment. 7 cultivators, several of them showing injury, who had chosen to hold their position rather than take the opening the standoff provided to disengage. Then he withdrew to the eastern edge of the courtyard and held position. Chapter 90 Wei Liang stood in the center of the courtyard and took 3 deliberate breaths. Around him, the battle had reached the state he had hoped for and feared in equal measure. All 12 Spirit Hall agents had been neutralized, for subdued by the Shrek 7's formation directly, 3 driven out through the east gate by Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing's paired pursuit, 2 pinned under Tang San's blue-silver grass network, where they remained with the resigned posture of practitioners who had accepted the bind. The remaining 3 had yielded before the formation's continued pressure after Oscar's support output kept the front line operating above their natural endurance capacity. The count was 12 for 12. The courtyard was not undamaged. The perimeter walls on the north and east sides had cracks running from foundation to parapet, product of the early engagement's shockwave exchanges. The gravel in the north section had been torn to loose stone by the first clash between Zhao Wuji and Rin Fei. Ma Hongjun had put a scorch mark on one of the academy building's outer stones during the moment his flame had strayed in the early skirmish, and he had been returning his attention to that mark at intervals throughout the fight with an expression of very specific guilt. The students had injuries. Minor ones, nothing that stopped function, nothing that Oscar's next round of sausages would not begin addressing within the hour. Wei Liang had tracked each one through the scholar's lantern's passive awareness from where he stood. He knew where each student was and how they were standing. Rin Fei and the eraser were still standing. Rin Fei was holding Zhao Wuji to a sustained standstill at the courtyard's northern edge. Not winning. Zhao had refused to be won against across 30 minutes of continuous exchange, which was a feat that Wei Liang would spend a long time appreciating afterward, but holding, which was functionally equivalent. As long as the White Tiger was committed to containing the commander, he could not bring his capability to bear anywhere else. The eraser had held position at the eastern edge since Lu Yan's projection strike. Still, patient, watching the courtyard with the comprehensive attention of a practitioner performing a tactical assessment, which meant he was looking for the correct vector rather than waiting. Wei Liang had one tool he had not deployed, the evolved spirit, the form that had replaced the scholar's lantern when the Grandmaster teaching tier upgrade transformed it, had 2 modes Wei Liang had tested in the training yard. The cultivation field was already spread across the courtyard. The second mode was something he had discovered by accident during a night session when the spirit had reacted to a cultivator pressing directly against the field's light with an instinctive protective response. A focused disruption beam, not an attack, not a combat technique in the sense that possessed immediate damaging force. What the spirit could do, once, briefly, at the cost of the field's recovery capacity, was concentrate its calming current into a narrow projection and direct it at a cultivator's spirit pathways with the purpose of creating interference rather than enhancement. Calm pressed directly against violence at sufficient intensity became its own kind of counterforce. He had 12 seconds of data from a cooperative test subject. Wei Liang assessed the distance to Rin Fei, measured the angle, and made the calculation he had been building toward since he stepped off the courtyard steps. Chapter 91 Wei Liang walked toward Rin Fei. Lu Yin grabbed his arm from behind. He turned and looked at her and said, "Stay with the students." Something in his voice was different from the usual instruction tone, and she released his arm without continuing the argument. He saw her jaw tighten. He walked. Rin Fei noticed him at 15 meters. The commander's attention split briefly from Zhao Wuji, just enough that Zhao used the half-second to reset his position and catch his breath. Rin Fei's eyes were assessing. He saw Wei Liang's arms. the bruising from the perfect guard stance visible through the fabric of his sleeve, the way he was holding his right forearm slightly away from his body. "You're injured," Ren Fei said. "Occupational hazard," Wei Liang said. He kept walking. 12 meters. 11. "You're a teacher. You should not be here." "I should be exactly here," Wei Liang said, and his voice had the quality it had during the hardest lessons, when he was asking a student to reach further than they thought they could, when he was standing inside the difficulty with them rather than observing it from outside. "The people behind me have been working toward this moment for 8 months. I'm not standing to one side while they hold it." He stopped at 9 meters, closer than was safe, close enough that he could see the individual spirit rings around Ren Fei's frame. 5 of them, each one a different depth of gold white, each one calibrated to the kind of combat that had earned a rank 83 classification. The evolved spirit blazed through his spirit architecture with a sound like a breath being taken before a very long sentence. Its light expanded through Wei Liang's spirit pathways and gathered at the output point, not spread outward into the familiar resonance field, but collected, dense, directed with a specificity that the earlier, smaller version of the spirit could not have achieved. He was aware, as he held the gathered light, of how far the spirit had come from the classroom glow that Oscar had described once as like studying next to a good lamp. He had tested this focused disruption for 12 controlled seconds in the training yard with Zhao Wuji as a willing subject. Zhao had described the sensation as a sudden imprecision in his cultivation cycling, not painful, but deeply disorienting, the way vertigo disrupts movement without injuring the body. He had no data on whether it would work against rank 83, but he had a calculation. He directed the focused disruption at Ren Fei's cultivation pathways and held nothing back. The effect was not dramatic. No explosion, no visible shockwave. What happened instead was that Ren Fei's fifth spirit ring, the one channeling his primary offensive technique, flickered. A stutter in the circulation pathway, the way a fire flickers when the airflow it needs is briefly, precisely, cut off from a single angle. Ren Fei stumbled. It was one step. One partial loss of balance in a practitioner whose balance was a matter of professional identity and 30 years of combat discipline. His cultivation base reasserted control in approximately 4 seconds, and in the following 3 seconds he was already working to re-establish his fifth ring's output with the focused intensity of someone diagnosing and correcting an unexpected systems failure. But Zhao Wuji had been waiting for 7 months for a reason to act. Chapter 92. Zhao Wuji did not wait for confirmation. The moment Ren Fei stumbled, the moment the commander's weight shifted back and his fifth ring stuttered, Zhao moved with the urgency of a practitioner who had been managing his output conservatively for over 30 minutes and had been waiting, with the patience of someone who understood what waiting was for exactly this kind of opening. His white tiger transformation came forward in a full-strength manifestation, not the controlled demonstration mode he employed in assessment sessions, not the partial form he used for sparring guidance. The full version. The one that represented 40 years of daily cultivation in a body that had been built specifically for this. Wei Liang had seen it twice before. Both times he had written careful observations in the training log and believed those observations were comprehensive. He understood now that his observations had been accurate and insufficient simultaneously. There were aspects of Zhao Wuji's fighting capacity that notation could capture and aspects that simply had to be present for. The suppression technique that followed was in the second category. Zhao's arms descended in a configuration that Wei Liang lacked the technical vocabulary to name with precision. He had seen something structurally similar in one of the battle memory cards he had absorbed, but the version in that card was a practiced form performed against a stationary training target. Zhao's version adapted continuously to Ren Fei's recovering movement, adjusting to the commander's instinctive resistance responses in the way that a practitioner adjusts a grip when the object they are holding tries to shift, not by gripping harder, but by changing the geometry of the grip so that movement becomes counterproductive. Ren Fei's expression changed for the first time in the entire engagement. He resisted. Of course he did. A title de loi at rank 83 does not accept a suppression technique because it arrives at a convenient moment. He drove his third and fourth rings forward against the press, which created a grinding secondary exchange that moved both of them across the north side of the courtyard in a sequence of locked holds and sudden breaks and locked holds again. The north wall took additional damage, but the direction of the engagement had shifted. Wei Liang had purchased 28 seconds with the focus disruption. Zhao had used 22 of those seconds to establish a binding geometry that did not require Ren Fei's cooperation to hold, a configuration in which the commander's primary attack sequences were met before they could fully complete. At 34 seconds from the disruption, Ren Fei stopped contesting the bind. He was still standing. His rings were still active. He was fully capable of continuing the engagement. But the calculation he was performing had acquired new variables, and Wei Liang could read the result in the way stillness settled through Rin Fei's posture. The specific quality of stillness that arrives when a practitioner has decided that continuing on the current line no longer serves what they came to accomplish. Across the courtyard, the eraser had vanished. Not withdrawn, not exited through the gate. Vanished, the same absence of departure that had characterized his arrival, leaving behind only the visual impression of a space that had recently been occupied and had now been freed for other purposes. Chapter 93. The morning had gone from cold ash to pale gold by the time the last agent was escorted to the Academy's outer storage room, a space that had never been used for this purpose and that Flinder had unlocked. With the resigned expression of a man discovering that his institutional role included categories of problem that his appointment documents had failed to specify, Wei Liang sat on the courtyard steps. His arms ached from the guard stance impact in a way that was specifically informative about bone stress. Not broken. The scholar's lantern's passive health read confirmed, but the kind of deep bruising that came from absorbing a strike designed for lethality at an angle that absorbed rather than deflected the force. His cultivation awareness felt emptied, not in the way that dangerous overextension felt, that dry and warning quality, but in the simpler way of a resource used to its bottom. The evolved spirit had gone quiet. It was recovering. He understood, with the specific clarity of having done it rather than tested it, what that kind of expenditure actually cost, and how long recovery would take. Lu Yin sat beside him on the steps. She had moved through the students after the last agent yielded, performing a systematic assessment with her mirrored Lotus's cultivation red function, the same function she had used monthly during their co-instructor period to track rank progression. Applied to injury, it measured spirit power disruption and flagged locations where the body's cultivation pathways were compensating for physical damage that the practitioner might not report voluntarily. 3 findings. Ma Hongjuan's right shoulder from the gravel impact when Tang San had pulled him back, a bruise he was already moving carefully around and had not mentioned. Xiao Wu's left hand from a block she had performed in the early skirmish and not disclosed. Ning Rongrong's right ankle from a pivot across uneven gravel during a repositioning that she had been distributing her weight to compensate for without being asked. None were serious. All had been addressed. Wei Liang had thanked Lu Yin for this, and she had looked at him with an expression he could not cleanly categorize against the reference set he had developed for her face over months of daily interaction. Not the calculating assessment expression, not the intellectual rivalry expression, not the fond exasperation expression she produced when he said something she found simultaneously wrong and impossible to counter. Something quieter than all of those, and less guarded. Your arms, she said. They're functional. They're bruised across both forearm bones. I can see the color from here. They'll recover with time. Lu Yin took a slow breath. You walked into Rin Fei's effective range with no active defensive techniques and a disruption ability that had been tested once on a cooperative subject. The training yard test showed consistent results. The test was against Zhao Wuji at his own request. A pause. Rin Fei's cultivation rank is 83. I know. You could have been killed doing that. Wei Liang looked at the courtyard. The cracked walls where the engagement had pushed through containment, the torn gravel, the scorch mark on the outer stone that Ma Hongjun had now looked at 7 times since returning to the steps. He thought about the moment he had read Rin Fei's killing intent distributed across the formation behind him rather than concentrated on the primary confrontation. I know, he said. It seemed like the correct distribution of available risk given the information at hand. She was silent for a measured interval. Then, that is the most frightening sentence you have ever said to me. Chapter 90. For the courtyard emptied through the late morning. Students went to rest under Lu Yan's instructions, their injuries treated, their cultivation pathways stabilized by Oscar's final round of support sausages. Flinder retreated to his office to compose the most consequential formal document of his tenure as dean, 12 pages of documented evidence that would either save the academy or accelerate the next escalation, depending entirely on who read it and what they decided to do. Zhao Wuji escorted Rin Fei to the storage room personally, moving with the expression of a man completing an administrative duty he found professionally satisfying and morally complicated in equal proportion. Wei Liang heard them exchange 3 words in the corridor. He could not make out what they were, and then a door closed. Lu Yin and Wei Liang stayed on the steps. It was the first time in 3 weeks that neither of them had an immediately required task. No training session to prepare or review. No formation drill to observe from the perimeter. No intelligence contact to reach or decoded message to parse against known patterns. The battle had resolved into the specific stillness that Wei Liang associated with the silence after a difficult exam. The moment when all preparation has been tested and nothing remains to do but wait for the result. He was aware, sitting in that stillness, of how much of the past 3 weeks had been motion. Continuous decision and response and preparation and recalibration. Now the morning was quiet. The scorch mark on the outer stone caught the gold morning light. "Why did you come to Shrek?" Luyan asked. She was not looking at him. She was looking at the scorch mark. "The contract was open," he said. "That's not why." He considered the honest answer for a moment. The question of origin was one he had learned to navigate carefully. The fact of arriving in this world already formed by a system of understanding that had no natural equivalent in the cultivation framework was not an easy thing to explain to someone who had grown up inside that framework. He had tried once to describe modern educational theory to Zhao Wuji and watched the man's face traverse polite attention, growing confusion, and the specific blankness of someone whose reference architecture contained no hook for the incoming information. "I understood something about how growth happens," he said eventually. "That it responds to being seen specifically, to someone paying attention to the actual person rather than a category the person belongs to. I came because there were students here who were being treated as categories." Luyan absorbed this. "And the mentor system?" He turned to look at her. "What do you know about it?" "I know something in your cultivation space activated the morning of your first class," she said. "I read its presence during our 3rd joint session. I have been watching it develop across 4 months." Her tone was the same one she used for assessment findings, not accusing, not curious, simply precise. "It is not a standard cultivation deviation. It responds to growth the way a lamp responds to proximity to a fire. It feeds on what your students produce and builds on itself." Wei Liang was quiet for a time that he did not count. "You knew before the battle," he said. "I knew before I withdrew my reports to Chenexine," she said. "The question in my mind was never what you possessed. It was whether you would use it in a way I could support without reservation." She looked at him directly. "I decided the answer was yes several months ago." The morning light had gone fully gold. It lay across the damaged courtyard walls and the torn gravel and the students' quiet dormitory windows and the scorch mark that Ma Hongjun would probably sand off by himself, without being asked, sometime in the next 3 days. Chapter 95 Flinder's formal complaint to the Spirit Hall Grand Council was 12 pages of documented evidence assembled with a precision that surprised Wei Liang until he reconsidered. Flinder had been running an independent academy under Spirit Hall's institutional pressure for 20 years. A man with 20 years of that experience knew how to document things. He had been preparing the documentation infrastructure for something like this for considerably longer than 3 weeks. The complaint contained the following components, which Wei Liang reviewed before it went out. Rank progression records for each of the Shrek 7 with corresponding dates and independently witnessed attestations. A complete accounting of the assault on Academy grounds by Spirit Hall enforcement agents, including participant count, observed ring levels, and the sequence of events leading to each agent's neutralization. A medical assessment of all injuries sustained by Academy personnel and students, and a sworn statement from Zhao Wuji attesting to the conduct of all parties throughout the engagement. Zhao Wuji's statement was approximately 200 words. It was the most precise 200 words Wei Liang had read about any fight, including the 4 he had analyzed from historical records during his first month at the Academy. "I didn't know you could write like this," Wei Liang told him when he returned the statement. Zhao gave him a look. "I've been writing incident reports since before you were enrolled in your first class," he said, and paused, and added, "approximately." The complaint was filed through the Grand Council's independent evaluation channel, not Spirit Hall's administrative branch, which was subject to Chenexion's direct influence, but the separate evaluation office that had existed as an institutional counterweight to Spirit Hall's central authority for the past century. Flinder had located the specific legal distinction in the Academy's founding charter during a research session the night of Wei Liang's confrontation with the Eraser. The distinction was real. It mattered precisely because Chenxian would not have anticipated its use. The Independent Evaluation Office was required by its charter to acknowledge complaints within 48 hours. During the acknowledgement period, all pending enforcement actions against the named parties were automatically suspended. The acknowledgement arrived at 31 hours. 40 minutes later, a second courier arrived with a supplementary notification. The Grand Council had dispatched an independent arbiter to review the complaint in person. Wei Liang received this second notification in the training yard, where he was running the students through a low-intensity recovery session, circulation maintenance, no technique work, the kind of session that kept the body from stiffening while injuries knitted. He read the notification twice and folded it, and put it in his jacket pocket with the specific economy of movement that indicated the information needed processing he would do later. "Everything all right?" Tang Sen asked from the formation line. We bought time, Wei Liang said. Use what you have. He returned to observing the recovery session and said nothing more about it. For the rest of the afternoon, he was running a secondary calculation in parallel with everything else. A calculation centered on the word arbiter, and what that word meant when Spirit Hall was the party being arbitrated, and who the Grand Council would send for something of this institutional weight. Chapter 96. The arbitration hold was exactly what it sounded like, and also, in practice, considerably more fragile than the institutional language implied. Wei Liang understood this not from the documentation itself, but from Lu Yan, who had spent years as a Spirit Hall inspector building an understanding of the organization's internal architecture that was considerably more detailed than anything available through official channels. She had contacts inside the Grand Council's administrative support structure, people who had worked in the institution long enough to know how decisions were actually made versus how the formal process described them. She reached out to two of them within hours of the acknowledgement arriving. What she learned, which she reported that evening with the specific directness she reserved for bad news. The arbitration hold prevented Spirit Hall from initiating new enforcement actions. The critical word was new. The hold did not touch actions already in progress under a different administrative classification. Chun Xian's office had, and this did not surprise Wei Liang when he heard it, filed 3 educational compliance review requests in the weeks before the assault, requests that predated the current hold period, and that could be legally characterized as ongoing processes rather than new actions initiated after the hold began. The hold has gaps, Wei Liang said. The hold is a delay, not a barrier. Chun Xian has operated in this administrative environment for 15 years. He will find every gap in the hold that exists to find. Lu Yan paused. The question is how quickly. How long do we actually have before the gaps matter? She considered. If the arbiter arrives within 10 days and begins a formal review immediately, the active review status creates its own protection. Spirit Hall cannot take direct action against a party under active independent review without creating a much larger institutional problem than they want. That buys potentially months. She spread her hands. If the arbiter follows the standard Grand Council scheduling protocol, which allows 4 to 8 weeks for assignment and travel, then we have 4 to 6 weeks before Chun Xian finds a path around the hold. Wei Liang thought about 4 to 6 weeks in terms of what it represented as training time. 1,200 hours, give or take. Enough to move every student at least 1 rank under concentrated conditions. Enough to address the formation gaps the battle had exposed. Enough, potentially, to reach the thresholds he had been building toward for 8 months. Also enough for something considerably worse than a second enforcement team to arrive if the arbitration outcome went the wrong direction. Tell me what you know about who serves as arbiters, he said. Lu Yan's expression changed. Not the standard recalibration expression, but something more measured. The look she wore when a piece of information required careful delivery. The Grand Council's independent evaluation branch maintains a roster of retired senior practitioners for arbitration assignments. Most of the roster consists of academic-level cultivators, former administrators, scholars, people who built their careers in institutional navigation rather than combat. A few positions on the roster are different. She paused. The council maintains 2 practitioners at what they classify as senior arbiter level. These are individuals whose institutional authority is backed by cultivation rank sufficient to make Spirit Hall's leadership think carefully before trying to override them directly. How senior? Limit de law or above, she said. Retired from active combat. Not from cultivation. Wei Liang held this information and turned it carefully. The combination, independent institutional authority, cultivation rank above 90, no active combat mandate, was a very particular kind of leverage. Spirit Hall could pressure an academic arbiter. It could not easily pressure a practitioner at rank 90 or above who had no ties to Spirit Hall's advancement structure and no remaining career to threaten. Chapter 97. Renfei was a cooperative prisoner by the particular standards Wei Liang found himself working from. He did not attempt escape during the first night, which was the period when most practitioners would try if they were going to try. He accepted the basic conditions of the storage room with the equanimity of a professional who had considered a range of possible outcomes before committing to an operation and had arrived at one of the less preferred ones without apparent surprise. He ate the food that was provided. He responded to direct questions during Flinders' formal documentation process with direct answers. What he did not do was offer information he had not been asked for. Wei Liang visited him on the 3rd morning, after the formal documentation was complete and Flinders' complaint had already been filed. The storage room had been cleared of shelving and furnished to a livable minimum. A pallet, a lamp, access to the window that overlooked the east garden where the students ran morning circuits. Ren Fei was sitting cross-legged on the pallet when Wei Liang entered. His cultivation posture the controlled stillness of a practitioner maintaining daily rank management despite the disruption of his circumstances. He had been doing this for 3 days. His cultivation base had not degraded measurably, which told Wei Liang something about the depth of that. Discipline. Commander, Wei Liang said. Teacher. Ren Fei looked at his arms. You look better than I expected. My arms are functional. Wei Liang placed a chair across from the pallet and sat down. I want to ask you something that isn't for the formal record. The dean's office has my full statement. I know. This is a different question. Wei Liang met Ren Fei's gaze and held it. Bibi Dong sent you specifically. Not Shin Xion's Enforcement Division. You, personally, with a team under your direct command. Someone at your rank does not handle a regional academy compliance matter, which means she needed something from this operation that Shin Xion's standard methods could not produce. Ren Fei was quiet. Wei Liang counted 12 seconds before the commander responded. What is your actual question? Ren Fei said. Is it the students specifically that she fears? Or is it the method? The pause was shorter this time. Ren Fei looked at a point on the wall above Wei Liang's shoulder for a moment. Bibi Dong concerns herself with structural disruption, he said. With practitioners who develop in ways her models do not account for. With growth trajectories that do not conform to the patterns, she has built her institutional authority on understanding and predicting. Teachers, Wei Liang said. Ren Fei looked at him with an expression that occupied the space between confirmation and denial without fully committing to either. The class you have produced is 3 to 5 cultivation cycles ahead of comparable Spirit Hall cohorts. That is significant. But what concerns her is not the current progress. He paused once more. It is what those students will become in 20 years. The shape of the world they will build when they reach their actual ceiling. A beat. And who will have taught them to think? Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. Because of what I'm teaching them. Because of what you are making them into. Ren Fei's voice carried no hostility, only the clean, informative quality of a briefing. People who trust their own conclusions about their own growth. Students who have learned to believe that development does not require institutional permission. A pause. Bibi Dong will not abandon this objective because one operation did not produce the desired result. Chapter 98. The teaching tier upgrade to Saint Mentor did not arrive the way Wei Liang had expected. He had anticipated the Mentor system's notification would come during a moment of clear significance, during a breakthrough session, or in the immediate aftermath of the battle, or at some threshold moment in the student's development that announced itself plainly. Instead, the notification appeared at 11 in the evening on the 4th day after the battle, while he sat at his office desk reviewing the training logs from the previous week and calculating what the formation gaps had cost in exposure time. The notification format was the same as the previous upgrades. Accumulated mentor points had crossed the Saint Mentor tier threshold. New system capabilities were available for review and acceptance. He read the full description of the tier before accepting. Saint Mentor expanded the Jade Clarity Pulse Radius, increased the rate at which the cultivation resonance field distributed its acceleration effect, and added a passive awareness function that extended the Scholar's Lantern's sensory range when actively monitoring a student group. These were the expected components. There was a 4th item he had not anticipated. Spirit Enhancement Bonus. The Mentor System notation explained, briefly, that the Saint Mentor tier included a direct enhancement to the user's primary spirit, awarded in recognition that a mentor operating at this level required expanded personal capability to continue effectively teaching students approaching Soul King rank. He accepted the upgrade. What followed was audible, not loud, nothing that would have been heard in the dormitory corridor outside his office door. But a sound like a single bell note struck by something that had consequence behind it, clear and definite. And then the spirit's presence within him expanded in the way that a contained flame expands when the container is removed. Not physically larger, but more of what it already was, more present, more capable, occupying more of the available space in his spirit architecture than the previous version had used. A second spirit ring materialized at his second ring position. He had not expected that. He had understood the spirit enhancement bonus as a qualitative improvement to existing function. He had not understood it included a ring. He sat at his desk and studied the ring's resonance within his spirit architecture for a long moment before moving. The Mentor System's supplementary note specified. The ring was a 1,000-year grade Firefly Beast ring, which it described as the most common complement to a Scholar's Lantern spirit at this development stage. Wei Liang had no basis to dispute this. He had no context for what a normal Scholar's Lantern development progression looked like from the outside, because the Mentor System had never offered him that context. The effect on the field was immediate enough that he stood from his desk and walked to the courtyard to measure it. Medium activation. He walked away from the center point until he felt the field's edge, then turned and walked back. 31 meters. He returned to his desk and wrote the number in the margin of the training log with the same pen he had been using to annotate the formation gaps. Then he sat and thought about the conversation he had with Lu Yin 2 days earlier, her voice precise as she said 4 to 6 weeks, and the arithmetic of what 31 meters of resonance field coverage represented as a tactical variable in a second engagement, and what it represented as a training tool for the weeks between now and when the arbiter arrived. He wrote a second number in the margin, days until estimated arbiter arrival, based on the fastest documented Grand Council scheduling precedent he had found in Flinders' archive. Chapter 99. The students returned to training on the 5th day after the battle, not because they had been cleared by medical assessment, although they had, and Oscar's final support sausage distribution had accelerated that process, because they chose to, which was a different condition, and Wei Liang had observed across the previous months that the distinction registered clearly in the mentor system's tracking. Students who chose to engage their own development produced approximately 1.4 times the mentor points as students directed toward the same engagement at the same intensity. The difference was not in the quality of the training. It was in the quality of the decision. He had built the ARC 2 and 3 curriculum around this observation. He was glad, now that he had. Tang Sen arrived first. 6 in the morning, before the morning fog had lifted from the East Training Grounds lower corners, with a notebook already open to a page that had 4 questions written in the small, precise hand he used for technical analysis. He placed the notebook on the top of the perimeter wall and looked at Wei Liang across the empty training ground. "When are they coming back?" he said. Wei Liang had been expecting this question. He had been expecting Tang San to be the one to ask it. "I don't have a specific date. Your best estimate." He considered what he knew. Ren Fei's warning about BB Dong's persistence. Lu Yan's intelligence read on the arbitration holds effective duration. The institutional patterns that typically followed a failed enforcement operation against a target that then filed a formal complaint. 8 to 12 weeks before the next direct action. Potentially longer if the arbitration review goes well. Tang Sen nodded once. He looked at his notebook and then back at Wei Liang. 8 to 12 weeks. Yes. Is that enough? Wei Liang looked at Tang San with the scholar's lantern's passive cultivation read open behind the surface of his awareness. The reading that showed Tang San sitting at rank 39. Building pressure toward the 40 threshold with the steady and patient accumulation of someone who had been consistently applying effort for months and had not forced a breakthrough, because Wei Liang had taught him that forced thresholds produced fragile foundations. The formation notebook. The question itself, which was not asking whether they would survive, but whether the time window was sufficient to become something specific. "It's enough if you choose to treat it that way," Wei Liang said. The others arrived in intervals across the next hour. Ma Hongjun came second, moving with slightly modified shoulder posture that accommodated the right side bruising without announcing it. Then Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong together, arriving at exactly the same moment despite having different dormitory rooms, which was either coincidence or the kind of informal coordination that students developed when they had been training together long enough. Then Oscar with a sausage already prepared and held out before he had fully crossed the training ground entrance. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing arrived last, walking in the parallel proximity that had become their standard spacing since the formation drills had made their paired operation a matter of daily habit. Wei Liang looked at all 7 of them in the morning fog. "Formation review first," he said. "Every gap, every mistimed transition, every position error, we go through it once. Then we build the corrected version. Then we run it until we stop having to think about it." He paused. "Then we talk about what changes for the next time." Chapter 100. The arbiter arrived on the 9th day. Wei Liang was in the middle of a formation correction, second-rank positional adjustment to close the east side gap that Ma Hongjuan's break had opened, working through the coverage geometry with Tang San using chalk marks on the training ground surface, when the scholar's lantern registered a new cultivation presence at the academy's main gate. Not approaching, not moving at all, simply present, with the quality of a very old stone that has been placed in a specific location and requires no further announcement of itself. He straightened and looked toward the gate without consciously deciding to. A woman stood at the courtyard's edge. She was older than anyone Wei Liang had encountered in this world. Older in the way that certain cultivators aged, not toward frailty, but toward density. As if the years had compressed into something that occupied less physical space than a young practitioner's bulk, but was considerably heavier. Her cultivation presence was the most substantial thing in Wei Liang's sensory field despite her standing 60 meters away with no active technique. No visible ring activation, no deliberate pressure being projected. She was not doing anything. She was simply there. He recognized her from text. Not her face. He had never seen an image of her face. But he had encountered her name twice during his first months at Shrek Academy, both times in footnotes rather than primary sources, in precisely the kind of academic marginalia that gets preserved because it matters to someone maintaining the historical record. The footnotes had described a retired limit doa who had served as an independent arbitration voice for the Grand Council for 3 decades, whose name appeared in 3 different landmark Spirit Hall dispute resolutions across the past century, and who had been the presiding arbiter in the case that had established the specific legal precedent Flinder was now invoking. Elder Shinyu, rank 93, the most senior practitioner on the Grand Council's independent evaluation roster. The person whose name on an arbitration filing made Spirit Hall's administrative division respond to communications within 24 hours rather than their standard 48. She looked across the courtyard at Wei Liang with an expression that was neither assessment nor formal greeting. It was recognition, the particular expression of someone who has been waiting for a specific thing and has finally encountered it in the form they expected it to take. She walked forward at the measured pace of a person who had no reason to hurry. Halfway across the courtyard, she paused and let her gaze move across the students standing behind Wei Liang, her expression holding its settled quality throughout. Not reading them for threat, reading them for something else, with the patient thoroughness of someone confirming a prior calculation. Then she looked at Wei Liang. The evolved teaching spirit, she said quietly. I have not encountered one in 300 years. Wei Liang did not move. You know about the mentor system, he said. Elder Shinyu held his gaze with the complete steadiness of a practitioner who had not been uncertain about very many things for a very long time. I have been waiting, she said, for one of you to appear. Chapter 101. The weight of history. Elder Shinyu sat across from Wei Liang in the Academy's library, a space that had transformed overnight into something resembling a formal hearing chamber. The students had been instructed to remain in their dormitories. Zhao Wuji stood guard outside the door with the stolid presence of someone who had done this work many times before. Lu Yin was in her quarters, recovering from the battle. The morning light filtered through the tall windows with that particular quality of dawn that made everything seem temporary, as if the day itself had not decided whether to commit to its own existence. Wei Liang had not slept. He had spent the hours after Ren Fei's capture walking the Academy's perimeter, checking on the students, conferring briefly with Dean Flinder about the status of structural repairs. 3 buildings had sustained damage. 2 would be habitable again within a week. 1 would require replacement of its entire eastern wall. The cost was significant. The fact that they were alive to discuss cost was more significant. The exhaustion was a presence in his body, not overwhelming but persistent. His cultivation signature felt dimmed, like a lamp running low on oil. The scholar's lantern was still recovering from the focused blast it had released during the battle, the one that had disrupted Ren Fei's movement and bought enough time for Zhao Wuji to intervene. Wei Liang had not known, before that moment, that the spirit could do something so violent. The previous months of teaching had been about refinement, subtlety, the gentle art of creating conditions for growth. The battle had revealed an entirely different dimension to what his spirit was capable of. Now, facing Elder Shinyu, Wei Liang became aware of a sensation he had not expected to experience in this conversation. Genuine fear. Not the tactical fear that came from facing a superior combatant. Fear of something larger. The kind that came from realizing you had been seen more completely than you had understood was possible. Elder Shinyu's age was not reflected in her appearance. She looked perhaps 60, her hair touched with silver, her face showing the lines that came from decades of living with intensity. But her presence was ancient in a way that had nothing to do with physical aging. She carried herself with the kind of settled certainty that came from having made decisions that affected thousands of people and having had enough distance from those decisions to see their consequences fully realized. The mentor system, Elder Shunyu said, is what we in the advanced circles call a teaching construct, an artifact of cultivation designed specifically to operate through the teaching relationship. 300 years ago, one appeared. She paused. Her eyes were steady, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with her physical appearance and everything to do with the weight of what they had witnessed. It was destroyed. The teacher who operated it was erased from the historical record. Wei Liang said nothing. He was calculating the implications. 300 years was roughly the temporal distance between the founding of Spirit Hall and the present day. The timeline was not coincidental. Spirit Hall's rise to dominance would have coincided with the suppression of the previous mentor system. That was not chance. That was pattern. The Spirit Hall records, Shinyu continued, state that an irregular instructor was discovered teaching without proper certification. That instructor attempted to establish a teaching order that violated Spirit Hall's standards. The matter was resolved through removal of the individual and seizure of the teaching materials. She set down a very old document, its edges protected in clear polymer. This is the institutional summary. 3 sentences. No names. No detail about what the teaching materials actually contained. The language is deliberately vague. That is the signature of institutional erasure. Not destruction through force, but elimination through bureaucratic obscurity. Wei Liang leaned forward to examine the document. The writing was precise, the language formal, the tone entirely administrative. If you did not know what you were reading for, you would pass over it without noticing its significance. That was the genius of institutional erasure. It did not destroy through overt force. It buried through mundanity. They destroyed it, Wei Liang said. Yes. Shen Yu's expression did not change. But the question that matters for your present situation is, did they destroy it because they understood what it was, or because they feared what they did not understand? That distinction is critical. If they destroyed it out of fear, then the system represented something genuinely threatening. If they destroyed it out of understanding, then it was something they had to suppress to maintain their power. The second interpretation is more likely. Wei Liang had no answer to that. I have encountered the mentor system once before in the historical record, Shen Yu continued. A marginal note in a correspondence between 2 Grand Council members from 200 years ago. One of them had seen a student of that first teacher, described the student's advancement rate as impossible within normal cultivation standards. The student was ranked 91. The studying partner was the only surviving link to the original teaching line. Shen Yu folded her hands. That student passed away 80 years ago, natural causes, without ever founding a teaching line of their own. Whenever anyone has come close to establishing what you have, Wei Liang, the system has intervened to stop it. Until now, Wei Liang said. Until now, Shen Yu agreed. The difference is that you have existed long enough to accumulate evidence. Training logs, rank records, multiple student breakthroughs, witnesses. The previous teacher left no such trail, and the system that tried to